I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoo. tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Day number 3 is here, and we've seen upset after upset here on the VCT Philippines. What are we going to be in store for today? We have absolutely no idea. At this point, all bets are off, and all guesses are anyone's guesses. So welcome again. This is VCT day number 3, and you're joining me, Illustrado, on the panel. Welcome to the third day.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here. VCT Philippines is nigh. So much happened in the past 2 days that completely caught us off guard, and we're going to be breaking that down for you guys and whatever's going to happen in the upcoming ones as well. My name is Illustrado. Joining me on the panel, we've got the ever-amazing Raph in black and blue. Welcome to the Updraft. This is, of course... There we go. Yeah, well, welcome back now. Raph, how are you feeling today, man? I'm going to start it off with you. Apologies, a little bit of a tech issue on my end. But yeah, welcome back to the Updraft. How are you feeling, man? I am absolutely psyched to be here. I want to start it off with you. Any thoughts about the previous 2 days?
I mean, I'm 0 for 3 for my prediction, so I don't know if my thoughts right now are in a good space. But hey, man, like we said, it is... all bets are off. Unpredictability is the name of the game. And I love how in the intro it says we embrace evolution. And once again, we are at that point.
Well, yeah, black and blue. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Yeah. We had basically us all get upset. We looked at the boards yesterday, the scoreboards at the very end of it, and none of us really would have expected what we saw.
Yeah, I think it's very... upon the shoulders of the panel for jinxing every single game we've had in these past 2 days, for predicting the exact same team multiple times over. But I bet that's not going to happen today, not with me on this desk.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to have you on this desk. Let's take a little bit of a look at the recap on what happened in the previous couple days as we go and take a...
I mean, I'm going to hold you to that. You on the desk. Sure.
Yes. Well, I mean, this was the opening game of yesterday, wasn't it? And what a match it was between Oasis and Action PH. It kind of started off a bit slower here, Rafanilu, but at least later on they came back from it. But Action, man, what a start they have had in this entire tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Action PH, oh gosh. And to put that into context, by the way, the team they beat is the team that beat Secret. And you guys, if you missed yesterday, again, we are going to compress all the things that you missed here. And just to highlight every single talent, every single player that we have. And, man, like I said, I went 0 for 3 for my prediction. It feels bad, but it's one of those things we're not too upset of.
Yeah, one team that definitely came out of the woods, you already touched on it, Action PH. Who would have ever thought that they would be at the very top of the scoreboard? But especially against the teams that they played against, there weren't exactly teams that were easy to beat. They weren't exactly doormat teams that they could just walk all over. It was very impressive show that they brought out yesterday. What do you think about this, Raf? Because honestly, Action PH, I'm sure, has left everybody stunned.
Absolutely. I mean, think about Action PHs. You look at them and you look at previous data. It honestly led to the signs of this is a team where they love to play fast, and that's about the identity. But this time around, there's a newfound discipline.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Black and Blue, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this. On the other side of the board, you got the favorite teams on the bottom. You got teams like Bren, you got teams like South Build. And what on earth is going on?
Well, it seems like the Bren multiverse right now is struggling in the box office, and it's been a very, very surprising thing to see at the very least. One would kind of wonder, is it a hunger question? These guys, they've proven a lot, these two teams, in these past few months. Is it something of them underestimating this group stage, underestimating the local scene because they've already proven that they could dominate? Do they think it's going to happen again here? That could be part of it, but we're going to really have to see. It could be, first match jitters, but that's no excuse because we're already on day 3 and that can continue on further.
Yeah, it was a lot of crazy things, and I'm expecting a little bit more today. We do have a lot of good teams coming up to play again. Today it's going to be NAOS versus Zeal starting it up, and then we're going to be seeing Bren versus Team Secret, and then Zeal versus LFO. What is your number one? If there's any game that you guys are looking forward to today, I'm going to start it off with you this time, Black and Blue. What are you looking forward to? Because personally, I'm going to say Bren versus Team Secret. It's got to be the highlight of the day, man.
Well, that is obviously kind of what everybody is, pointing towards, and I'm sure Rafa's got a different idea, but for good merits too, and I wanted to touch upon that, but I'll let him do so. So I'm gonna talk about Bren and Secret here. Everybody knows what's up. Secret came from Bren, now they're Secret. Bren, new roster, a bunch of guys from other cool teams, Action being one of them. EJ, obviously we know who this guy is. Savvy as well, the superstar that he is. And so they've got lots to prove, and now they're gonna do it against, well, basically their former colleagues in a way. So yeah, I mean, what is there not to be excited about?
And you were there for this, Raf. You were casting this match when Team Secret absolutely took a loss up against Oasis. They can still come back into this tournament. Obviously, it was their very first series, but it must be an absolute shocker to come into this tournament and take a loss in series number 1 as the reigning favorite, as one of the top teams in the world, as the number 1 team in Asia Pacific. Suddenly they take a loss up against a very rare newly formed Oasis.
Oh yeah, I mean, sometimes even if you are the champion, even if you're the big dog, you have to take a hit, to see what you're made of. And that's the wake-up call that Secret needs. And Secret, despite the success they've had in the international scene, we don't create monsters out of a vacuum. Every single team here has contributed to their success in one way or another, whether that be the formation through the matches, through, maybe a little heat here and there, but there is more to see of that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. But in the moment, we do want to take the second to thank our sponsors who have made this happen. So very, very big thank you, of course, to ASUS Republic of Gamers. VCT is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15, powered by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for buck gaming laptop for your esports need. And yeah, thank you guys. And of course, please do check out the ROG Strix Scar 1517 with up to 12th generation Intel Core 19th processor. You all know what's up. It even has a 3080 Ti, man. This is a beefy laptop. Raf, I know you're thirsting. I can see you sort of drooling a little bit over this laptop. The things that you would do to this.
Oh yeah, the things I would do to that laptop if it was given to me. I'm not giving any hints or whatsoever, but if you guys have the chance to take it, go ahead.
I'm getting a bit jealous how Raf is looking at this beautiful laptop, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but in the meantime, of course, we have multiple languages on the stream, so if you guys are interested in watching it in multiple languages, we do got you covered in Filipino and in English. So if you want to check it out, we got the Twitch for the PPGL_VCTPH. That's also on YouTube. And if you want to watch in Filipino, that's also on YouTube. and on Facebook this time. So make sure you keep an eye on that. Tune in wherever you do so, please, because obviously we covered here on the panel. Now, let's go back and sort of weigh in about our upcoming games here. We have so much to look forward to. I'm going to start with you. What are you looking forward to most this week, Black and Blue? Let me hear it.
For the week in general, I guess it's really kind of looking at who are the teams that will really impress us. We've already had pretty much every single team impress us, barring the ones that we expected to already be impressive. And so the teams like Zeal, they're going to go up against a lot of heat today. They're going to be playing 2 matches, and this is where we're going to really see, as Raph said, if their structure holds up, if they can continue that streak.
Oh yeah, and man, again, it's just a battle of pillars for Zeal. They have talked about it in the interview that, hey, we've restructured, we've somewhat refined our approach towards the game. And I honestly am very excited to see the improvements they've made, because we've seen their growing pains, we've seen their dip. It is time for us to watch them rise again.
You're absolutely right there, guys. Right on the money here, but we got to move forward now and take a little bit of a look at what's going on. We got the tournament format coming up for you to show you guys what exactly is going to look like. The scoreboard that you're seeing.
This makes no sense to me. Again, if we were living in another universe, but maybe we are, that's just part of the lore. And once again, this is such a great sign of what is to come for every single team. Naturally, we love to see the dominance of our favorites, but to see the competition rise up, it also inherently makes our favorite teams better. So this is, once again, something we all love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Black and Blue, your thoughts on this? I know you're not 100% too happy about what you're seeing right now, but it should be interesting. Maybe they can make a comeback, right?
It's part of the game. I mean, we were talking about during year 1, right, how at the start of the game, it will be players who have come over from other tactical shooters who will dominate at the start of any esports scene, right? Because they're the ones with more experience. And then eventually, those endemic to the game itself, to Valorant, are the ones who are going to come up, the young guns. We didn't expect that to happen so immediate here during year number 2, but hey, that's what we got. And this is a great time to shine for the young talent we have in the Philippines.
As you can see right now, this is the match schedule for today. We have the first opening game. It's going to be NAOS versus Zeal. And then Bren is going to be going up against Team Secret. and then Zeal's going to be playing again, and they're going to be playing up against LFO. So definitely going to be a lot of interesting matches here. I'm so excited for it, man. Again, I talked to you about it. Bren versus Zeal, that should be the highlight match, but everybody else is here to surprise. NAOS, definitely one of those teams that catches us completely off guard. But we've taken a look at the standings. We've taken a look at everybody of all the teams, but let's take a closer look. We've got something special for you guys, a little bit of a video about the team. So let's go ahead and check it out.
Crazy guy finds a double. He's on the sheriff on round one. Auto rain out that. Brute force is pretty much very double kill. Still, wait, cut. Let's get the.
Apologies again, a little bit of a technical issue on my end, but yeah, day number 3, and you're joining us here today. Raph, I'm gonna start it off with you. What is your number 1 favorite matchup? I didn't get to hear your opinion on this earlier. I did get to hear Black and Blue's favorite matchup for today.
Our opener is definitely the one that I am looking for towards the most, because it's NAOS versus Zeal, if I'm not mistaken. You correct me if I'm wrong. But the reason why I'm so interested in this, because NAOS has somewhat defied all the data that we've gathered about the players, the collective that they are. And honestly, at first glance, I thought this could be a potential chemistry issue between them, but the way we've seen them play, that hasn't been the case at all. Now for Zeal, I've touched upon this in our intro, is that this is a true strength, or rather a true test of the strength of the pillars that they've remade for themselves. And there are still some weaknesses that Zeal is displaying, but hopefully that's something they can iron out throughout the series.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, but we do have to take a minute. We have to go into a little bit of a break. Once we do come back, though, we're going to be beginning with the first series here in the VCT Philippines. Again, you're going to be joining us, Illustrato, Raph, and Black and Blue. We'll be back in just a second to start with game number 1.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good. No, put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly,
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and very much the attractive faces of the people on the panel alongside me. And you're joining us again. This is Ilustrado, Alonzo Taylor right beside me, and Black and Blue. How you doing, man?
I'm just very honored to be here by my best friend, the brother himself of Mr. Eliza. Hello. Eliza.
Very honored to have you on the panel.
Yes.
Maybe after this we can sneak a couple of shots in to get, you know, photos together. That's what I meant. And you know.
I tied my hair up for this, guys. You know what I mean? I thought it was the hair going down. I tied up my hair for this. But yes, guys, if that is the lore, the headcanon you want, then yes.
Hey,
you're
the new boy on the desk, so you gotta go through the ringer. You know what I'm saying?
But all right, back to business for a second. I'm gonna rein it in. We do have a series on our hands, a really good one. NAOS versus Zeal, two teams that absolutely impressed yesterday. And I'm gonna get your opening thoughts on this matchup right here. Black and Blue, will start this time with you. The first matchup we're gonna be having today is two of the teams who just came out.
Yeah, I mean, the two teams that we've talked about who people were kind of expecting to be very, very impressive, and they've impressed us even more than anybody could have assumed. So I think we've got something to show you guys to really tune into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at this video. We've got none other than NAOS coming up for you guys. Take a look at this. NAOS Esports, and I know we wanted to talk a little bit about them. I wanted to get your thoughts on this Black and Blue as we take a look at this roster that you have on your screen. We got Blast, Blur G, Kakarot, and Kev. So sort of fairly newly formed team, but they have absolutely been here and showing up.
I mean, the roster itself, yeah, it's new for them to be playing all together. Blurred is such a great new young talent here to the scene, but little do people know, the Bren multiverse expands further than just those three teams, because Kakarot and Kevs, if you guys aren't familiar, yes, this team was called Fallen 5 before they picked up by NAOS, but that Fallen 5 name extends even before Valorant, when they were part of the CS team, the second B team of the Bren Esports organization, were called Fallen 5, and that's what they were playing from. Now they reunite, and now Fallen? I don't think so. They're rising higher than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have another team on the other side of it. And I'm so excited to hear about them as well, because these guys have been on the rise. You know, Zeal, they have been, I'd say, a dark horse at the very start of the tournament, and then impressed everybody as 6045 Pirates. Now they're sort of making a little bit of a resurgence, but it's only time will tell whether yesterday's games were a fluke or not. Let's be honest here. Could have been a really good day for them. So let's check out Zeal Esports. Zeal Esports, a team that we very much know and love at this point. We've seen a lot of them, not only in the local, but also in the international scene, struggling towards the end of the year last year, but this time it's looking like they've come out of the gate swinging. Your thoughts on this team, Raf, because I know you've got a lot to say about these guys.
Homegrown Zeal, rekitted, retooled, of course rejuvenated. I am so happy to see that their performances as of late has been, well, telling of what is to come. I've always touched on the three-headed beast that is in the form of FSJ, Senior Carl, and 2GE, but of course the rest of this team, they have the firepower to match, and if not more than what we have against NAOS, which also brings me to my next point, that this next matchup, this is going to be a lot of fireworks. This might be a highlight farm for, well, both these boys on these teams.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Could be a highlight farm today. A lot of clips incoming, but let's go ahead and take a look at the map, Vito. Where are we going to be playing in today? Pull it up for you guys right now. This is the first time I'm seeing this on the as the host, so this is like really cool. I can't believe this is actually happening like right before our eyes, like all these maps.
Man, remember, Ilu, when this was something we were just looking forward towards, and now we actually have it on broadcast. It's so cool to have this actually up on the screen. I'm really big
nice.
Props to the project. I'm going to do it and say it every single day.
Okay, Icebox, Split, Bind, Fracture have been banned. We're finding ourselves on Haven, Ascent, and Breeze. Haven is the first pick of Zeal. And, Ascent is picked up by NAOS. And we're going to Breeze by default. This is going to be an interesting one here. Black and Blue, I want to hear what you think about this.
I think it's really smart, first of all, that Zeal did ban Bind versus NAOS. It did look like a very, very convincing map when NAOS did play LFO on that, ending the game like 16-13. So as we move into, the opening map, Haven is a map that NAOS did win, but it's also a map that Zeal did win against South Built quite convincingly. So I'm just looking to see who can play this map to the perfection, because we know they're both very capable of that.
See, the thing here is that they let go of Breeze. Now this potentially could go Ori if they hit Breeze, because for those people who didn't do their homework out there, Breeze, or at least for Zeal, they have an 86% win rate on this map, making them a very formidable force. But the question is, are we gonna get there? Zeal having Haven, I would say it's one of their maps where they're a little shaky at, but this new toolkit that they are rocking, maybe potentially we'll see some new strats on their fresher strat book.
No. Well, we heard it from you guys, but I'm so excited to get into this. Personally speaking, Haven, Ascent, and Breeze, this is definitely going to be an interesting set of maps here, because I think they're going to be absolutely comfortable no matter what. These guys have been shown. What's going to be a little bit more of an X factor is Breeze. We haven't seen it in a very, very long time. And with that, I do want to get your predictions here. I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Raf, who do you think is going to take this and what score?
The thing is, now it's still a little unpredictable, right? But I'm going to go in the way of Zeal. They're definitely going to get this series 2-1 because most of those maps, they're fairly strong on. Ascent, they're teetering at 70% on that, and I'd love to see that.
Well, I mean, if you're going to ask me, I do think, my esports answer would probably be like, okay, Zeal, they probably got this. They performed really well versus South Belt, and they're the team with more tenure. But I'm going to go with the answer of the heart, and I'm going to say NAOS here. We've been continuously surprised at the upsets here this entire weekend. I think this is going to be another one of those. 2-1.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going with you. I think NAOS is going to take this one 2-1 as well. We're going to go through the motions. I mean, the motions are like, who's going to win? Well, probably the team who was in the underdog anyway. So that's why I'm going to call for NAOS on this one. That's going to be our predictions here. But I do want to hear a little bit more from the casters who are going to take us through this. So casters, what you got for us?
So I feel like it's going to be a battle of the hashtags here. It's either now's the time or they're going to seal the deal. No, man. Alongside with me is Dax, and Haven is the first map that we're going to be witnessing right now on this bout. How are you doing today?
Yeah, well, good morning, my friend. It is going to be an exciting time here in day number 3. I have to say that you're pushing those tags, and I love it. Is it truly the time is now's, or will Zeal be able to zeal that deal? We're going to be finding out very, very soon. But it's an interesting map pool, to say the least. You're going to have Haven to start things off, you Ascent, and then Breeze later on. But we'll check out the ages as we're getting straight into the game already. This time, no podcast moments for now. It's already an exciting time here at VCTPH as this is gonna be the first map. And stats-wise, Nomad, Zeal Esports, NAOS Esports not really having the best heyday on Haven, but here in Stage 1, they are really proving to themselves and to the others that they can play this map. This is where they're getting their dubs. We saw it from Zeal Esports last time against Southfield. NAOS in the meantime getting the recovery over the open qualifier, and you can also see it here. Kakarot gonna be back on that KO, which is really shown how he shifted his mindset to become much more of a team player.
Yeah, and we are going to be expecting a little bit of Kakarot just shining through. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen that KO perform outright. But on the flip side, though, we still have to mention that NAOS really performed stunningly against Looking for Org. I mean, these are the two teams that we voted against during the panel. We were voting for Looking for Org and Southfield Esports during their first matches at the start of the Challengers, and now they're here, the top dogs for the groups for now. And it's just, I mean, the panel just already gave their predictions, but if we're gonna be the ones to give the predictions, I don't think it's gonna be easy.
Not at all. This is really expect the unexpected by this point. That's why I broke the mold yesterday and went against Team Secret. And look what happened. This is what the week 1 is all about, and it kind of makes sense because this is the group stage, and it really is a chance for some of these teams that, yes, they've been building up their repertoire before or while on the way to VCTPH, but this is where it truly matters. And teams like Action PH and especially NAOS Esports, these were some of the most active teams during the off season. I would see them really grow and get their dubs between the local scene, between the region, the months of November, December, and even January. And NAOS Esports, especially that roster, finding their new home, finding, of course, their full roster, and they're playing together and looking to be one of the new hot orgs to sign with, whether you're on the team side or the content creation side. But on the flip side, man, Zeal Esports, I still have to say it, the Cebu resiliency, all of the issues now, they're gonna be gone. It's all up to them to just play this game to their 100%. And that's really the only reason why many people slept on Zeal Esports, is because they never had the proof right before VCTPH. But there's so many caveats. Again, Typhoon being an issue, COVID being an issue, and especially those January tournaments that they actually forced themselves to play. They were playing with stand-ins who did a great job. So shout outs to the Knights Esports boys who did hop on in, and really Nico postponing his retirement just a little bit more to make sure that the team could have a bit of that experience. But this is now the Zeal 5, and they're ready to play, and they're ready to show that this is their time here at VCTPH. It's time for us, though, to get into the game, and Nomad, Haven is the place to be.
It is going to be Zeals on the attacking. They're going to try to make their place here, at least for the start of the pistol round, because we know how crucial pistol round is going to be for Zeals. They need to have that momentum as the game progresses. Pretty fairly spread apart here is Zeals. I could definitely say the same for NAOS Esports. For now, they're just getting a good feel on where each other are. Now we gotta have our eyes on Kakarot here for just a couple bit. No, he is going to be watching the B area. He's going to be repositioning over towards window as G goes for the gravity. Well, he gets the pull, but they managed to make it out just in time before the fragment ever came in. But G looking to swing out, and if he swings out improperly, though, he's going to get caught.
Yeah, they're just waiting it out. He actually prefers the jet. I saw a total interview from NAOS there, but Kakarot with a takedown on the far side. Jin2 in the meantime catching out Jet in response. And here comes Craigies in behind. Kakarot gets caught on out. And Zeal Esports, they just take the path of most resistance, go on through the middle, and now they're being able to put that spike down on B side. Blasting Tuge, though, find the targets in behind. It can be blurred. He's trying to make the flank happen onto the corner. He will go. A little dangerous though for NAOS right now with the aftershock forcing out Blurred. But there you go, Kevs and Blurred. The Clutch Kings of NAOS going for more. Tugen out all alone, and it's Kevs again getting the hunt of the head. NAOS Esports for the first round.
Man, you'd think that Zeals could have had that round. They could have taken down Blurred as he was forced out of position. But the crossfire wasn't actually properly set up. Blurred moved immediately towards the side of the crates just to get a little bit more cover and had to just deal with beats. And with that, That's the first round on the side of NAOS Esports, but that was still a close call for Zeals.
Now it's such an interesting dynamic that they have right now. They really understood what their roles are coming into VCTPH, and that was my one concern on day one, if they actually figure out the configuration. But since they're all there in the boot camp, since they're all together, they really like the roles that they're in right now. And especially Kevs, he plays that Sova because he is one of the clutch players truly of NAOS Esports. He's in the back line, he's able to go for the swing later on and clutch it out for the team. But Blurred, he's usually entering all the way in front. First takedown there, Senor Carl, though always a hot hand. Catches out Kakarot in response here, Nomad.
And he's low on HP as well after that duel with Kakarot and G-Licious. We'll spot him out. Shots not gonna connect from both. Gonna quickly reposition his G. Wrapping around town as Blurred finally takes down Senor Carl. Still no sign on where the spike is going to be headed. Looking like it's a C, but they may just rotate out to A as soon as they get the orb. But we have to look out for G-Licious here, who takes down 2G.
Need that back.
It's a 1v2 here in action, and the attacker spawn, and he's trying to manage it very well. Gonna capitalize on the fact that Craigies is actually low on HP as well. G-Licious is gonna look to reposition. Blurred! Craigies gets two! Manages to make it even, but G-Licious takes him down to 2-0 for NAOS.
Yeah, quick little pinch there, and did you see that map gets even smaller and smaller for Zeal Esports? Absolutely claustrophobic all the way on those entrances to many place here on Haven. But this was just a good start here from Blurred, and it really beckoned the call for NAOS to push even further. Watching out those main angles, making sure that the lobbies are cleared. And as of now, NAOS Esports, they're going to be keeping the arsenal that they had in the last round. This is the full buy for Zeal Esports. And it might be high time for that third round turnaround. But the thing is, Nomad, I'm looking at their match results from the last time they went on Haven. And really, for both sides, they favor that defense. For NAOS Esports, they want to get that momentum. But 2G opening things up alongside Beats. And this is the power of a breach here on Haven, especially on C-side. Cubbies cannot be controlled. Good opening here for Zeal so far. Even better with Farside Jin.
That's a great opening. They do have the rifle, so they definitely have the advantage off of that. But let's not discount the fact that Cavs and Blurred, even with the weapons that they have, they can still make dreams work for themselves for NAOS. But for now, Zeal's going to be repositioning on over towards A. Got to watch out for Fireside Jin, who is on the lurk very close onto Cavs and Blurred as well. Spike will be planted. The lurk is now starting from Fireside Jin. The retake is now on. They're going to be playing it a little bit separately here. They're going to try to save the Spectres and the Marshals. They have, but Fireside Jin spots out Blurred, but Blurred still comes out on top of that. That's a free Vandal in the process.
Thank you very much. It's a gimme.
Standing ahead.
Thank you for the 2,900 credit donation there from Fireside Jin. What a shot from Blurred. Kevs, though, trying at least to go for the contest. He does only have a Spectre in hand. And it seems like here for NAOS, they're gonna go for it. They want to do some economical damage. Kevs with the takedown off the Senor Carl. Here we go. Again, the pressure being applied by Bituga with the takedown. And it does seem like Blurred will back on away with the free gun that he picked up with the 5-finger discount. Beyond that, though, Zeal Esports, they just cleaned up very nicely on C-side. They went for that rotation all the way to the other side of the map. And that's the beauty of what you can do on a map like Haven. It really goes to show that Zeals has improved on the rotations on a map like this, Nomad.
Yeah, and man, we gotta commend the way that Tuga just cleared out the entire Cubby area just for his team to capitalize on. And the fact that now still tried and did economic damage in the process. That's still very commendable. But we're now seeing the operator on the hands of Blurred, giving the Vandal away. Full gun round for both of these teams. And it's still looking like it's a slow game for Zeals. They're still trying to figure out where NAOS is playing for now.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you only have the Sky and the Breach here. Very, very good for taking the sites, but you don't have that free intel that the Sova can provide. And especially Kakarot, he can also add a little bit of intel through the walls with those 0 points on the KO. And it's a battle of initiators. You notice this? We have 4 different distinct initiators on these rosters right now, but yet with the find onto 2G, and that's a great start here for now. Zeals can't really push on in a site that they don't know where their opposition is. The beauty of having that breach is to really flush out those angles, but if you're going to be using those utilities blind, well, you are going to be bats trying to find your sonar over to the side that you want. But this is Blurred waiting patiently, hugging the right-hand side. And as soon as he greets one, there we go with the shot. Doesn't get the connection though and has to back on the way. Oh, Rolling Thunder though for the punch. Cannon Axe get the catch. Here comes Zeal. But Farside in the Kakarot trading blows. Oh my, that's even reasonable. Gonna go for the take out crazy Kakarot right now. Which take out Kakarot. A one robot army in behind. Senior Carl finally with the shutdown there. But it's already damage done. And yet again, now having one enemy advantage on the high ground blast with a takedown, and it's just peekaboo gameplay here from NAOS, Tomad.
There's not a lot of time here for Beats to try to plant the spike. He needs to force the duels, force the issue. He has exactly 4 seconds. They're in. The spike will be planted regardless. Oh no, it didn't even. No additional 300. But wow, now it's just showing up here.
Kakarot, the timing was perfect with the fragment there, and not only that, getting another one along the way, the backside ult for now is being absolutely effective. And that's the thing, Zeal Esports, they're not gonna know the exact position with the comp they have. They're gonna have a great understanding of what area is stunned. They have an understanding of who's around the area that gets flashed. But beyond that, if there are no real targets that do get hit, if you can play the ballet to dance away from many of the utilities, then that will be the perfect opportunity for NAOS Esports to get the hold on. And not only that though, the timing, you had 4 seconds, you had to stick it. Beats was just like, I'm just gonna get a little bit of pocket money for my guys, you know, I'm gonna ask my mom for just a little bit more of the allowance. But it just did not come to pass. Zeal Esports, slow play yet again, but the problem is now the arsenals themselves not the best, so some cheeky angles perhaps, but now still not gonna take the bait and will be holding off for now.
We're going to be expecting Zeals to really crash into his side all together, and it's down to Blurred and Kevs to stop the push from A and B. Blurred will find out the one. Takes down Fire Cyajin. Be repositioning himself. That gravity well is going to be slowing down the push, but just a bit, but Blurred has already repositioned himself to Guimont. Will he find another head? Main question on the minds. No tailwinds available for him. If he can get the collateral off of this, might be good. Misses the shot. Gonna be forced to Cloudburst out of there to get a little bit more safety between him and Zeal. But Kevs and Blurred in the fight. Flamestorm gonna do its job, but Kakarot with the spray down to wrap it up.
NAOS again, just such a good position one more time. These guys are really they're just making sure that the information that Zeal can gather is on the minimal side. They're hiding their ace cards right now, just putting it up their sleeves. And look at this, Blurred there, ready to fight with the Bladestorm later on, but Kakarot's just still popping off and popping heads. He's clean right now, and we saw last time for Kakarot in the last series, he wasn't on the kill count, he was more on the assists, but this time he's just doing what he used to do. He goes back to his roots, especially from those duelist days. But no, Blurred just able to step on Far Cyajin there. No chance whatsoever as the operator peeks on out. Hunter's Fury for the cover as well, and Jet even catches up Tuga, and this is really difficult right now for Zeal Esports. Every single time Tuga dies early on, they have no smokes to work with pushing onto these sites.
Man, it's going to be hard to recover from this if you're Zeals. It's a 3v5. You still have utilities to work with, yes, but the man advantage is not in your favor considering the fact that you don't even have an agent that can gather intel. I mean, save for the Trailblazer and the single guiding light that Senior Carl has, it's still not going to be as adamant, I would say so. But Senior Carl's still going to be pushing in. He gets the kill off the G-List, just trades off his teammate. But the crossfire angles are real for NAOS Esports. They get a 4-round lead off of them.
They're just exploiting right now the comp differential, basically. They're really doing such a good job finding those picks early on, backing on away, and making the veil of mystery just drape over in front of every single one of these sites. Not only that though, one thing about the backline of NAOS Esports is they're hyper aggressive. Jen loves to go for the peaks. Blast even on the attacking side, sometimes there's a Killjoy who goes alongside the duelist there. And it really goes to show for NAOS, if they can play a bit of that aggressive defense at the start, they can get that distinct advantage and back on away, and then use their comp to slowly but surely pick apart Zeal Esports as they come on in. But here you have it already. Null command is a go. Immediate suppression field over at B side, and Kakarot again. Just absolutely a dictatorship here, stepping on another one. Can he get one more kill though, as Kregi's right behind that box, doesn't find the angle there. Fireside Jindo into the corner, but Kev's already watching out for many an angle here by B sides.
They already managed that left angle. Kevs just has to manage this right angle onto Fireside Jin. It's still a 5v4. I mean, again, the man advantage isn't with them. That's a recon bolt. That reveals the area. Kakarot takes down Craigies. The shock bolt will connect, and he finally gets taken down. Now it's just down to 2K 339 beats. I kid. It's Kakarot and Blur that wraps it up. A 3K for Kakarot himself.
Yeah, this is how cute moment, basically. They got the scan to bait out the shorty shot, and as soon as they realize Fireside Jin, they even got the pulse even. So as soon as they realize that's a shorty, just like, hey, let's stay away. We're not going in there. We refuse to walk into you. And just now playing with the food shock darts, suppressing fire. No chance for Fireside Jin to get on out whatsoever. And really, the hot duelist duo that we saw versus South Belts right now, kinda not woken on up as of yet. So alarm clocks need to be rung. As Zeal Esports, they have quite a heavy day in front of us. They've really proven that they can be truly resilient through thick or thin. They're gonna try yet again. Seeker's out though, start things off. This is a great way to gather that intel at the very least, and Trailblazer to add on in even more. So Flashpoint is there. Cloudburst right now to try and stay on. Guiding Light even to the graffiti side. If you want to clear out the angles here, Nomad, but Senior Carl with a takedown on the Kakarot. Finally, Zeal Esports able to get that first entry, but then the answer to is there. But Kevs again is not done. He's just putting his name yet again on that scoreboard, and this slows down the push from Zeal Esports. They invested so much, and what did they get? Them being stuck on A-Long.
And there's still an avenue out of there. They can rotate out the seat. It's pretty safe, and that's exactly what they're doing. Fireside Jin trying to get a good read on if there is going to be a lurk. Went for the peak, but I think they're going to be sticking here over at A. But that recon bolt being destroyed is definitely going to be revealing that they're still here. They're still in the area. They still want to push out.
30 seconds left.
Setups are already up. Craigies catches him off at the right time, but Delicious switches
down A.
off
One enemy
the
remaining.
rest of Zeals. But now it's down to a 1v1. It's Blast. It's Beats.
Spike
It's
planted.
a Blast Beats type of music here. But Blast is going to come out on top there.
That backside. The backside is so deadly. Courtesy of NAOS Esports. Many a time, whoever you put on that station, they will pop off. Sometimes it's Kakarot, sometimes it's Jet. And there you go, in the end, it's Blast rotating and cleaning up nicely. You can feel that Zeal Esports has so much to invest early on, and they're required to just to flush out these angles. But now Esports multiple times just pulling back at the right time, at the right angle, and avoiding the fault lines, the guiding lights, and giving away that intel so far. So things are looking very, very difficult here for Zeal Esports right now, based on the comps and based on what they can gather. But beyond that, there still is a chance for recovery, as this is only 7-1, can become 7-5. And as I said a while ago, defense is where these two teams absolutely shine. But right now, it's the brilliance of NAOS Esports. Those wings spread, and they're looking to fly to even greater heights here, Nomad. And Jen with the peak, but this time at least, Fireside Jin with the punish, and I think that's one answer Zeals can do. Make sure that their duelists are ready. Fireside Jin, and even though it's a Senior Carl Sky, you already know what role he plays. They should be at least going for those refrags, or even better, anticipating those pushes.
And they might just be anticipating this with Kakarot. Trying to be a little bit of a Super Saiyan Blue here. It's a good inkling on where Zeals is going to be playing around the cubby. He will go for the spray down, but Fireside Jin, the true Saya,
You want to fight it?
is going to take down Kakarot. Rolling Thunder is going to be used up to make their way into the side. All the utilities are going to be expended to nothing because nobody really got hurt there. Blast is going to be forced out of position of logs. Fireside Jin on the off angle. Spike will be planted. The time is now on for the retake as Kevs on the lurk will take down Fireside Jin. Recon ball going to be thrown up. Blast goes for the spray down, but Blur with the Sheriff is more than enough. And Senior Carl on his own in a 1v2, and he's down.
He's down. The turret got him in the end since the Cosmic Divide dissipated. But Blurred, all he needs is a Sheriff, and he gets the takedown from the garage. What a play again from NAOS Esports. Kebs, though, taking center stage on that lurk. And you can really feel it now that this is going to be traumatizing here for Zeal Esports. So many times this map getting smaller and smaller. When you have a team that can be as aggressive as NAOS Esports, you can really feel on Haven that is where the pinches can happen. And that is where you can basically be stuck on the defending side. But the beauty of how NAOS Esports plays their defense is just how subtle it is. It's not as commanding as, let's say, Action PH does, or it's not as play heavy as the Oasis side or anything like that. But for now, it's just that silent storm out of nowhere. It's like, oi, there's someone here. How did he get there? Why is someone pushing already? And it's not even the usual agents that you expect. Sometimes, yes, it's Blurred, but other times, it's the Astra of Jet. Other times, it's a Sova of Kebs. And there is that possibility where it's the Killjoy of Blast even. So really, for NAOS Esports right now, there are so many tricks of this trade. And the beauty of how NAOS is playing VCT right now is they are having such a good understanding of who each other are, and their chemistry has been really through the roofs here from what we've seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, look at the scoreboard. It's not one person that's carrying the entire team. It's relatively even for NAOS. Everybody's doing their own work. Everybody's carrying their own weight. I feel like that adds to the success that their defense has. Because as far as we're concerned, what typically happens is that every round, almost everybody gets a kill. That already is going to be a significant boost to your defense if everybody is going to add to that kill count. But beautiful 0 point to get to.
They just know. That's the biggest thing. They just know already. The round just started and they immediately have the position of the potential entry. It's not all doom and gloom though for Zeal Esports. Oh no! That's gonna be quite the jinx as Kebs is waiting. Farsage can get tripped on up. And Carl though with the takedown. Sheriff rounds though for the rest. And Zeal Esports, they decide to just go root and tootin' and go cowboy to try and make a push happen. So there still is a chance. And I really feel like, especially in the second half, that's where Zeal Esports can really pick it up. But the struggle is real right now for Zeal. It might be even worse if Craigies peeks this, the shot caller on the other side in perilous danger, and Blurred does not miss. He finds the takedown and catches out the fellow Sabana there.
It may be blurry, but his shots were clear.
He wore the glasses today, man.
Yeah, definitely. But Blast is wearing the glasses as well. He takes down Touge. And Beats goes ahead and trades him out.
Left.
They have the spike. It's a 2v2, but they only have Sheriffs here. Close angle here for G-Licious. Takes down Senior Carl. Now down to Beats. Pretty much a round done. A 9-1 is the scoreline. And now they may just be able to close this out in an 11-1 fashion in the half.
Jet just asked for boarding passes, and since Zeal could not go to that offer, they just died immediately. So quickly done here. But look at this, just even a small little jiggle there, enough for Blurred to get that takedown. And up was personal, the faster fire rate on the Phantom giving the advantage, and that is actually a possibility. I really feel like for NAOS right now, they can actually have a chance to get these last two rounds and make it such a dominating scoreline coming into the first half. But the second half, it's going to be a whole different shebang unless they can get that pistol. So really, there's so many still possible outcomes of this matchup. I don't feel like it's over as of yet.
You should run.
But maybe in the first half, this is where the struggles really of Zeal Esports will come to fruition. But speaking of now, we have here ultimates abound. Zeal Esports wanting space, wanting intel. But it's quite a bait over onto A side, but they're going to push onto B instead. I love the play here. It encompasses at least two of the sites. Blurred even from Craigies along the way, but Blurred is waiting. He knew since the kills were planted in there, that's going to be an immediate takedown. Hunter's Fury in response. Zeal Esports can't even get in, even though they tried to make a play. They are just going to get slayed instead. 4v2 now after everything's said and done. Senior Carl would find off the Jet, though, to at least try and equalize a little bit more. But there's even more space here, and look who's waiting on the other side of A-Link. Kebs is there for the greeting, the reception of NAOS Esports. It just deserves a thunderous applause here, as you can clap right now with a 10-1.
Man, Zeal's
Last round
already
in the
had the
half.
site. They already had B. They had everything covered for themselves. But the utility usage from NAOS is just way too much. The Hunter's Fury got thrown out at just the right time. Fragmentation to prevent everybody else from pushing forward. Beautiful usage of utilities there to prevent that plan from even coming through. And that... Are we gonna have a vote of defensive team of the split? Because I may just have my nominee right now.
I mean, I'm really putting it forward that Zeal Esports can actually get into that contest later on. But I guess we're gonna be going for a quick little tech pause. So now, Matt, I want to ask you, what do you have for breakfast today?
Oh man, I woke up late, so I was like, I scrambled some eggs with some spring onions. Had bacon, hot dogs, and pork and beans. It's a very English breakfast.
Wow, that's quite an English breakfast. I had a very Filipino one. I had some soya bean curd, bro.
Oh, bro, sheesh. What's the level on your tapioca, bro?
The Arnibal level.
The Arnibal level.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's 50%, bro, and I had it to go this time.
I had it to go. Did you pay with your Amex?
No, bro. The Kuya soya bean curd. He had the Gcash, bro. So it actually worked. It's okay, bro.
Oh, okay, bro.
Sheesh. Not even kidding. I was so surprised that there was. I can't believe I almost said soya bean curd again. I looked at it. I was like,
yeah. I was hearing you like on the Discord. I think you were talking to your girlfriend, and you were like, "Really? There's taho?"
Yeah. I was like so surprised because we were talking about it in the GC. So there you go. That's a little bit of get your breakfast reminder, guys. But 10-1, and you know who's at the feast here. It's NAOS Esports on the scoreline. But there you go with the guiding light. I just want to see Zeal Esports just go with reckless abandon. Go in, get the kills. Just believe in the heart of Zeal Esports and Farsarchin. It might be high time to get on back to that beat. Speaking of beat, so he does get a takedown onto the jet. Zeal Esports, they just said, screw it, let's go for C, 5v3, and they have the advantage here.
No strats, just come in, kill anybody inside. It worked out pretty well from them. Took them a while, but you know, a round is still a round. If they can go from this, Rolling Thunder is going to be used up defensively on the side of Zeal's. Kind of slowing down Kev's push there together with Blurred, and they take down Kakarot. And Kevs and Blurred, they're making their way inside the side. They're going to get stunned up. Both of them are going to get stunned up.
One enemy
but it's still a 2v3. They have to manage the angles. Kevs, it's not going to last long there. So 10-2. Zeal still manages to get the round at the end of the half.
You know, sometimes it's just a lesson there. If you're overthinking all your plans, if you're all your big brain strats and your playbook, just don't worry. Screw it. Go in. Go for the takedowns. And Zeal Esports is a roster that can do that. You have Farsarchin. You have Senor Carl. You have Beats. Those three players already, they can go for the takedowns. And let's not forget the clutch potential of Tuga and Craig is there. They just clean up nicely in the end. The Astra surviving for so long, and many of the core players that Zeal Esports needs on that hold for the spike, they stayed alive long enough in that one round. You know, I give props to Zeal for having quite a playbook and having a good understanding of how to clear out the angles, but NAOS just did even better there to answer back in that half, backing on away, especially in the backside, to stay away from the utilities. And when Zeal Esports decided to go in the old school way, it was a little too late on the scoreline, but at least it's still there for their confidence. So 2-10 mythical scoreline here right now as we see, but truly redemption time perhaps for Zeal Esports, because this is where they can really pick it up, especially as the comp they have instead with the Sky, with that Killjoy, and with the Breach. If they spot out the push from NAOS, it's gonna be so perilous with the flashes, the stuns, and even the swarms.
Man, I'm curious. Even I mean, we know that Zeal's defensive side is pretty decent as well. We'll see how well they're gonna be faring up against the NAOS strat book here. As we're seeing, it's a commit to C. It's a split from Garage. They still have yet to make their entry, and I feel like the lurk from Fireside Jin might be crucial to Kakarot. This watching the flank, they get the info. Fireside Jin's not gonna push on any further. All things considered, though, it's a slow round for NAOS. They're dwindling down the time. They can completely overpower the C side if they choose to. There's still not a sign of any pushes. Slowly pushing in. Blurred. And the recon bolt. And everything else is going to dive in. They get the spike! Not the spike, but they get the ping! But Tuge Monster gets 2 in the process there as they make their entry. Now it's a 2v4. Kakarot and Kev's the only ones left alive here. But they still try to make things work. Kev's only one left alive. Shot's gonna connect. He almost gets stunned there, but doesn't matter because Craigy's gonna take him down. That's a pistol round for Zeals, and that's at least another round for Zim. For them.
Force to fight there for Kevs. He knew if he ran on the way, he'd still get stunned anyway. Tried to go for at least one more takedown and maybe believe in the heart of the headshot there and try to survive. But Zeal Esports, this is now where their power can absolutely spike. And the beauty of both of these teams actually is when we look at the stats pre-VCTPH, kinda the worst performing maps that we see on the map pool right now and some of the sides that we even have. But they really put in the work here, getting into the group stage. They put in the work to improve on some of the weaknesses they've had. And Zeal Esports right now, can they prove that their defense has really stepped on up after especially that win versus SB? But they have to back on away here for Fireside. Jin can't hit the shots against Blurred as of yet. A few sheriffs though for the NAOS Esports side. And they're trying to play a bit of peekaboo here, at least garner the intel that someone's in the garage or whatnot. 2 actually holding beats those. Senior Carl already with the takedowns and the gun advantage here for Zeal Esports, making it pretty simple all throughout the round.
Yeah, pretty clear-cut round here for Zeals. They got the gun advantage. They got the numbers advantage. There's no way the Blast would be able to just come out of this. It's a 10-4. Now the question is, the guns are gonna come out from NAOS. How well are they gonna be able to handle the firepower on that end? If you're Zeals, you're still gonna be sticking with the Spectres, a single Vandal on the Craigies. Double Bulldogs on the side of NAOS. A lot of the utility is gonna be used up as well. Well, not a lot, especially on the side of Blurred. But still, this is upgraded weaponry that can be fatal to Zeals.
I'm just looking for NAOS right now to, if they're gonna go all in on one site, you're gonna be having to expect perhaps the double up here between the KO and the Sova, and that is exactly what happens. Fault line though to go forward counter. Farsight is dashing on in. What a hero, but he turns into 0 there as Blurred will get that takedown, and NAOS now know they have the advantage. But will they wait it out one more time? Can they actually get the reset on their attack abilities here and go for a different kind of push? They do have the time for it. But Zeal Esports can be very deadly up close and personal. Even Kevs though, a few pokes and prods. The breach watching out for A-Long here for Zeal Esports. And now they have 2 avenues of attack. They're getting ready and just trying to anticipate what may come from Zeals.
And NAOS has a man advantage though. I mean, this might just be the time that you're looking for, Dax, where they just go into the site. But they're dwindling down the time. Might be a 30-second hit here. It's all down to Kevs to try to get this good recon bolt to get info. He might just get Senior Carl. Might spot out Senior Carl. And he does, but he doesn't adjust accordingly. As Blurred makes the entry and Senior Carl gets a double kill off of that. Blurred trades him off.
Nice
Blurred
push.
Extremely low on HP as well. Is going to get traded by Beats. Now Snap Kakarot and Blast the 2v3. But Craigies is on the angle. Fragmentation is going to be pushing him out of the angle. And he gets a double off of that. And Zeals racking up the rounds. They're slowly catching up.
Beautiful bonus, and that's the thing. They had the firepower to win out clashes in a close quarter. And when you have that KO and you have that Sova on the NAOS side, there is that wind-up time to get back to your gun. And you mentioned it, that Kevs did get the scan, but he was ill-prepared for the shot in itself. As soon as Senior Carl got scanned, he said, you know, I'm just gonna push it. I'm gonna go look at you and kill you. And that's exactly what happened. The Sky getting 2 frags. This is a chance right now for Zeal Esports to get their own streak running. And it does feel like defense is the best place to be right now, the place these 2 teams call home. And now as though they have been evicted, and it's Zeal's getting rents and getting the lease here so far. So at the very least, the operator in the hands of Fireside Jin, great arsenal for Zeal Esports. You just have to be careful though, because now it's not only have the sheriffs here, but there can be a surprise of Marshall on the other side, but no surprise. Fireside Jin with the first takedown onto Blast.
They're still slowing it down now, Esports. Still wanting to go to A, apparently. It's only really just Senior Carl that's going to be in that general vicinity. The rotate's not going to be coming in just yet from Zeals as they slow down the pace of fighting here. I mean, in all honesty, if you're up against Zeals, how would you overpower the defense, though? That's a question I kind of want to ask you, Dax, because Zeals have been perfect for the entirety of the second half for now, but they get the tag onto Senor Carl through the smoke. Big question mark there, but the spike will be planted. Retake is now on for Zeals, and this is the first time in a while that we're going to be seeing Zeals go for the retake on this match. Trailblazer is ready to get information, but they're not going to be committing to it just yet.
You're getting prepared though. Here we have the aftershock over to the graffiti angle. Now it's so deep back on the way to go. In the meantime, with it, take that far side. It brings the shorty. And it does seem like it's still a clean retake here from Zeal Esports. They had the gun advantage, and now it's just going to be happy that they found a way to put that spike down. That was flawlessly executed though by Zeal Esports. They cleaned up nicely and stayed all alive. And the guns now and the money gonna be piling on even more so here for Zeals. Now, you mentioned it a while ago. What does NAOS have to do against Zeal Esports to get the success? And I really feel like this is the time where someone needs to play hero for NAOS, because Zeal Esports, they now have the position that they need. It was a problem positioning and a problem of finding the angles on the push on the attacking side. But we know from the history of Zeal Esports how mechanically adept they are, especially Senor Carl and Far Cyajin. But look who's stepping on up. Craigies right now. He used to be that sick man. He's now the shot caller, the IGL, and he's all the way at the tippy top for Zeal Esports. This is really the redemption of Zeal Esports as a team and as a whole. And for now, it might be time to see someone here between Kakarot, Jet, Blurred perhaps, maybe even Blast and Kevs. There is that chance, there is that potential for someone to be the hard aggressor, but we're not seeing it as of yet. 5v5 though still is the key. Now it's Esports with the guns and with the sights. Zeals, bit of a gamble to give it up, but let's see how they're gonna play it out as the lockdown has been initiated here.
They will go for the 5-man retake. Gotta worry about G-Licious is playing on the corner, but that Seeker is definitely gonna spot him out.
Hello.
So without a doubt, he's down. Fireside just takes him out. Gonna be playing on through long. They're gonna be peeking here, but they gotta worry about Fireside up on top. Gonna get suppressed, but it doesn't matter. He still has the operator, and now it's just down to Kevs and Blurred in a 2v3. They're slowly running out of time here. Zeals gotta check on all the angles. Blurred is there. That's a Hunter's Fury. He's gonna be used up. He dashes in. He didn't have to. That buys up a lot of time with that Hunter's Fury. He gets killed. And that's it. That's the round.
Oh no.
NAOS gets one more closer to match point. Well, yeah, but match point, but that is the ROG clutch.
I feel like that's a mistake there from Zeal Esports. Why was it Farside Jin going back at it? Didn't he get tagged a little bit with the Hunter's Fury? He could not tag the shot, and you can't get in the way to get. It doesn't matter. It will go cross on through. It's a little heartbreaking there for Zeal Esports. They had the confidence to make that retake work since they had the operator. But the Hunter's Fury, the clutch again from Kevs. And let's recall the last time NAOS Esports was on Haven. It was the Kevs clutch that gave them the gust of wind to get that victory. Is it gonna be the same case yet again? Wow, though, that's a Sova who's able to stay alive long enough to just be such a big factor. Now Esports, they can always beckon for a hero. And this time, who was the one who answered that call? It was Kevs, but they're not done. 2 more before they win this map. On the right-hand side, Senior Carl waiting, watching, anticipating the Battle of the Blades, though, as the top 10 enemy battles here in the sewers gonna happen. Farside Jin unleashing the Blade Storm here. The suppress is real. The help from Kakarot is there. The shot doesn't connect, and Kakarot will take down all the beats instead. Here comes Virgo, up close to Versatile, and finally, the distance, it has been closed by NAOS Esports. They're over on A side, an elongated battle between the jets, but this is NAOS in command. Spike is down, and they're hunting for 2 get the other one here on the other side. The link has been cleared. Kevs is there, and a flawless execution from NAOS Esports.
Match point.
That anime battle just went on longer than it should. Blurred versus Fireside, always a treat to watch. But NAOS finding the loophole and the defensive Zeals is really beautiful. Gotta commit Kakarot though. That null command
That's
really came in
suppressed.
clutch.
The suppress was so well timed. The blades were heard, and suddenly, no, silencio, silence, and
What blades?
what blades? Hey, we're playing a tactical shooter game. What is
There-
this anime stuff happening right now? Moving and shooting at the same time? Say it ain't so. That's not allowed. That's the thing, no, Matt. The thing is, I know you have this background with the NAOS guys. I know they bet each other basically in CS, and the beauty of the KO is he turns back the clock. He returns
Yeah.
us back to the global offensive.
I mean, that's exactly what I said when KO came out. I was like,
oh.
yeah, we're going back to CS.
That's pretty much it. And the thing is also, Kakarot has actually gone back to his more NAOS rooted stance. A while ago, he was top fragging. Now he's back to being the assist king, and truly team efforts not going to the wayside. But one Kev's clutch is all NAOS needs to get back on the momentum, and this is do or die time here for Zeal Esports. It's map point for NAOS Esports.
Look at the leaderboard. Kevs is lighting up the server, 21 frags.
I thought they were gonna do a voice real quick. Oh no, Jet! And 2K, they get the trades. Yeah, he is though, he is.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful. Just as much how is Zeal's trying to find some usefulness in the current scenario that they have. It's a 4v4. The man advantage is always going to be on the side of the attackers here, because they can completely overpower the site any way they choose to. So they have to worry about that. But on the side of Zeals, they have a lot of fragging potential on their composition, composition, I mean. Everybody's performing on Zeals, but they have to perform where it matters the most, because they still have 6 rounds to force an overtime. 0 Point is not going to catch anybody but Senior Carl catches him, not looking in the right direction. Cosmic Device going to be thrown up as Beats takes down Kakarot. Senior Carl works on Kevs. Down to Blast to try to clutch this. Oh, it's not possible. 12-7. Still a lot of rounds to go for here if you're Zeals, but the momentum is still going up.
Yeah, perfect timing from Zeal Esports. Surprising whimper, honestly, from NAOS Esports. Didn't even put up a fight, even though they got to that A site. Was getting picked apart one by one. So this should put a notice here for NAOS Esports. If the site looks free, it's not. Zeal's is already with the angles anyway. And you mentioned it. Senior Carl is seeing blurred there. Easy opening kill for a potential retake that didn't even need to happen. No spike being put down. Zeal Esports, they will live to fight another day, but it's still a 5-round gap between these two squads. Blurred right now with a few taps over onto the window. There's no one to call home as NAOS has backed on out. Zeal's rather has backed on out towards that C site. They're holding on to the links. They do wanna again try and bait out the opposition. It's looking free. It's gonna be pretty deadly though if NAOS does take the bait. And instead, they still have a minute on the clock, and they can really choose where they want to go, figure out what's going on, and especially, you have that Sova, you have that KO, you're gonna have that right intel at the right time if need be.
That's what NAOS wants to do. They will get information. 0 Point's not going to be catching anybody, but 2Gay on platform will spot out the push on Garage. Slight rotate here from Zeals, but they're not going to be committing to it just yet. Flashbang's going to be going in. That is the lockdown. Aggressively being placed by NAOS, but aggressive is 2Gay with a 3K. But G-Licious and Kevs, they deal with him. It's a 2v2. Tensions are high now. They get nobody detained.
Oh, they got it.
Forcing Craigies out of position. Now it's just down to Fireside Jin to clutch this in a 1v2. Keep the dream alive for Zeals in this game at the very least. Has to navigate through the angle. Spike is going to be planted way behind. But G-Licious will wrap it up. 13-7 for NAOS as they secure Haven.
Give them an inkling of a space, and they will take the whole site mile. Now Esports spread their wings and fly, gets quite commanding victory here. It did get a bit more dicey on the second half. Zeal Esports had that recovery, but let's not forget they built already their success with that 10-2 scoreline, and they know that was a victory well deserved. Kevso again, time after time, Clutch King Kevs doing what needs to be done. And I've always wondered why they didn't get much VCT success on after his SB Empire run, but here he now, he has proven to be back. He has been proven to be so very potent. And now as esports as a whole, many of these players, they've really improved themselves on the Valorant side. But let's check out the stats over here, and you can immediately see the difference. Now it's esports getting at 13-7 MVP, no surprise, 2.9 KD on Kevs with 24. 2K on the flip side though, having that recovery. When he survives, he can thrive, 1.8 KD and 16 kills. But in that last round though, Matt, I'm just really impressed on how NAOS was able to clean up nicely. Zeal Esports though, give them props because that was such a great read by 2K. He knew the dash was not enough, so he sprayed right in front of him to get that takedown, even peeked through the garage area. And so the highlights gonna be showing on up. On the flip side though, just the utility usage in behind. But it started off here with just NAOS Esports dominating that first half with the shots and with the angles.
Definitely a dominant start for NAOS. I mean, if you're a team that immediately got a double-digit score line going into the second half, you are going to feel very confident. I mean, props to Zeals, they didn't give up, even despite the fact that they were behind way back. They still fought until the very end. I mean, look at this round. They just said, screw it, just go in, plant the spike. They got the round off of that. Maybe that's a good sign of, hey, let's have the old Pirates playstyle back. Maybe that will work, and it did work. But for the most part, it was Zeals on the second half, very much locking down the sites, not allowing NAOS to really come in. On the last few moments, it's still going to be NAOS coming out on top of this.
That one play from Kevs really turned the tide. And from that point on, it was just all NAOS. Here's anime battles up close and personal between Blurred and Farsight. But here at the very end, yeah, this is what I was talking about, that triple kill, and then suddenly Kevs gets to cleanly. Farsight didn't even have a chance. Jet was just watching. And that was the victory there for NAOS Esports. So congratulations, first map is done. And we still got 2 more to go, if ever. Can NAOS Esports get that 2-0, or will Zeal Esports fight on back? This is the first game of day number 3 Dax here with Nomad. We'll be taking a bit of a break, and when we return, it's more of this matchup. Don't go away, it's VCTPH.
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back.
TikTok, the clock strikes now. So welcome back, guys. 1-0 lead by NAOS Esports over Zeal Esports. Sax here with Nomad yet again. And that Haven map, my friend, we saw the defensive, well, centricity of NAOS Esports. They've really proved that this roster is ready to tackle the best of the best. And so far, so good from the squad.
So far, so good. The NAOS roster is looking good on their defense. The attack kind of have to work on it a little bit more, but I kind of want to focus on Zeal's this time around. We kind of talked about it earlier on before we got back in that Zeal's, yeah, you personally, Dax, you appreciate the way that they've changed the way that they play, but sometimes they just don't have to overthink things in terms of their strats. We've seen multiple times during the first half where Zeal's was just trying to figure out where NAOS is. How are we going to enter the side? We got this composition, but we can't fully utilize it. We don't have much intel gathering that we can use. Maybe we could just go in, and that's exactly what they did on the last round of the first half, and that's where they got their victory after 10 rounds. And that's something that they may just do as we move on to the second map here.
Yeah, and their momentum on defense was looking stellar until it got broken there by Kevs completely. So really, the road to recovery for Zeal Esports is going to be a little bit difficult, but it's still absolutely doable. And, you know, I'm going to put this out there here, Nomad. I really feel like map picks, who picked the map itself, doesn't really matter as much, because we've seen in so many series in the past 2 days that whoever picks the map, they can actually lose it instead. And it's the same situation here. It was Zeal Esports, if I remember correctly, picking Haven, and they fell flat. Next up, we're gonna be going into Ascent, and it's NAOS pick, so it just might be the same kind of case. And let's look at the stats a little bit. Ascent, really a map where, if I remember correctly, Zeal Esports can play to an absolute T. They've gotten some success all throughout SCA on this kind of map. They can be very, very potent at it. But individually on the side of NAOS Esports, I know that they know how to play Ascent. But my problem is, again, it's still the question mark of, do they know how to play it as a team as properly as they should?
I mean, let's take into consideration that the composition, or I mean, the way that they played during Haven. Haven is a map that has a little bit more angles than Ascent. Should come out on top of Zeal's if NAOS is the main subject of the main topic that we have here. But it's still a completely different story. This is generally a new team. Their synergies are still going to have to be honed a little bit more. But Zeal's, they've been playing together for a long time. They've been playing the VCT for a long time, and we kind of want to see them just go back to their strengths and just go and get their strats up and just not think too much about the competition. Now, NAOS, though, they're up 1 a game, and typically we've seen that during their fight on Thursday, where NAOS up 1 game, they took the game against Looking for Org. I mean, the momentum is a big factor here. And Zeal's, they're a team that kind of falters when they don't have the momentum on their side.
I mean, for Zeal's, again, yeah, that recovery is going to be important, but they've really shown their comeback potential, and we saw glimpses of it. The Fireside show can happen. Senior Carl can't be there to get, especially, he's the one who can really clutch for the squad. He woke on up later on into that Haven game, so it might be that engine starting to purr here for Zeal Esports. And I just want to tackle NAOS a little bit more. If you're part of the NAOS faithful, especially if you've been watching from the UCFC and Fallen 5 days, you're going to say, okay, you know, they've won some Ascent maps, they won some tournaments because of it. And yes, that's true, but really the proof of the pudding for NAOS Esports is this group stage, because coming into VCTPH, my only question mark about NAOS is, how are they gonna run as a team? They're finally all together here in the PH in the bootcamp. They're finally accepting who their real main 5 is. They're also accepting who's gonna be playing that role. And we saw it in day number 1 that they immediately got off to a hot start. Can they continue on and keep being that surprise squad? Because the numbers that they have, the roster that they really run here, there is so much pedigree from just attack FPS Philippine scene in general that can't become one of the best squads here in the PH. On the flip side though, we go back to Zeal Esports, this WOD squadron. You can immediately see the mindset shift. The recovery for them was just not only on the health wise and the game wise, but in a sense, just they've really shown a lot more maturity and a lot more chemistry from what we're seeing from their plays in the group stage, and that's what gave them their first match win against, you know, the odds of momentum that many were counting them out already.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see if Zeals can finally wake up from what happened earlier on, and I feel like they can. They did the same scenario when they went up against Outbuilt Esports. It's possible that we may just see Breeze after a long time. Been looking forward to see a third map where it's a map that a lot of people really don't like playing, but you know, Breeze. Now let's I
kind of want to go there.
I mean, we could talk.
Honestly,
I mean, we could talk about Ascent a long time. Let's talk about Breeze a little bit. If we go to a game 3, what are we going to be expecting here?
Okay, so Zeal Esports is touted to be one of the best teams, honestly, on a map like Breeze, especially when they can run rampant with double initiator, double duelist. But on the flip side, again, when I look at NAOS Esports, sometimes I have to look back to even older VODs, just like, you know, some fractals here and there, you know, the teams I mentioned, maybe MOTV of all things out of nowhere, even though they wouldn't have that map ready as of yet during that day. It just has just the origins themselves and the play styles even. It can really suit NAOS Esports. Correct me if I'm wrong, you know, you can cobble up some stones, perhaps? Maybe that can ring a bell? No, I mean, I think I'm right with my reference, right? But yeah, that's the thing. They have an understanding of the map even. So there is a reason why Breeze got through, even though the stats, you know, the history can go in favor of Zeal Esports. So coming into the third map, I really feel that it will be an exciting time. But we're still in the second map. We're still in Ascent. And if NAOS can do it here already, they're going to be having another clean victory under their belts. And let's not forget that this is a group stage, guys. So if you get these 2 zeros, they value a lot more than the 2 1s. And of all the teams to be at top, NAOS Esports, it's at the cusp of being at the very, very pinnacle of the PH peak.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just tuning in, the way that the group stages work is that we're playing a double round robin format. The top 6 teams from the top 3 teams from the group, from each group, will proceed to the playoffs. The top seed will be waiting in the second round of fighting, and the lowest scoring team from the groups will get eliminated. And there's no problem here for NAOS and Zeals. They're pretty much up on top. It's just a question of who is going to be the top dog out of everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. And we're just getting ready. We're just getting ready, guys, for everything to be set. Hopefully, though, our players will be ready soon. So we'll be taking a bit of a break, and we return. It will be that Ascent map. You are tuning on in to NAOS Esports versus Zeal Esports. We'll be right back in just a bit.
What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the basement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings. Pedal, we in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You tryna figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long.
Well, we're going to be talking about the hashtags once again because it may just be the time for now's the time. But Zeals, they still pretty much have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. We're going into Ascent, the second map of the day. Apologies for the delay. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Dax. Let's talk about Zeals a little bit before we dive into this matchup. What can they do to steal this map away from NAOS?
Well, they just play their roots, basically. Just get back to what has brought them success on Ascent. But I just want to quickly look back at what you just said. You know, you are actually the dad of the new NAOS hashtag. So, are you proud that your baby hashtag is it growing to the size that you want it to grow?
I don't know, man. It's kind of growing to me. Now's the time. It's kind of growing to me. I mean, just be a NAOS fanboy, but it has
Proud
yet to be
papa right
seen
here.
because there's still There's still a couple of games that they have to play to really prove their worth, because the playoffs is even more so important. Because aside from the challenges that we have right now, afterwards we're gonna have to go to the Asia Pacific Challengers that they will want to go into. But for now, let's go into Agent Select to find out what agents these guys are going to be playing as we hop into Ascent. And the pretty typical lineups is what we're going to be expecting here. I'm still expecting Kevs to be on that Sova, but Kakarot's still going to be remaining on that KO. And everything else, really the same for Zeals as well.
Yeah, pretty much standardized here. The only big difference I have to notice here is Beats is going to be going back to that Sova. You have Craigies on the Cypher as well for more of that intel and more of the bothers with the tripwire. It does seem like the Zeal Esports has a different kind of plan now, moving into a map that they've already found success with over their history. But this is truly their perilous fate. And if they lose this one, it will be NAOS Esports taking the series to 0. Instead, we head on over and ascend to Ascent. Map number 2 coming our way, but you mentioned it here for NAOS Esports. It's a roster that we've seen already to success on Haven. And it really goes to show for NAOS Esports, they have a better understanding of what identity they really want to push on forward. And especially for a player like Kevs, you know, Haven is this playground, but Ascent is the other one. And it really feels like there's just so much preparedness here for NAOS Esports right now that they can still fight on their map pick. Zeal Esports, though, again, it's just that his time, the odds are going to be a little bit more in their favor. This time, the stats are going to be smiling on their side, and I really can't wait to see what their adjustments will bear fruit here coming into this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a fairly new team. We've been saying that since the start of the Challengers. They're a fairly new team. They've been playing for a long time, but the synergies are showing to be a little better right now as the days progress, and they're really performing as a team, and something that you really want to look forward to. I mean, as much as I want to say that Team Secret is a team that really is the household name in terms of Philippine Valorant, I feel like we also want to see some new faces here. I mean, from last year, we almost saw Galaxy Racer and Oasis. Galaxy Racer and Oasis, they are the teams that go with Team Secret or with Bren back then. Now I kind of want to see a little bit more. Maybe it's now's time to shine. That's a new hashtag, by the way. That's a new hashtag. Now's the time to shine.
It's the same thing. You just added more words at the end. You're just making sure that is a form. It's just like your baby's baby by this point.
No, that's how hashtags work. But anyway,
you're like a grandpa of hashtags now. Even your baby hashtag is having its own children. No, all right.
Maybe it's now's time to shine. Maybe it's Zeals. Maybe Zeals would finally make the comeback that they want, but we still have a lot of other teams that are still vying for the slot here as the top three teams that we have.
I thought you were gonna say it's now Zeal's deal to seal or something like that, just to add more. The hashtag game, it's way too much right now. But hey, we're just happy that there's so many people supporting these two teams, and it really feels like that because of that support, it can will many of these teams to the victories that they want in the first place. That it's not just going to be, you know, the Bren multiverse having that, I'd say, dominance at the very top. It's actually a complete opposite, where it's Bren Esports, Team Secret, and Southwood Esports all the way at the bottom. And this is really a big indicator of what the PH scene is all about, pushing the best foot forward, that they can come from any kind of source, that like orgs that can just pop on up with the proper support and the proper timing. They can really bring the forefront of talent, not just to the top of the PH scene, but also in APAC and beyond. And this is why many people, I mean, we're a little bit biased on that take, especially as we watch much of the PH broadcast, etc. But I really feel like PH is one of the, if not the most competitive field right now in the APAC scene. And it's not a stretch to say that there are many teams here that can really beat the top team that we have. There are those expectations that, you know, a team like Team Secret, who has already gotten that Valorant Champions pedigree, that they can make it all the way. What we saw from yesterday, right? Oasis Gaming with that victory. We have these two teams right now trying to get to the top of the scoreboard between Zeal Esports and NAOS Esports. And the expectations basically coming into day number 3, they're already absolutely flip-flop. But here we are, guys. Time for us to get into the matchup. Right side up and right into the game we go. Zeal Esports on the defending side, NAOS on the attack. And immediately now, it's looking to be an A-take here from NAOS Esports.
Yep, all of them are stacked there. We're looking at Blast with the lurk. We'll spot out Fireside Jin in the process, but they're still not making their way into the A. A lot of utility is going to be expended. Blurred working on the angle, but Tuge shuts him down immediately. Recon Bolt's not going to be finding anybody, but he still gets another one before he falls down by the hands of G-Licious. Spike is nowhere to be found. It is slowly making its way inside the site. They got to worry about Fireside Jin, who's on the cross. Still looking on the angle, still trying to navigate everything. Tracer's going to be giving away his position. That flick isn't going to connect. Kakono takes him down. It's a 2v3. Not looking good for Zeals. And now so we'll get the spike planted.
Yeah, just avoiding that cypher most, but that spray from the Frenzy of Jet kind of scary. Zeals though having to stay on the rafters right now. Fragment turret being placed, and it's going to be quite a deadly show of force here as soon as Zeal Esports peeks on out. The intel gatherers right now trying to garner some kills instead. Craig is now peeking first. Sees the turret, gets distracted, blast with the takedown, can't run there even. And while Beats will catch out Jet, that's all he gets in the end. Now Zeal Esports gets their foot on A site a little earlier than the spike, and from that point on, they just did the tango and dance all over the graves of Zeal Esports.
Yeah, I mean, during Haven, we were talking about the defense of Zeals and how rock solid it was on the second half. Now that it's secured the pistol round here, it may just be a little bit shaky for at least the next couple of rounds before Zeals would finally be able to get their rifles up. But we're seeing Sheriffs popping up from them. Just 2, for that matter. They're all going to be stacking A. Even NAOS is going to be stacking A. They make their way in. Blur takes down Craigies. Turret's going to go down. 0 point's not going to catch anybody else. But Fireside Jin gets to in the process. That's a relatively fast round. A lot of bodies hitting the floor. But still, a 2-0 for NAOS.
Yeah, just NAOS Esports and Zeal Esports having the same idea and having the clash so early on in the round. Farside Jin, though, at least getting the damage done. Here we go with the flash push, though. Turret being placed even. But the only problem is there was one side that NAOS Esports wasn't paying attention to, and that was where Farside Jin was stationed. So 2 kills for him. Not too shabby whatsoever with the Sheriff by, but we're going to be getting back in the thick of things. And for Zeal Esports, because of those pickups, it'll be a lot easier to try and win this round, as NAOS does not have the full arsenal on many on them. Cinder Carl, though, having to back on the way, dash on in, and NAOS is doing a good job yet again to establish a foothold on A side. It's D-Day here on Ascent. Blurred, though, up top, blasted them to get the takedown, and Beats with the frag. Cinder Carl, Fire Giant, Jin getting on the board, and you want quick rounds here, Nomad. Suddenly, it's only one lone survivor on the other side. Jay has to try and retrieve that spike, but there is Farside Jin waiting at the angle. Clash perhaps between these two. Shots come, Tailwind on out, and Farside Jin would win it. 3 kills for him in the first round for Zeal Esports. Quick.
I said a couple of rounds for Zeals to be a bit shaky. I didn't expect the moment that they have their guns, they would put NAOS back in their place, I would say. Now it's a proper gun round. We're going to have a proper fight. Half armor here for the majority of NAOS here. Kakarot, Blurred, and Kev's on the half armor. They still have a lot of utilities to work with. But, man, they're still eyeing out A after all this time.
Just keep fighting. Fight forever. Rounds done quick, and let's go again. I want to see one more clash. This is a bit of a confidence boost for both sides. Whoever wins these kind of firefights know that they have the hotter hand coming into this map. And Farside Jin is watching at the middle. We have the Ashraf Tsuge, though, on A site. But the lockdown play is what NAOS is all about here, man.
That's a round 4 lockdown, too. So
it's very fast, honestly.
Very, very fast from Blast, but it's not going to be amounting too much. Lockdown will be taken down. It's really just a question of how NAOS would be executing this. We're still going to have to eye out G-Licious that's playing on the cubby area. your connectors. Fire Cyajin is waiting, lying in wait and short as well. And here comes the 0 point. And still no commitments from NAOS. They're gonna get stunned up pretty well here as Blurred and Blast opens up the sight right down from Blurred. We'll take down Fire Cyajin as well. Now it's down to Craigies in a 1v4. I feel like the better call here is just to save the Vandal. But he's still trying to make the economic damage on the side of NAOS. Pretty here, but it's not going to happen. Blast with a 3K. 2 rounds ahead.
I didn't know NAOS had a partnership with Airbnb because that B&B connection between Blast and Blurred just blasting off the hinges of that A defense of Zeal Esports. And this is the beauty, truly, of the NAOS system. Okay, Blurred, you expect him to play the entry frag. He's on the jet. That makes sense. But who is right behind him? I said this a while ago. It's Blast. And he is such an aggressive player. Even NAOS Esports, sometimes they say, you know, Blast, he's a little too far forward. Sometimes it's hard to rein him in. But he said himself, he learned more and more of experience in Dreamfire days, in the GXR days, etc., in the collegiate scene. And it does feel like now he has a better understanding of how to really push his own philosophy, his own playstyle. And of all the players to be the second entry for NAOS Esports, it's a killjoy of all things, giving a chance for Kakarot, Kevs, and Jet there to just back on the way and play the backline just like that. So Jet watching out for Far Cyajin, gets the takedown, prevents the flank with the Blade Storm. And really, the gun buys here from Zeal Esports, even the Bucky of Belief, 4 beats, the flash drive though, pushing on forward. There's the dash, Craig's gonna find Blurred is there though. 2 gets even a pickoff. But now it's Esports now. It was quite dicey and bloody, but they have that A site yet again. It's time for them to put that spike down.
You gotta say though, NAOS has been giving their A game.
Yep.
Because they've been staking A for the past 4 rounds. They have 5. They haven't even set their eyes on B or mid or short even. They just went straight. Crispy headshot. But it doesn't matter. Kevs will oblige him of a headshot of his own or 2.
Perfectly set up by Jet, basically. And that's all she wrote for Zeal Esports. It's just...
Oh, look at this.
What's this? What's this? What are you looking at? Oh,
we're finally going
We're going B now. Now we're changing it up. Heavy sat A. We're done with that. That's 5 rounds. We'll go to B instead. But just really want to make this point for NAOS right now. When you have a backline that can protect your flanks between Jet, Kakarot, and Kevs, and they have that clutch potential, it really feels like for NAOS Esports, it's a system that works because they can really rely on Blurred and Blast to at least do some damage or give them space to allow that second wave to work. So it's a 1-step, 2-step that NAOS Esports loves to play. Senior Carl, though, he's the one stepping in front of the opposition and will be able to get the down onto the KO who needs a reboot. Blast, though, in the meantime, already seems together on the other side. A little dangerous. Senior Carl finding 2 more, and it's just damage being done here by Senior Carl. Tuge gonna be there, but look at Blast all the way in behind. At least Tuge is able to feast on his carcass at the end. The recovery there from Zeal Esports, but as damage done by NAOS Esports. And of all people to infiltrate, that killjoy is going places and beyond.
Man, I don't think they're gonna be going B anytime soon after that. After that play from Zeals, it was close. Yeah, but they had a hard time getting inside the site. They had to use up the null command to make their entry, but it didn't really catch up any important people. They were kind of expecting Far Cyajin to be playing somewhere in B main, just to prevent him from tailwinding out and just throwing out a club burst to potentially punish him. And then just the fact that Tuge was able to just go for the lurk in B main and secure the kill onto Blast, who was really in position to just clutch that entire round. But, you know, at the end of everything, it's still not enough. And now Esports is going to try to change things up here. They're spreading up across the map, getting a good read on where they are. They get an info as well, one of the members. I mean, from Zeals, they get one info from one of the members from NAOS. And now I feel like this may just be a mid-take or potentially a short take for themselves, depending on how Blurred will manage the angles here at B if he can get Tuge in the process. That guiding light is definitely going to be getting information, not going to be forcing out the rotation as well.
Stars being set up and, you know, slower play right now from NAOS. That was such a great run a while ago by Senior Carl. He does it again for the first frag, but Kakarot has the answer in response. And up close to personal. Tuge now caught into gravity while Kakarot with another one. And the Hunter Fury is here from Beats for the cover fire. Fire Sergeant staying away from Blast
left.
Rages. Craig
Spike
catching
down.
that.
Defender spawn.
Why is the spike there? Well placed. Has to dash on back. Blurred with a grab, with a retrieval there at the very least to save the day. But Zeal Esports now, they have an inkling of what's happening here on the B side. Can they take advantage? So Cavs will stop Fire Sergeant in front of the Speedway. What a call being given. Not done! And it's Cavs and Jet cleaning up nicely. No entry, no foul. Now with another one.
3 rounds, but it's still relatively close for Zeals. The economy's not really close for Zeals now, though. That's the main thing. Let me have a look at a replay here of Kev's just maneuver. I'm running out of words. Words are hard right now. I'm not a morning person.
He put the other guy at 1 HP. That was the worst part. Like, just smoke spam ago. And it looked to be another senior Carl Painter, but it immediately got stopped there by Kakarot. And, you know, we have... it is the morning. These guys are waking up. It's actually lunchtime now. And it seems like for NAOS Esports, they've got their deliveries ready. It's already waiting at the table. And if they want to be rewarded by that feast, they just need to clean up this series nicely. But we're not done. For Zeal Esports, we're getting glimpses of brilliance from them, especially from what the Sky has been able to do so far to try and fight on back. Problem is, though, that they don't really have the firepower, and it does feel like if you're gonna be one-man armies on a round where you have the inferior shots, then it's gonna be very difficult. Far side Jindo trying to equalize, gets caught out by Jet in response. Tuge now on the other side of the smoke. Even hello to Blur, goodbye to Tuge, and this is even harder here for Seals. But Beats, that was basically through the crevices of the smoke. Finds the angle there. Two members left, but at least maybe a chance perhaps here for Zeal Esports to try and find a few more pickoffs.
Yeah, don't count them out just yet. I mean, we gotta commend Beats there. He still managed to find the head of Blurred. It's a 2v3. They can still do economic damage. You just need to wait for the smoke to dissipate. But a lot of people are eyeing out that angle, though. That's the main thing. They can just come out wide. Swings out, gets the dink, but it's not enough. But now it isn't more than enough here, because they have a 4-round advantage for now. Zeal should have the weapons in their hands, but not a lot of armors as well.
Just trying to match firepower here. Commendable effort though from Zeal Esports to get those pickoffs, but this is now where they can't chance a recovery. I feel like if they lose this again, they're gonna need a timeout or whatnot just to get back in the rhythm of things. The operator is a gamble, but it's one risk play that Zeal Esports will love to do, even though their economy is absolutely in shambles. And now Esports immediately with a fine senior Carl already caught on that basically, and the cyber cage does not help his case even from his own teammates. Now then, Aldrone moving on around Blurred with dash on in even, and this is looking clean for now, but Blurred jumping and still finds the recovery versus Beats. There was ample time for the Sova to get that takedown, but Blurred is able to just be the quick Blur himself over onto that P side. But this is just the ultimate distraction. What is going on here as NAOS makes the bait and switch work? We're over at A side. Kakarot with the takedown. Craig is finally shutting down Blurred, but the damage has been done. The space has been given, and NAOS is here on A side.
That's a bait and switch. The smoke and mirrors.
Last player
Big brain move there from NAOS, and they get a free plan off of this. It's just now the Fireside Jin, who will be saving that operator without a doubt, but he's not watching behind him. He gets an idea. Spots out Kakarot, not going to be able to secure that kill. We'll get the flick. It's just a battle of if he'll be able to defend this. Operator's now down to a 1v1, but no, G-Licious takes him down. Well, a 1v1 in that area.
Nice try. The addition there from NAOS Esports, a little deadly against the operator. Zeal Esports, though, that was a round they desperately needed to win, and instead they looked desperate to try and get to that A site after realizing their mistake. A little unfortunate, honestly, here for Zeal right now, with the firepower gone in this round. NAOS Esports can make it even simpler, but at least let's appreciate this replay. Fireside Jin gets the duel against Kakarot, gets the duel against Blast, only losing out there against Jandy, and that was so close with the flick even. But really, I gotta ask you here, Nomad, for Zeal Esports, what's the solution right now? They have ultimates, yes, but it doesn't feel like there's the sync between when they get the right positions and when they have the right guns.
I mean, I don't know, man. If you're gonna ask me how Zeals would be able to stop NAOS Esports here, it's just play for retakes. I feel they can't properly defend the sites just because of the fact that they get completely overpowered because they get shut down by the 0 point. They can't use their utilities. Cavs would be able to spot them out from a mile away because of the recon bolt. They just need to play as a team, retake. That's the main question. And for the most part, now it's the way that they've been playing for the past 10 rounds is that, well, at least for the first part, is that they just crash in the site at the same time. And if you're on the defending side, if you lose a member initially on the entry, you will not have a good time on the retakes or even potentially trying to stop or slow down the push. So I feel like that is the main way to do things as Kevs will spot out Craigies.
30 seconds left.
I think he did get a ping there onto not Kevs, onto Beats though. As I say that, bodies are gonna falling down. As far as Saijin on his own with a picked up Phantom. He's gonna save this. He's gonna run around, try to get around and get exits, but it's gonna be amounting too much. He has a Blade Storm, spots out the head, but he doesn't flick down to Blurred, who takes him down 8-2.
And just another clean one here from NAOS Esports. What do you expect with that gun disadvantage? And it shades right now of that even map, but this time they don't have much of a reprieve going into the second half as they will be on the assault instead. And just such a clear-cut approach here from NAOS Esports, as Zeal Esports does desperately need this timeout right now. They're not finding the formations that they want, and yet again, they're losing out on their key members early on than they should. Yes, there were times where Senior Carl could have been the guy to watch out for here for Zeal Esports, but he only has 5 takedowns. Far Saijin able to equalize his KD, but that's pretty much it. And overall, it started with NAOS Esports having so much momentum all throughout. You remember those first few rounds were just A side, a go again and again and again, and then you changed it up a little bit of a brawl there on B, and as soon as NAOS Esports was able to mesmerize Zeal Esports with the many plays that they were basically doing, they just found out when Zeal Esports would be peaking, when they would be out in the open, and many a time before Zeal can even get any value out of their utility setups, they're already getting caught out by the intel and by the sightlines of NAOS overall. So power of this KO and Sova setup really working so much in favor of NAOS here. And what I'm seeing from them is they just have such a deep understanding of how their whole roster runs, and especially this composition that we've seen twice already in the series.
Man, how will Zeals come back from this? I mean, this was the same predicament that they've had in Haven. You'd assume that Zeals would have the defense on lock on Ascent because they played a lot of Ascent in the past, and they're pretty decent on it too. Now, I'm gonna try to stop this push. It's a 4-man stack over at A. A heavy stack from NAOS as well as the Cosmic Divide comes in. It's a plant for A main, but they can't make their way inside the site just yet. Waiting for the Cosmic Divide to dissipate, but the spike is down behind the wall. Farside Jin will deal with Blast there as Tuget takes down Kevs as well. Kakarot and G-Licious are nowhere to be found right now, but they do manage to get the spike away from the hands of Zeals. The question remains, will this flank from G-Licious cut them off? He hears them running. He gets a free kill off of that. Still no rotation here from Zeals. Watch out. Farside Jin still catches Kakarot as he was making his entry. This is the round done. This should be going to the side of Zeals. The timing couldn't have been perfect for Farside Jin there.
Forward momentum completely broken. Body smacking into the ground. And Farside Jin, may your wonders never cease, my friend, because that was just such a great find. Jay will try, but there's just no time with the spike all the way out in the open. Zeal Esports, this time, they got their dynamism to work. They held off NAOS Esports after that timeout. And at least this time they're trying to recover. Oh, Farside Jin, though, you want to keep that operator. It's going to be so dicey if you lose your life here. And he knows he's not even going to risk it more so. 3-8. But it was such a defining shot of that round. Farside Jin look at this, how he timed that there. That was the very end. That was the very end, and he still finds the Mr. Robot on the other side there.
Just a pixel of the back as he was landing from the B-hops. I have no words.
I'm just
I have no
impressed.
words.
It's like, you know, Zeal Esports, they're not winning this war right now, but that was at least a clash skirmish that they can implore. They're not done though. Now it's Esports now with the mid control. Last round of the first half. Can they end it on a 9-3 scoreline, or will Zeal Esports make it more malleable here and make it 4-8 instead? Thing is though, NAOS has slowed down their pace immensely compared to the start of this half. They've been really trying different gears to psych out Zeal Esports time after time. And look where that spike is. They're even going for the longer rotation over onto A main instead. Lurk though in the middle. Bladestormer's there. And I love here for Senior Carl, his positioning for the Seekers is opportunistic because he's gonna tell everyone that there are two people here in mid. This A main push, it's not gonna be as complete as of yet. And maybe the bait and switch gameplay that's NAOS Esports wanted to go on. Instead, it's a pinch play over to that A site.
Man, that 0 point was a whiff. Meant to be. Could be the spray down for Tuki. Monster takes down Blurred. He shouldn't have gotten that kill, but you know, it is what it is. Now they're making their way inside the side. Kevs will take down Fire Cyanogen. That's a free operator if they choose to, but I don't think they're going to get it right now. Craigy's though takes down Kakarot on Senior Carl on the corner. Will get traded off by Blast. And this is still hard for NAOS to make their entry. As Kevs is the only one left alive. He gets a kill with the shock bolt. The geometry is real, but the better Sova in that fight is Beats. Taking him down. 4-8 is the half. Very manageable for Zeals as they switch on over to the attacking side.
Yeah, play with your little bow and arrow there. The gun is superior. And in the end, Beats with the final takedown. Kevs though showing off the angles yet again with those shock darts. Look at this, Fire Sergeant caught on that, moving over to the cubby in itself, and a great bounce even to catch out the low Craigies along the way. But you mentioned it, Zeal Esports, there is still some fire in them. There is still some fight, and the possibility to try and equalize now is a lot more, you know, doable here as we get into the second half. But you gotta give props here to NAOS Esports having that 8-4 scoreline. They again were able to just manhandle Zeal Esports from time to time, get some streaks along the way. But this is Zeal's time to truly shine, and it does feel like they're going for a more macro-based round here, Mr. Nomad. They're taking more of the map, they're trying to vie for that mid-control even, and look to seize whatever NAOS Esports gives them.
We're looking at Zeals right now, splitting up the map. Playing in the middle. It's down to Kakarot to try to stop the push from happening. He's incredibly low. The fragmentation is going to tag Senior Carl as he goes into the grave. But Tuge Monster,
I can't believe he's done
a bit of a duel on against Blurred here as Delicious takes down Craigie. So attack is faltering here from Zeals. But Tuge is still going to have some healthy meal, some vegetables on the side, potentially some toge. But he falls down 2v2. Oh wait, I mean, Tuge's still alive. I mean, as the shot bolt takes down Beats, and he still gets a kill onto Tuge Monster. It's a triple kill for himself, and that's a round for NAOS.
Thanks.
9-4.
That round swung like a pendulum. NAOS, Zeals, and suddenly NAOS again. Kevzo at the end. The shock darts time after time, absolutely incredible to get tried. He did not die till he got to that A site, and that was the show. What a fight though here, and you can just see for Kevs, it was absolutely clean. The read even for the darts, realized where Beats was positioned, and that's just basically revenge. From round to round, yeah, you got me in the first half, end of the first half. Let me catch you out here in the pistol, and this looks very detrimental to the ambitions here of Zeal Esports. They're not gonna have the guns whatsoever. Farsight gonna believe in the heart of the Marshal, but he's not the one with the angle versus Blurred. It's Senior Carl instead. So perilous yet again. Here for Zeal Esports, peak right now, over onto the top mid from the defense. Can we get the Marshall duel? Will it happen? Senior Carl trying to bait things out. Blurred though! Quicker on the trigger finger, and that's one. Can you get a second duel here? But the long range game not gonna be suiting Zeals whatsoever. Here comes Blast, and NAOS will know that this is the beckoning call to push.
It's a 3v5 and NAOS. I thought they were on the defending side. They're pushing the
thought wrong.
advantage. They're pushing the advantage. They're pushing forward here. Spectre long distance. I wouldn't count on that. As Beats will outduel a Spectre with that Sheriff. He takes down the head of Blast. It's a 2v4. A little bit of weapons here for Zeal to work with, but I don't think it's gonna be enough just yet.
You know. Sometimes the side you're on, it's not an assignment, my friend. It's a suggestion. So the game's suggesting, now maybe you want to defend this time. Maybe you do. It's like, no, we're gonna push. Now they decided to go back to what Mr. Valorant has put on them.
Yeah.
But it's like,
I'm a chaotic person, Valorant. I don't need to defend.
That's my alignment. I can do whatever I want. This is what freedom is all about. And, Tuga is free to die here or run on into the site with 10 seconds left. If
No time.
No, he has no time. That's the thing. But if NAOS wants to make it even more painful for Zeal, they're just going to let him stay alive. But, he's going to put that spike down. Where do we have the rotation? He's going to be able to get away with it at least and give some money in the bank to the rest of the crew and get some money because of that spike plan. So at least he's able to save the economy of Zeal Esports a little bit. 4-10 right now. And this is where it truly can be the penultimate peril for Zeal Esports. If they don't win this third round of the second half, it's going to be even harder for them to even mount a potential comeback against NAOS.
Yeah, it's the same storyline from earlier on. But now this time, it's Zeal's just trying to find a way to get into the fight. They spot out Blurred the angle on that box. Goodness. At least that's an opening for themselves. Blurred is out of the fight for now. Still a 5v4. They have the man advantage, and they can decide to crash into the site wherever they want to go. But Kakarot has a Sheriff. Ooh. The Marshal, I mean, he marshals the field as Senior Carl trades him out. Still having the man advantage. Zeal should have this round.
I mean, he got a star for that shot, but beyond that, it does feel like that the outlaws here of Zeal Esports are now bringing their faces to the saloon and looking to go into the high noon of A side. Craigies, though, watching out a little bit more for this main angle. Do they anticipate that Jet is there by the wine side on the right-hand side? Guiding light, the look call to beckon, and it's like, oh, is someone here? Hello, Jet. What you doing there, good sir? And Scooge will greet him with a resounding fire from the AR. Senior Carl, though, peeking a little bit more. Blast with the takedown onto two. Gets Senior Carl with the takedown in response versus Kevs, and the Wild Blast will be blasting off into the distance. It's Zeal Esports managing the scoreline a little bit more. 5-round gap, 5-10. But shades of the first map, they're still haunting Zeal Esports right now. And if they don't want to repeat this deja vu occurrence and lose out in another one, they need to mount their run as soon as possible.
They have to. Right here. But it's a gun round for both of them. So now it has the firepower to match against Zeal's right now. And if you're looking at the map, the mini-map on your upper left-hand side of the screen, Zeal's, they're still going to be playing it pretty spread apart. They want to get a good read on where NAOS is. Big contention here is at mid, depending on if Blurred would get taken out, but he's going to be playing safe in market for now. That's some free travels over to short. They could crash onto A if they manage to take down Blast or G-Licious. Trailblazer gonna be thrown out to get info. They get the info on the Killjoy. Door's gonna close down for Zeals, and the time is taking for them to make a commitment.
Free real estate to go for the push, but beyond that, does feel like that it's village gates right in front. And the guardhouses are still calling for authentication, but there you already have the rejection there. Far side Jin finds a takedown onto Kevs. They want to force their way into this B side. Kakarot might be the one to watch out for here. All of these by the speedway. The fragment has been effective, but not this time. Blurred though with the duel versus far side Jin. And here comes Zeal Esports looking to push at least and sign some papers. Kakarot though finds Sue to get the Guardian gameplay in behind with the wallbang headshot to clean up nicely. But it's 3v2 now. Zeal Esports, they'll put their foot on that B site. And while the flag is flying right now, NAOS can still contest.
Yeah, it's a 2v3. The Phantoms are there. They will try to go for the retake. Everybody is in sight here for Zeal, so just a little amount of angles that they have to worry about. Slowly making their way in. They find out where G is. They take consideration where Blast is going to be coming from. It's a 1v2 right now. Managing the angles, drops down. They know where he is. Spots out the barrel, but it's not enough. Another round for Zeals. Make it a 6-10.
Foothold established, series elongated 6-10, and Zeal Esports is at it again. The second half hustle helping out Zeal Esports immensely in this fight. And we remember that second half a while ago in Haven. It took a clutch there from NAOS Esports to get back in the thick of things, courtesy of Kevs. Is it going to be the same case just to get the fire lit up for NAOS Esports one more time? But you can really see Fireside at the very top, rifles at the ready, Bladestorm is there, and will we see the performance that we expect from this player even more so? He's up top now. There's a little hut over here, the updraft used even to get this power position, and if anyone peeks through a main, you are dead to rights. There we go with the shot, so but he's unable to finalize the connection. Good angle, couldn't get the shots on, and Zeal Esports now backing on away, knowing that there's a lot of ambition towards the right side of the map here.
That was a trade for Blurred and Fireside Jin, all things considered. Thing is, Blurred doesn't have any more armors to work with. The entirety of the 50 armor he has is down. As Kakarot falls down as well. Kevs trades him off. He just has a Sheriff. He's making it work. It's a 3v4 now. Retake is coming out. Senior Carl's going to be pushing through. The smoke with Blast will fall down. Now it's down to a 2v3. Still having a frenzy is G-Licious. He can't pick up the Phantom. That's right there, and he does. He has 8 ammo, though. He needs to reload. Blurred, he knows there's a Vandal somewhere there. He gets spotted out by that recon bolt, and they just have to back off with what they have right now. Barely anything for Blurred, though. He has a Cloud Burst. He gets a Vandal. He's making it out. Good decision making here from NAOS. But they're still pushing inside. And they die, they fall down. That's the ace. The team ace, I mean. And just from an 8-round deficit. No, not an 8 round. From a 4-round deficit. We're down to 3.
I should play some
Listen. So that was a roller coaster of emotions for NAOS Esports. So there was a gun in front of one of the other players, right? And I was like, oh, I'm gonna pick this up. But then they got a pick off, so it's like, oh, it's actually doable. So just in those moments of them changing their emotions and changing the pace of that round, they decided to go a little bit more ambitious and went for the push instead. But Zeal Esports was waiting there. So the guns that NAOS Esports was trying to save was a good effort, yes. But that round, in that instance, wasn't the right call for them. But this time they're gonna have the guns anyway, so it's a moot point. Dash on the way here from Blurred. As he gets tagged, the intel just being garnered, and the damage has been done onto the jet yet again. Blurred gonna have another scenario wherein he's not gonna have the full HP department to work with once the clash beckons. But Farside in here, watching out for the short angle. Zeal Esports now playing it on a methodological avenue, and it does feel like the slow play here from Zeal Esports can psych out the impatience perhaps of NAOS Esports if they do become a little too ambitious yet again.
If you can't blame the man for having ambition, as multiple utilities are going to be used up right now. No command is stopping the push at the very least. Hunter's Fury is not going to be finding his mark, but it did prevent the push. But Kevs takes down Tuge. Craigy's already inside the side. He's going to get taken down by Kevs once again. That's a double kill for him. Senior Carl takes down Kakarot. Down to a 3v4. The advantage on the side of NAOS. The spike is still not inside the site. Recon ball's going to be thrown out. Senior Carl takes down Blurred. Here comes the Bladestorm. Gets fully flashed, but he doesn't matter. He still lives. You have a couple of seconds left. The D-Lane is going in. Go for the spray down. Prevents the plan from coming in. The lockdown is coming in as well as the blast goes for the spray down. Takes out Senior Carl. He's flanked around him, and that's a 7-11 scoreline. A very convenient way to dive in. NAOS Esports. The retake was so real.
It started with Kevs there holding the line, but this was it from Jet. He finds Farsigen so quickly on the pressure of the lockdown from Blast even. And just the dynamism, the movement. You can see how quick that Astra transferred all the way to the Speedway. And yes, you mentioned it, just a convenient way for NAOS Esports to get that defensive hold to work. Absolutely well played by NAOS Esports right now. And one more time, that gap from 10 to 11, that's really the round that defines when they can get those victories. And will it be the same case here? But Senior Carl already up top, hiding inside the smoke. Just a little bit of the blockade vision will blurred. Be unable to see what's right in front of him. And there we go with the takedown. Senior Carl, hats off to you, good sir, as that's gonna be 2 here from this Sobrero. But here we already have the push over onto that A side. Maybe one more, but Jet will define the hold instead. Gravity well to get it away. Farsigen will stay. Let's stay. 2 guys there to get the takedown. And Zeal Esports now mounting the push that they have been looking for. Here comes Farsigen taking center stage up top. And it's 8 to 11 as Zeal Esports will bounce back quickly.
Farsigen is rocking the leaderboards right now with 18 kills on the side of Zeals, but now on the side of NAOS, we got G-Licious. That is on top of the entirety of the server. 20 kills to his name on an Astra. On an Astra. An agent that falls back more often than not and not dive into the fight.
You know, the thing is, when he used to play online, there were times where he would play 150 King. And this was with the NAOS roster. And the fact that he made his flights for VCTPH, you know, those were the questions. Was he ready to play the PH scene at this kind of caliber? And immediately it is a resounding yes. Remember that highlight on Bind 40 there with the most amazing flicks. That will make sure we remember that name. But Farsigen 2G, they will remember it even. Zeal Esports now cleaning up one more time. The broom, it has been brought back. And now Esports is being shoved on its way. The gun advantage is clear. The spike is there. And for Zeal Esports, it'll be another round in the bag as Farsigen catches on Kevs.
This is vintage Zeal Esports. They just went in the side. They just went inside the side with no care in the world, just manage the angles, and they take it away from NAOS Esports. I mean, considering the fact that NAOS doesn't have any economy to work with, that was still a good sight seeing the old Pirates roster just completely go ham on the side. Things are going to be different now.
What's different? What's going to be different? The guns are here?
The guns are here. They can't be as aggressive as they want to be.
It's like when you open a package that has finally arrived for the first time. It's here. It's here. It's finally a battle looking to come our way. And Blurred, he has the operator right now, but he's, for the past few rounds, been a non-factor. He's basically been caught in multiple scenarios that have been absolutely awkward for him. For now, as the Esports, they do want to make a difference with their Jet here so far, but Beats now all drone around, scouting at least. And as soon as they see that NAOS Esports has the arsenal, respect again being given here by Zeal.
They're still going to be playing patient here. I like this. I like this from Zeals a lot. They're switching up their playstyles for NAOS Esports so that NAOS Esports would still be on their toes. Trailblazer is definitely going to be heard. Clear out the wine area already inside the site. Hunter's Fury is going to be used up. But it's still... Oh, it actually catches Kakarot in the process. So that's already worth. But G-Licious gets a double kill off that, playing off of Heaven. Spots out with the recon bolt. Going to be forced to back off. And he's going to get traded by Farsigen. Now it's down to a 3v2. Blurred and Kevs. Actually, he's just blurred on his own, and everything seems so blurry for himself. He has the operator. He needs to save this for himself. Going into the next round. He gets tagged by the shock bolt, but it's not going to happen now.
Blurred, can you do anything here? Dart is there. Operator right now going for the shot, but he was just waiting. He was ready. And as soon as Blurred dropped, there was a gun barrel right behind him. Zeal Esports now, one away from tying things up. And this is the resiliency of Zeal Esports. This is the never give up attitude. They did not give up on themselves before VCTPH. They didn't go for the hardest round or whatnot. They said, we can make do, guys. We just need a rest. We just need to get back in our proper form and focus on playing Valorant. And it does feel like the focal point right now is if Zeal Esports can force out a game number 3. It's been subtle. I really feel like now the dominoes are falling in favor more and more for Zeal Esports. Now is not the time to be on the shares, but they are forced to because of their economy. And there you have it, Tugin now looking like quite the monster. Even Kev's having the back on away. Is one away from the Hunter's Fury. Just one die before he can even unleash it. Senior Carl to play that entry. Zeal Esports knocking on this B side, but Jet again out of nowhere catching that beat. And for Zeal here, they're gonna use Cosmic Divide to make it even safer.
You get a free Vandal off that, and G is gonna be repositioning himself. Could go for the lurk here over at B main, but the firepower is not gonna be enough for now. At least for now, as I say, that blast still makes 2 work. It's a 2v2. Oh my God! The one that was crispy. Give me a little bit of that bacon, sprinkle some salt and pepper here. But he's not gonna get that. Farside Jin just floating around. Gets the right click off that classic to secure that kill. It's a Vandal versus a Vandal. Not a lot of utilities to work with here for Delicious, and Farside Jin is lying in the way. Ties up the game, 11-11. Time to make a wish. And it's gonna be tough to make a wish, man.
No, that was wish granted. That was way too close for comfort for Zeal Esports. There was a hope and a prayer, and Farside Jin was the miracle maker there. The crispy shots you mentioned, just bacon sizzling on the pan for so long. That was golden brown there at the end. Close though, but no cigar for NAOS Esports. They made it deadly. And for Zeal Esports, they should have the money for the rest of the game at this rate. But here we have it now. Blurred with the push. He got spotted by the camera, though, I believe, by Craigies, but not tagged. And they do know now the Jet is there on the right-hand side. So NAOS Esports now looking to make it again. That same kind of playstyle. Claustrophobic on the other side. But Zeal Esports, they've been facing their fears, and they're ready to face off against NAOS here.
The repositions from NAOS Esports is actually pretty good. I like how Blurred immediately went for B-Link. It just prevented Zeals from even pushing in because they know how much of a threat Blurred really is. They're managing the angle, so Blurred is playing the close angle, and he needs to win out this peak. He needs to have a refrag as well. That's what Blast is going to be for. He gets spotted out, gets stunned out, and he gets taken out, but Blast, again, is there to go for the trade, and that's what they need. Now, Spot's out too in the process. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Kevs. Tags his teammate, but it doesn't matter. He gets a kill onto Tugin Monster. Now, Farside Jin gets tagged as well, but and he gets taken down by Kakarot. But Senior Carl playing on over at Market gets another kill onto Kevs. Kakarot managing the angles. The no command is not going to be amounting too much. And it's just down to beats in a 1v2. HP is low for Kakarot. Can manage this, and he will make a lot of noise once he drops. He's running out of time too. And that is what NAOS is doing. They're just playing for time.
Last player standing.
Beats finds it, finds him, goes for the recombo. He needs to swing, and he gets it. Match point for NAOS. Zeals, they have to make a plan of a lifetime. Keep their dream alive in this match.
Yeah, we're begging for an overtime here by this point. That was so close again. This time, it was Zeal Esports faltering at the last step. Beats had the right idea for the dart, but I don't think he got the scan in time. I'd love to see his POV. Oh, he throws it at the wall, so that's why he doesn't see Kakarot till the very end of the pulse. And you can see it there. He flicked as soon as he realized there's detection, but it was already the robot staring in his face, soulless as it is. And Kakarot, 15 assists, 16 kills, a defining factor of this game. But this is it. Last round of regulation and match point for NAOS Esports.
Questions remain. What's the playbook here for Zeals? How can they force the OT? Now, their current answer for now is to just get information. They're making use of Craigies. They're playing it slow. They just want to make sure that all the angles are safe before they come in, and they can't find NAOS Esports right now. Both of these guys are guessing. And until when will the guessing game start?
just, you know, you rely on those Sovas to get that intel. Great suppresso from Kakarot, now screaming to the team. Senior Carl is right here, trying to cross the border
I've got your
towards that
trail.
A site. But this time, Zeal Esports, is it their time to make the playbook happen? Bait and switch perhaps with the Seekers, causing the distraction. Is already quick rotate here from NAOS, but they're not falling for it completely. Kevs is there, Blurred is around, but Tugia with the takedown. Fraggies will find the kill for himself as well. Successful so far for Zeal Esports. Save the day, beats done! And that's 2 for him as he holds the line. Now then, it's all up to Jet. If he wants to win this for NAOS Esports, it's time for him to wipe out the opposition. Stars still being aligned. This is looking to be an overtime beckoning at us, and it is right in front of Zeal Esports. All they need to do is reach for it. Though right now gonna get broken. Jet has gone shopping through the market. Star being set on top, but as soon as he crosses, he is dead. We go for more. Seals is not done.
Overtime.
Switching
I think,
sides. Overtime.
if I'm not mistaken, is the closest we've ever seen this matchup. Well, this is the closest we've ever seen this matchup.
I don't think you can get any closer than overtime.
Yeah. I know. Words are hard. My
Not as hard there, my friend. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, that's why we're shoutcasters, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, for the most part here, Zeals was able to run away with the attacking side, even more so for NAOS. They got a very good lead on the attacking side, and they're starting off on it. Begs you to ask the question, will NAOS secure the first, at least the first half of this overtime? But we got the Odin. He breaks out his Odin. Gonna go for the spray down, but it's not gonna be tagging much, just barely onto Kakarot. It's not gonna be a turn for them to continue on their push. Fragment is gonna be forcing them out of position, and Tugia Monster is gonna go down. Kevs takes down Beach with that shock bolt. In precision, surgical precision there from NAOS as they make their entry into the site. As far as Saiyajin and Senior Carl on alone in a 2v4, they have to manage the angles of that, and that's a lot of angles to work with.
If anyone can do it, might be them. Senior Carl, Fire Sergeant, dynamic duo. That's really been the duet of Zeal at main events. And here we have it now, Blurred up top. Senior Carl with a takedown. Delicious on the flip side, and Jet with 2. Now Esports, you mentioned it, my friend. The attacking side is where they shine here on Ascent. And that was just so brilliant on B side. Blinding and such a push. You mentioned it there. You saw it there even. Kevs with the shock darts. And Kakarot, the fragment value. You don't see a KO. Just make sure that they have ample space to work with that fragment too often PH scene. Kakarot with such a deep understanding of the agent right now. And we're back to where we were a while ago. Match point again for NAOS Esports.
Match point for them, but their defense was a little shaky. I mean, that's the reason why Zeals was able to force the overtime. Now, will they finally have the adjustment that they made? That's the main question. As Zeal's still pretty much playing it the same way. Splitting up, trying to get information from NAOS Esports. Trying to get as much information as they can before they lose one member, potentially. As Kakarot and Fire Saiyajin is looking like the first 2 people to go into this duel. Kakarot is just watching the angle. Fire Saiyajin is not going to be obliging him of any pushes.
Standing ahead.
A duel waiting to happen. The battle of the Saiyans, perhaps. As Kakarot right now, trying to prove his power level. To your point though, broken already. Zeal Esports navigating now to try and make a pinch for it, but Blurred, this time he will not fail at the start. Craigies goes down. The ambition of Blurred breaching through the lines of Zeal
30 seconds
Esports.
left.
Not done though. Not to be outclassed. Zeal Esports down with a dash on in. But Far Saiyajin over onto the corner. Kakarot now with the flash drive. Zeal Esports is being pinched there. Far Saiyajin will just shoot his way out of that one. Jet goes down. Time ticking on away. And it's looking to be the time of now.
Oh,
Truly
no.
blast his turret. That's another instance where it gets the kill. And look at the watch. Look at the clock. It does feel like Zeal Esports is being pressured. Tugen gets a plant though. But it is so perilous already. 3v3 scenario over onto the generator. You have Senior Carl guiding light is a go, but Blurred through the lines is perfectly placed one more time. He goes down, Tugen falls, and now truly is the time to be at the top for NAOS Esports. They take it in overtime, 14-12, and a 2-0 sweep against Zeal Esports.
Win.
That was a close 2-0 sweep as well. That second map could have been better for NAOS Esports. It's so perfect the way that they finally adjusted to the attack that Zeal's had. We're seeing a little bit of the hearts coming in there from the team members here from NAOS. High fives all around. They're looking pretty good here. Fly high. NAOS, fly high. Fly high there.
Fly high.
But yeah, with all things considered though, Zeals did put up a performance. I didn't expect it to be that close to for us to experience an overtime matchup between these two. But at the end of the day, it was NAOS Esports coming out on top there. But with that being said, that's the story of the game. We'll hop on to the analyst desk to break it down a little bit more for us. For now, it's me and Dax. We'll be back after. We're not gonna go to a break for now because we're gonna have
stats,
to
man.
talk about. We're gonna talk about the stats real quick.
Ah,
We're gonna talk about the stats real quick before I got too excited. I want to hear what the panelists had to say, but man, here comes the post game stats. It's G-Licious on top, 26 kills, just 1 point ahead of Fire Saiyajin, and a 2.5 KDA from himself as well.
You know, you say G, I say Jet, and we can both say that he is an absolute star on that Astra. How many times did he just peek out of nowhere on both A and B side, on both sides of the map? And for NAOS Esports, again, this is just such a configuration that works. I said it last time, and I say it again. This is a NAOS Esports roster that is an absolute team. And it really feels like, you know, just watching these highlights right now, they're just so on point with one another. They fit each other like a glove. You have an aggressive Killjoy to help out the duelists. You have a clutch-centric backline between the Astra, the Sova, and whatever Kakarot wants to play, usually KO here, that can really bring a second wave that is even more fearful than the first. And we mentioned it, Zeal Esports putting up such close fight here on Ascent, but it does feel like overall in this series, it's the first half that really gets them. Now it's Esports, they get off to such a hot start. Zeal Esports having a lot of plays that they tried to make work, and it just all falls there. And in this scenario, maybe in a certain matchup against a team like NAOS Esports, they need to go more back to their roots. They need to be more willing to get these pushes on, because you can rely on players like Fire Saiyajin and Senior Carl to go for the takedown, and later on really beats trying to go for the clutches, going for the kills by himself. Overall, the Zeal Esports, they put up a fight, yes, but the thing is, they would fight by round number 13, round number 15, when the fight itself, when the battle starts by round 1.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the takeaway here for if anything, the takeaway here is for Zeals to really just get back a little bit of that old pirate flavor, just be more aggressive and just rely on the entries here. But at the end of the day, it's still NAOS being very methodical with their defenses and very surgical with their takes as well, as they secured that 2-0 victory against Zeal's Esports. But with that being said, we'll be going on a break before we head on over to the panelists desk to get a little bit of their thoughts on what happened. I'm Nomad. This is Dax. We'll be back for more action here at VCT Challengers Philippines.
I realize a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over there. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, look so.
Now it's Esports again exceeding all expectations and taking it clean 2-0, and that gets them a nice 3 points. Unfortunately for Zeal, it cannot be said the same thing because they have just fallen short by quite a significant margin. I'm looking at your faces, your reaction says it all, Raph. Break it down for me a little bit. What the hell just went on in that last one?
I mean, it's so hard to get this out of my system, but I am absolutely heartbroken at what happened. But at the same time, I just can't help but commend NAOS for their efforts. But looking at Zeal, there were just so many rounds where they couldn't convert. They made sure that their ecos were always damaging. Those sheriffs were true. All the shots were landing. The heads were popping for them. But every time we had a gun round, it just seemed like they couldn't capitalize on a potential swing of rounds for them. They did put up a great fight on Ascent, but I would have to say that since Ascent is one of their strongest maps, I guess a lot of us Zeal fans just expected more.
Yeah, we took a look at what went wrong a little bit from Zeal, but what went right for NAOS Black and Blue? I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Everything, honestly. They really had lots of fortune for their boldness, and I think that's only just deserving for these type of players. Lots of people think these are new guys to the scene, but they've been around longer than you might assume. Although, a new name that people might not be too familiar with, Jelicious. This dude is prime time, man. He's one of the brightest new things we've seen here in the year 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of their highlights as we go and take a little bit of a look back at what happened that previous game. And you mentioned it, man. Jay, it was all over the place, able to pick up multiple rounds for his team. It's just such a concerted effort. And I'm loving how well-rounded this roster is, Raph, for NAOS. It just seems like they have everything that they need to win rounds. But what I want to bring to you right now, do you think this victory was more of NAOS playing their hearts out, or was it Zeal kind of underperforming yet again?
I mean, we all saw the telltale signs of Zeal succeeding, those explosive entries. But again, it's what came with it. The spacing was at times questionable. And now, even though Zeal thrives in a very chaotic timing, now stood still, they stood strong, and they didn't let that bother him. They even played it to their strengths.
Yeah, it looks like now they were completely prepared and expected that Zeal would be playing that way, as you said, Raph, and that's exactly why they were so, I guess, comfortable in receiving a lot of the attacks from the Zeal side, and especially on their own attacking side, dismantling the Zeal defense. Zeal, they are crack shots. They are as spicy as any aimer you're going to see here in the game, but now they've got that upper advantage where they've got, the more tactical side of things kind of put down, and they played to the level that we'd expect from NAOS, especially after seeing them versus LFO yesterday, actually during Thursday. But when it really comes to Zeal, I do think, yeah, they kind of underperformed, but that type of game style of theirs is one of the biggest reasons why I predicted them to lose this series, because just seeing how NAOS were, they're reminding me of, like, basically the new SV Empire.
I agree. SV Empire, in the way that they play very tactically and a little bit more sound, it's looking very nice. But let's take a look at who the MVP exactly is in this particular matchup. And I'm pretty sure we could all actually no. There's a couple of people from NAOS who it could be, but you said his name a little bit earlier on. Would not be surprised to see, but the MVP right here for the series of MVP, the ROG MVP, is G-Licious. You mentioned him black and blue earlier on. Tell me why you think he deserves to be MVP.
Listen, it's not easy to be at the top of that board for the end of the game as, backline players. G-Licious, he performed so well, and especially for him to be kind of the new kid on the block, that's a big surprise. Now, Kevs, he was on with technically the more kills, only about 3 kills over G-Licious, but then again, Kevs, he's been on the scene for a while. He was formerly, other teams as well, like SP Empire, as we talked about, and that kind of structure, you can see it kind of folding into this team. But G-Licious, he has stepped up. It's not just as well, comes down to the strategy, but he's hitting some nutty shots that he shouldn't be able to land. He's hitting some smoke kills that he should even be able to hit, and yet he makes it happen.
Yeah, and G, he said either one is fine. So if you guys are wondering how to pronounce his name, it's either J or G, either one he said. That's what he said in our interview, at least when we asked him. So now, Raf, going back into it here, we took a closer look at the teams themselves, at NAOS, how they're performing. They performed well up against Zeal. They did against Action PH, but they still have to go up against, I think, more of the favorite teams, such as Team Secret. How do you think a team like NAOS will fare going up into the future?
NAOS against our juggernauts. I mean, I feel like it might be a little too early to tell how they might stack up to our very best, but you guys saying that they're very similar to SV Empire is already a good sign, because the structure is there, but it's not rigid, it's not brittle. The flexibility and the firepower from all these players are still very much present, and they fit right in like a perfect puzzle.
Absolutely. But talking about the future, let's hear more about the future from the players themselves. We got Donut sitting on the sidelines with an interview. Donut, tell us all about it.
Well, we are here with the winner of that series. Let's all welcome Kakarot, the IGL instigator, initiator of NAOS. So, welcome, Kakarot. Okay, so the team is looking so solid, and so far you haven't really lost a map. So, tell us, there's a lot of speculations. Is it org diff? Is it IGL diff? So tell us more.
I think it's bonding diff. Like, we see each other every day and we talk so much, and we know each other very well. So yeah, I think it's our bonding that glues us together, and we play so good because of that. Yeah.
Well, you talk about the bond, but it's just been 1 month since you've all gathered together. So I wanted to know more about the support that your org has been giving you. So do you have a coach? In that 1 month, have you already created your strat book? Because your attacks seem so flawless.
Yeah, NAOS gives us the best support that we can imagine. And shout out to Sir Lavi and to all NAOS supporters. Yeah, you guys are a big help to our matches. But yeah, we have a coach. It's Vince. And actually, our team is not that new, because me and Jay has been playing for a very long time, and me and Backstab has been together since our birth. Just kidding. Yeah, and yeah, everyone is comfortable with each other, so I think that's why we're winning.
Well, that's good that you're comfortable with each other, but in the map of Ascent, it seems that there were some times that you were uncomfortable against the team of Zeals, because there were rounds that you seem to have lost. So how do you guys manage to recover from these losses?
That's I think, shout out to our coach, because he helps us get through that situation. Like, if the enemies are coming back and we're like, they're nakakahabol, yeah, like, just chill and play our game, and yeah, and it's
Well, it's good that your coach is keeping up with the tides and making sure that you guys are well intact for VCT. But I do have a final question looking into the future, because Zeals beat South Built Esports. Do you think that you can follow their steps and beat them tomorrow?
I think Valorant is so random these days, and everyone can beat anyone. So I think we'll just play our game and focus on ourselves, and and try to win. That's
Well, you guys are on a roll. I'm sure we'll hear more from you again, but we'll also hear some final thoughts from the panel. Let's go, Illustrado.
Thanks, Donut. And yeah, really, honestly, great stuff from NAOS and the rest of, obviously, the squad to keep things composed, especially when your opponents are nakakahabol. So, yeah, welcome back to the panel. You're joining me, Illustrado, alongside. I'm just glad to say that I'm not the only one who's guilty of doing that. It's very humanizing to know that, that everybody makes these little slips here and there. Just saying.
Well, this is the Konya panel.
This
Come on.
is the Konya panel, actually.
Don't expose us, please.
Yeah. Yeah, you're giving away our secrets, man. But it's enough for us from the panel for now, because we do have to take a little bit of a short break. When we do return, though, series number 2, we're going to be seeing from Team Secret, and they're going to play up against Bren, the former namesake. So let's find out how that goes when we return from this. Don't go anywhere.
Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life?
Well, welcome back, guys. And there, as Stanjiro gets back into the middle there. Welcome to the stream and, of course, to the tournament VCT 2022. You're joining me, Illustrata. Let me introduce to you the rest of the panel here. We got Raf and Asura, a.k.a. Tanjiro. Welcome to the updraft, guys. Oh, my God. It's a little bit of a fun time as we all... Where did you even get that, Asura? Where did you even find that?
Yeah, you can find anything online, dude. Similar with like dubstep and how he found like a jet outfit that actually fits him. You know, everything's on the internet nowadays, you know?
Okay, well, fair play. Well, let's go ahead and start breaking down what we're about to see. We talked about the previous game. Now we're about to talk about the next series. Excuse me, a little bit of stuff in my mouth very early on. I don't get that giggle. So Asarai, I'm gonna start straight up with you. Let's talk about the teams that we have. We're very hyped about this next one. Team Secret. They're going to be playing up against Bren right now, and I know you wanted to talk a little bit about Bren. We saw them yesterday. What are your thoughts on how they're looking and how they performed? They're actually at the very bottom, alongside Team Secret and Southfield.
Yeah, it seems like Bren coming into this looked very promising. Again, they had the addition of Hot Sauce. At the very start, they fought up against, who was it? I believe APAC PH. They started really, really strong. But then, I think similar to... For some reason, the camera is just not working with me. But yeah, anyways, back to my point. It seems like whatever they were trying to do worked out at the very start, but that started crumbling. Similar to what happened with, I'd say maybe Oasis when they went up against APAC PH. They had a set plan in mind, but when that didn't go to plan, they couldn't really adjust to their opponents. That was APAC PH. Again, a very aggressive team, but maybe coming in, fighting against a more composed team like Team Secret, they could have a more successful outcome, similar to what Oasis did as well with Team Secret yesterday. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, well, on the other side of the coin here, a little bit about Team Secret. Not exactly the performance we expected to see from them yesterday, but it's only the first. It's only really the first game. So let's go ahead and can you tell me a little bit more about this Team Secret? Your initial thoughts, real quick here, Raf.
I mean, they are the powerhouse we all know and love, but maybe potentially just because there was honestly a pretty reasonable gap between this VCT and our previous active season. Maybe the stamina isn't there. I think this has been a recurring theme for most of our teams, and maybe as the season progresses, this is where they finally hit their stride. There was a peak at that Berlin buff, but hopefully that might last a little longer this time around.
Yeah, indeed. But take a moment right now to thank our amazing sponsors. Check out their products for you guys right now. So while I'm talking about that, of course, this is, of course, brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the newest arrival of their awesome product, the Tough Dash F15, powered by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance and its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough Dash F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports need. And of course, make sure to check out the ROG Strix Scar 1517. Absolutely what you want if you want to level up your game as well. You can find out more about that on the bottom of your screen. It's got a 3080 Ti, 24 hertz, 240 hertz QHD display, prime for competition. And I know we were talking about 240 hertz just before this. Absolutely what you need to be the next level. Ref, you want that 240 hertz? You were asking about it. Maybe this is what you need.
Yes, absolutely. But I guess there's something else that we have to talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Where can we go to find out the multiple languages on this stream? I'm going to bring this to you, Asteroid, since you were just waiting for it.
Okay, guys, if you want to, listen to the English podcast, twitch.tv / PPGL _ VCTPH. And then kung gusto nyo ng Tagalog, Filipino broadcast, facebook.com / PPGL GG. There you go. We got 2 languages for you guys, so we got you covered.
Thank you.
You're killing me, man.
I'm just gonna say that. Thanks, Asarai. You got us covered when we need it. But yeah, let's go ahead and start talking a little bit about the individual teams. Try to zone in on this upcoming match itself here. So we do have a little bit of a lineup, the lineup of the teams coming in here for you guys. So let's start it off here with Bren Esports. We're gonna take a little bit of a closer look at the individual players from Bren. Well, there you have it. Bren Esports, very much the pedigree to be able to compete at the absolute highest level. I'm going to bring this to you, Asarai. We've seen these guys perform, you know, the individual players here, Savvy 8K, who played absolutely lights out yesterday. EJ as well, who had a couple of moments, but really Hot Sauce, I think, was the player who we wanted to highlight for this one.
Yeah, again, he's a player that has played a lot of things for multiple teams. When he was in Fulcrum, when he went to SV Empire, he really did do every single role that he could just so that he can help out, flesh out the team. Now coming into Bren, it seems like he still needs some integrating. He has had some wonderful clutch moments, but I think right now he needs to take a step back, needs to support more the rest of the team. You did mention Savvy and EJ. They were actually fantastic when they went up against Action PH, able to rack up for Savvy 58 kills over those 3 games and 50 kills for EJ over those 3 games. So we'll see if those more star players of Bren get a bit more support from Hot Sauce, or will he try to maybe take the reins and help out the team that way? I'm not sure.
Absolutely. It's only time will tell whether that will happen or not. But let's go ahead and take a look for now at Team Secret and what they've got to bring. Team Secret, the #1 team in Southeast Asia, starting VCT off with a loss here. And as we take a look at their roster, they're hoping to make a comeback here in day number 2. We got Borkham Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, and Wits. Now let's zone in and talk a little bit more about Wits in particular. He had a little bit of a lights out performance yesterday, Raf. I know you wanted to touch on him today. What have you got?
Oh yeah, Wits again, looking at that clutch, that probably pretty iconic clutch of his now on that insane chamber. I would have to say that Wits is the driving force that drags Team Secret towards the end, because we did see Dubstep really pop off in the early parts of the round, and of course that brings Secret online altogether. But once Wits explodes, oh boy, you're gonna have a problem. And honestly, yesterday Oasis did such a great job of containing Wits. They just really couldn't afford for him to go all out nuclear again.
And this does leave the question, when do we see Jeremy? He is the newest member of the squad. I do think it was a little bit of a surprise that they did pick him up here, Asarai. That's not a knock on Jeremy at all, because he's been an absolutely amazing player ever since his Hashira days. But I am very surprised that we haven't seen him just yet. Maybe he will be brought out in one of the maps that we will be seeing in this upcoming map veto. Let's take a look at the current maps that we have. Asarai, let's start to break it down here. Do you think Jeremy will be making an appearance anytime soon?
Ooh, I feel like I'm leaning towards a no, just because I feel Team Secret wants to keep Jeremy for lack of a better word, a secret for the moment. I actually thought at the first part that they were going to use him because they wanted to maybe hide their main roster and what new strategies or new things they were building up. But for now, I think with the performance that they had as well, they would want to solidify first what the first 5 of Team Secret can do before integrating Jeremy in, at least in these competitive matches when, you know, a lot is on the line.
Icebox has been picked by Bren, Bind has been picked by Team Secret, and we're going to Ascent for the last one. Raf, they went ahead and banned Haven, Team Secret. This is very much a surprise considering this was one of their most successful maps in the previous year.
Absolutely, and honestly, I'm gonna move over to Icebox here. Brent probably noticed something in Secret's play yesterday, just a tiny smidge of weakness that they look to capitalize on. And I would have to say that, again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself too much here, but this is already looking to be an exciting series. I would have loved to see something a little more experimental like Breeze or Fracture, because, again, this is a region that typically, well, for the lack of a better word, avoids those. We need that R&D. And maybe we're saving it for the international scene.
Yeah, maybe. They might be, they might want to get a little bit more practice in on bind, on icebox, but this isn't. They just took a loss. I'm not 100% sure they have room for error. They have that much wiggle room here if they're trying to maybe save strats or stuff like that. Because sure, there is a little bit more time to play. There's a couple more games, but at the same time, you got to start to worry a little bit about how things are gonna go for Team Secret if they take a loss here again. They don't want to start the tournament on 2 losses, especially this earlier on. But let's go ahead and take your predictions, guys. Raph, I'll start it off with you. After I follow up right after him, who do you think is going to take this series?
Oh, I mean, we all know Bren's capacity to play to perfection. We saw that in their previous game, and I believe that's going to rear its head again. The question is, how long are they going to keep that up? I'm going to go with 2-1 Secret.
Ooh, for me, I feel like it's going to be Bren 2-1 because they have to. It's just that they have to. Also, the map selection is really good for a breach on all of those maps if they want to. And Savvy has really shown that he's been capable with a new agent and has been rocking it, by the way. So I'm going to go for Bren this time.
I'm actually going to ahead and agree with you here. I think Bren's going to kick it into gear. 2-1, Bren, they're going to take the series. I never thought I'd be saying this, but Bren, they're looking very, very good today. It might cause an upset. But yeah, I'm going to lock it in. Bren Esports are going to take it against Team Secret. So now we have our predictions. And it's time right now to go into the game itself. We've been waiting for this. This particular matchup is one that has been in the making this entire break. When we're about to find out who's going to come out on top. Is it going to be Bren? Is it going to be Team Secret? We've got the second series coming to you guys.
Yeah.
Excited for this one.
Yeah, I mean, who can't be, especially when you have a very, very popular Slayer of Demons on the panel, one with curly hair this time. But for the most part, I mean, there are going to be no curls coming into this game. We know we're going to get a spicy, spicy series, Dax, and I don't think we're going to get anything less than 3 maps.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that you guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me now,
think so.
Mr. Krabs? I think so. Okay, we're all good here. And that's exactly what's going to be happening. Beyond what our amazing analyst of the century has said, and of course the amazing panel, this is really a battle that is trying to prove that the shoes that have been left behind by Team Secret, can they be filled? Even more so by Bren Esports. Can they outgrow what has already been established so far? All the success of that Team Secret roster under the Bren Esports banner, that SEA championship they're trying to emulate. And truly, the Bren Esports now that we have here, their path has been quite unique compared to many of the PH teams, because most of their experience that we see so far has been on the regional side, whether they couldn't make it to the schedule of local tournaments or not, or they just choose to prioritize those SEA competitions. It does feel like there's still a bit of a wild card in a way in terms of direct conflict against PH teams that can be both a blessing and a curse, especially against a Team Secret roster who also goes for that global competition.
A lot of people kind of forget that this team, the inception of this team, isn't even more than half a year ago. They've been about, what, like 5, maybe 6 months at most. And as you said, right, most of their competition has not even been locally. They haven't had that chance to really strut what they've got aside from the open qualifiers that they just played for this one specifically. And so a lot of teams kind of put a lot of the same pressure on the Bren Esports team. It's a huge org. They previously had, Team Secret, the biggest team in the country right now, and maybe even in Asia as a whole, barring like Vision Strikers or something. And so it's kind of expected why there'd be so much expectations from them. But this is a young roster with a kind of a young composition, a young superstar, actually 2 young superstars at the forefront of it, as compared to the old ones. It's senior versus junior this time, Anakin versus Luke. But sometimes, hey, those seniors, they might be surprised.
Yeah, duel of fates though, as we get into the agent selection on Icebox. It's gonna be an interesting time here. Team Secret, though, will they whip out the Wits Chamber yet again? It looked pretty impressive, especially with that ace last time versus Oasis Gaming. Got Borkum though over onto the Viper. Of course, Vash gonna be lining it up with the usual darts, so it's pretty much the same old composition for Team Secret. But on the flip side, Bren Esports gonna be going for the Raze pick here on Savvy of all things. You know, the flexibility of Savvy, and when you play a Raze on Icebox, I really feel like it's something that has been a bit forgotten because of the popularity of the Reyna, but just those nades especially, very, very impressive. You know how to use the blastbacks, you can fly high alongside the jet, and it's great to see the Collegiate Wonder here gonna be keeping parity and keeping speed with EJ on that jet.
And Raze is really where Savvy AK himself kind of made his name known, right? He was such a spectacular, blazing Raze. But normally, as you said, teams would kind of pair that up with the Reyna to still have the leer, to still have some sort of flash to throw out just in case there are tough situations. In this case, EJ is going to be on the jet, so the operator is always going to be something they're going to worry about. But if we're going to talk about operators, we cannot deny Dubstep on the other side of things, back on that jet, and as well as Wits, who had an amazing ace clutch as well when he was playing the Chamber a while ago with that tour de force. So there's a lot here of different kind of multiple, I guess, philosophies and kind of strategies that they will try and implement on each other. For the most part, they got the standard stuff on the Smoker with the Viper, and obviously they got a Sova. Those are pretty much important and pretty much just you need those agents in this game right now when you're playing Icebox. But everything else, I think, is going to be a very drastic contrast between these two teams.
Yeah, and just that Chamber pick, something to talk about a little bit more. Very popular in other regions, especially in the NA scene and the map selections that they have. It's still a little bit debatable, though, how you want to run the Chamber itself on Icebox. It's still something that has been tinkered on with, especially on the Team Secret side. But we've seen from Wits themselves those rendezvous to get the different angles, and the trademark themselves, the mini alarm bots I like to call, they can just really put a stop to any kind of push immediately as soon as it is spotted. But yeah, the Bren Esports roster right now, just having that Raze, going back to the roots, it does feel like for Bren, they just want to put their best foot forward against their forefathers by this point. Just having Savvy 8K back on, well, the Virtus Arcus standard, looking absolutely impressive. And just comparing it to their match against Action PH last time, where they did run that Jet Reyna, they still got overrun. So they do want to be the ones dominating the scene instead. So I really feel like it's a battle, especially on this first half here, Black and Blue. If Bren Esports can get off to a really good start, they might catch out Team Secret off guard. And, you know, the Team Secret recovery, it does happen. It is something of a standard for them, but still putting them on that situation when many expect Team Secret to still dominate the PH shores, that's going to be, of course, a big task to deal with for them.
Team Secret might have been the trailblazers here for Bren Esports to really get into the game, but they're not going to want to follow that trail for too long. They're going to want to overpass that, and I think that's going to happen here on Icebox. It's a great map for Team Secret. Mind you, they 13-6 Gambit during Champions on Icebox, but they lost Oasis here last night for map number 3, and Bren are looking to replicate that here now, Dax, as we're starting with map number 1, Secret versus Bren.
Here we have it, guys. Finally, the generations will clash, and we'll see. Those are the ones who've set that trail, blazed it up all the way for the PH to follow. Will they fall now to the ones who have been looking up to them and looking to put them below instead? But as of now, gonna be high time there for Wits. Headhunter. EJ immediately goes on down. Immediately we see here just what the Chamber is all about, to get that value with the shot. Backs on the way. For Esports though, they will be able to get that A site relatively for just the cost of 1 life. And here comes Team Secret trying to play flank, but Brain Freeze is on it already.
Good catch here by Brain Freeze. As you said, you know, the Headhunter lives up to its name. Bring it to a 4v4, and this post plant is certainly a winnable one for Team Secret to try and retake. They're coming in, a double 2-2 split. 2 from the front, 2 from behind, and Borka is going to be leading that charge from the rear. Blitz peeking out here towards that rapper. He's going to get caught by Hot Sauce, and Savvy's going to do the same to Jesse back. They're all crumbling on down. It's looking like a pistol round 2v1 by Bren Esports. They take the opener.
Everyone who went on that site, they still stayed alive, and Bren Esports was like, thank you very much for the table. We will sit here and just scoot you on away. Team Secret caught immediately, trying to play that flank. And they said themselves, the Philippine Shores themselves can be the most perilous, and local competition heating on up as much as possible. I just do want to put this out here for Team Secret. They know once we get to the Philippine scene, everyone is looking up to them. And let's honestly compare it to the Valorant champions, where so many people put them all the way down below on the ranking. So they were just that wild card factor. So is this really the stark contrast of a team that is absolutely preparing for the Team Secret playstyle compared to some of the others who were just like, okay, you know, Team Secret's playing here, whatever. Let's just try and beat them at our own game. But this time, the game is afoot, and Bren Esports gonna be flying on high with Savvy there. EJ gonna be alongside him on top of the yellow crate. And really, the ascension of Bren Esports is one to watch out for, as the black and yellow are already burning their forefathers and moving over to that B side. Clean altitude adjustments. Really, Bren Esports keeping their eye on the prize in a flawless second round.
Things are quite black and white for Team Secret right now. Everything looking like it's going Bren's way, and there's no different opinions to that. But let's see if that's going to continue to hold on. It's going to be a bonus here for Bren Esports, and they can convert this, and that's going to be a really good sign of things, especially on this icebox attack of theirs for map number 1. But Team Secret, we know that they like to come back hard and fast, and seemingly looking at how they're placing themselves here towards B-Long, you're not going to want to let Bren Esports replicate that aggression that they showed during round number 2. Of course, I don't expect Bren to play that same way because they know they're going to be up against rifles this time, so trying to really drone things out, make sure that nobody's going to be hiding in any cheeky flanks. But Dubstep, he's already taking his forward position up top.
Yeah, the momentum busting is what is necessary here for Team Secret, and the one voted to be that's at the top of the APAC scene is on top of things already, with EJ, of course, wants to knock that crown down a peg. And let's see now, as these two jets are waiting for an opportunity to cross slow orb, though, they'll at least anticipate a potential push here from Bren Esports, but neither side giving an inch whatsoever. Finally, there we go with the beat up draft. Is there, and EJ will disengage. Savvy, the hugging right hand side to try and stay safe, but EJ will get the refrag anyway. It looked to be for Team Secret 2 to tango, but Bren will be able to get the trade that they need.
Yeah, they don't let Dubstep get more than one, which is what you need to do. You let Team Secret get on a hot start, then they're gonna keep on blazing. Able to retrieve that Vandal, should be at least, as well, sticking them down with the decay. Holding down on the site will be Dispenser and Borkum, two longtime teammates. Now going to try and find and hold this site. Here comes the defensive barrier, but EJ's going to find Borkum, trying to take a peek of his own, but he's the one taken down. They should be able to get the plant in just a second. This barrier will keep them at bay for the meantime, but Hot Sauce is going to get the kill on Jesse Bad. That smoke will give them some concealment, not much cover though, and it's down to 2v4. Dispenser's able to heal up, but this is looking like a win from Bren Esports. It's down to 1v4, Dax. This could be done.
Even 3, as there you have Brainfreeze catching out Wids after the frag there. Team Secret all left to Dispenser now. It does feel like this Secret has become an open book over into the local scene. And Bren Esports now reading these chapters and reading the movements of Team Secret. EJ there with the 3 kills. It all started with him able to disengage away from Dubstep, and just some quick reflexes there from EJ time after time in that round. Survival of his life into the entries, into that final takedown, 5-1 on the kills and deaths right now, and he's 1 away from the Bladestorm. For Bren Esports, it does feel like that they're just taking a page of honestly what we've seen from Action PH. They're just looking for that utter dominance at the start. They're just playing high octane as much as possible when given the opportunity, and they know they will be able to seize the reins time after time, as they have such a tactical repertoire underneath them, Black and Blue. Sometimes they can play so slow, but sometimes they can play this fast, especially with the young guns on the duels line.
That's right on the money there, Dax, and that's not only on the attacking side. And the defensive side as well, they can be like that, where sometimes they'll turtle down, but other times they're going to be so initiative and take a forward position even on the defense, which is what Secret are doing right now. To be expected, though, they're on the eco. They have to try and make a play, try and catch off Bren Esports off guard. Brainfreeze, he's 1 step ahead. He knows to be diligent. He knows to drone this out and make sure nobody's going to try and get anything sneaky by them. Team Secret, though, not dissuaded by the information gathered by Bren Esports. They're still continuing to hold on to this A site, but the rest of Bren, they're wiser. They're going towards the B site, and Borkum's the only one to defend it.
And just I like the confidence of this Bren Icebox pick. Yes, Team Secret played it globally, but I've seen from Bren Esports it has to be one of their better maps, especially a victory against Boom Esports in another regional tournament. Again, proving how the SEA success is what Bren Esports uses for practice in the local scene. EJ though would find on the dispenser to start things off. And here we have again Bren Esports using these second floors to fruition. Borkum though bringing the ice pick, looking to break the wall on down in behind. Dubstep is at the ready with the Sheriff. It does feel like here for Team Secret, it's a bit desperate with the pistols, but they're gonna try to do some damage. Dubstep cannot get the connection whatsoever. The shots now scare him off. Borkum though going for the tap to try and bring someone even closer. But here comes Savvy with the shot over to the side. Brain freeze though will just be able to handle the temperature. And it's a cold front coming. Savvy is there though for another kill. And in behind, Josh S watching out for Dubstep, but everyone else, hey Bren, let's now move over to the other side of the map. This is looking clean here from Bren Esports. 3 becomes 4, and the black and yellow with another one here, keeping the eggs on the Team Secret side.
Secret being kept mortal for the meantime, Dax, but how long will that truly continue now that Dubstep has got an operator in his hands, and so does Wits with that tour de force? Although it only lasts a round, it'd still be a very big swing if it does come to it. Bren, they're a team that really is good at starting to their full capacity, at starting 100% strong. But when the opposing side starts to get some rounds on them, that's when they kind of break a bit. So I'm trying to see here and trying to figure out if, I'm trying to honestly really expect if that's going to happen. Because right now, Secret, this is not the opponent to do that to. Dubstep not wavered, not faltered by that nade in his face. Not going to connect though. He's going to destroy the Aldrone for the meantime, and Jesse Vash looking to find some info of his own.
Interesting round though for Team Secret rather. They technically have double operators right now with a tour de force used up by Wits as well. But all the players right now with the op in hand for Bren Esports, it's Josh S getting ready with the angle on that Viper. So at the very least, they already know that there can be that long range bombardment thanks to the Chamber's ultimate line. Team Secret though still prepared on the rafters. We already see the Poison Cloud being thrown just to blockade that kind of vision. And it really feels like for Bren Esports, they want to make this A push work. But beyond that though, it's still the heavy stack. Team Secret not going for the pinch as of yet. But the maze right now being entered here. Savvy catches up to start things off. And the flashback is trying to keep him alive, but the Spencer is there for the aim. EJ though finds the target from above, gets retribution for his duelist mate. And hot sauce even with the resurrection. But Jesse Vash, the founder of PPGL Esports, now trying to show everyone who's lost. Justice with a fight in response. 3v2. Here comes Wits, but down below it's hot sauce right now, being as sneaky as they come. And everything now left to the Chamber. Bren Esports, it was a bloody battle to make an onside win, so has to deal with 2. First one on the left, second one peering on the right. He's gotten the takedown, and it's 1v1 here. The rifle though in hand for Josh, and can he strike like close enough, but why does he go for the melee? Trying to make the push work, but Wits is there with the takedown, and he does it again on the Chamber, clutching it out for Team Secret.
Does he not realize that the tour de force fires a lot quicker than a regular operator? I think he thought there was some time there before he was able to, you know, cock the ball to that gun and fire off another shot, but no, that thing can be deadly up close. Little did they know though, Team Secret, when they were going up on that rafters, that hot sauce was a demon in hell, literally waiting there and striking, ending them twice. But Wits, he's one step ahead. Look how fast you can re-peek and re-fire with that thing. That's why it's so deadly. And he didn't even have to go for the scope there, just making it work, making it happen. Wits has got some magic in the air. And Bren, they experienced that first round in round number 5. But can Team Secret string a second round in a row and break the economy of Bren?
Yeah, such a good point there, Black and Blue. Luxury goods on the Chamber, basically. This is the operator version 2.0 on the tour de force. And as you mentioned, could have been a good try there from Josh's to get even closer if he did get a bit more of that space, that faster fire rates, and just the ready shot from Wits to give Team Secret their first breath of life here on Icebox. Thing is though, Bren Esports not gonna be dissuaded whatsoever. They now know the Team Secret can contend well against their A pushes. So I'm going for that B site this time. Thing is, though, Bren Esports has shown again how tactical they can be. They're looking to play that timer, but Josh S finds Dubstep. Dubstep can't get anything done with the operator right now for the past 2 rounds. The bombardment, the extra efforts from Team Secret now gonna go to waste. And this is Bren Esports getting ready for the take.
Dubstep, I do think that Team Secret haven't really been supporting him there. Where was the added, kind of utility to help him on that peak? I realize he's on an op, but going in dry ain't the best thing every time. Wisp holding up here. He's gonna get double deleted on the side. That's Wisp. Porkum Dispenser falling like pinballs. And that is going to be the site and probably the round. A flawless one potentially. As Vash is the only one left alive, Dax.
Just Bren Esports entering stage left. Team Secret exiting to the floor immediately. Trapdoor on the stage. And Jesse Vash just trying to save his own gun by this point. What a quick execution from Bren Esports, and really eyes on the prize for all our PH teams so far. And we're seeing it here yet again for Bren Esports getting ready against Team Secret. Just the nonchalant takedowns onto Dubstep, removing that operator from the equation. And you mentioned it, for Team Secret right now, it has become a bit individualistic in many of these fights. Yes, they can go for the trades, but the support structure isn't there. And look who's going hand in hand, holding hands by the campfire, singing Kumbaya. It's Bren Esports. Hot Sauce, he will get burnt there, but Savvy from above will bring the belts and just make sure that Jesse Bash will get rifle whip there at the end. 5-1. This is just Bren Esports proving why they have been signed by the Bren roster, why they retooled under this configuration. And truly, it's such an acclamation of each other here so far. Savvy, that collegiate hype, just absolutely earned by him as he's showing it off in the pro scene. EJ, in the meantime, always someone to watch out for from that VCT last year. But here we go again, and we're not done with the Bren Pain Train. It's crossing into Stration, and, well, that's a little frustration for Wits as he goes down early.
Has to be quite a conundrum for him. He's the only one here really playing a new agent in the composition, and that could be a factor of why Secret's Icebox hasn't been looking too hot so far, at the very least. Oh, Blades can get thrown, but none of them really connect. Borkum's gonna get found by Josh S. It should give them the A side for the most part. Vash and Dispenser, both trying to hold it down, but what can they really do with the classics at hand? 8 pretty much kills here to be fed, and in this case, they're gonna get eaten alive. It's gonna be a 5v2 Dax. This is another round towards Bren's side, and Team Secret cannot convert or even make any real sense or use of these eco rounds. Not even a single kill in these eco rounds. Dubstep goes down. That's a 6 for Bren.
You know how easy that was for Bren Esports? They didn't even use the barrier orb. You almost always use the barrier orb, like 99 times out of 100 for those side takes, and they're just like, yeah, you just right the next one. Of course, the gun advantage is there, but there was just not a threat whatsoever from Team Secret as of yet. And truly, it's just, the end of lunch. Bren Esports having quite a hearty meal and looking absolutely fine here so far. This more high octane push though, putting the raise, allowing Savvy to flourish and on the role, and the agent especially that built his reputation is providing dividends here for Bren Esports so far. But the Hunter's Fury right now from Jesse Bash, and look, Josh S is already anticipating it. He's so close. If you owl drone, you are dead.
He's dead.
Just go check him out.
Knife
check him out. Oh, he's there.
Does he not see him?
Josh?
He doesn't see him.
Josh,
Okay,
Josh,
he does.
Okay, he peeked. He just checked out.
Yeah,
He just checked everything out. I got so worried there, but he saw the cape, and now he's not looking super whatsoever on the inside. Oh, sees Borkum even, and Josh S is just playing with the minds of Team Secret right now. This is not just infiltration to the site, but into the psyche of Team Secret.
He knows what they think. He knows how they play, and he knows what to do. Bren Esports, very, very smart right now. They hear the operator ring out towards B main from Dubstep. They know there's lots of presence there. We're going to go the other way. And Josh S, he was already one step ahead. He was crawling his way up Jesse Vash's back, and they had no idea it was already there towards the boiler. It's really, really good job from Bren Esports right now, dismantling the Team Secret defense. Wherever Team Secret decide to apply pressure, well, Bren Esports are going to turn it around and go the other way. They don't need that heat. They know you don't gotta play, you don't gotta play like, I guess, like a warrior, but all they have to do is really play smart. It's brains over bronze right now, and Brain Freeze, he's been a big part of freezing all that up. They're gonna try and up and down. They've got the economy. Dispenser's gonna find 2. He'll stay alive for the meantime, as Wits does as well, but Bren, they're hungry for it, Dax.
No, that's big. Even though they died to Dispenser at the end and gave him the res ready, it still bought enough time. Exactly. The op could not be picked up because Dubstep got picked up. And just the exit push, but look at this. Josh S, you are truly a snake here. And the Viper strikes at the right time. Venomous Fangs just being dug onto Team Secret. And Jesse, no way to go back as he has to go to the next round there. But here we go again. Team Secret absolutely floundering right now in the tides of the PH scene. Savvy and EJ are on it yet again, and the speed of Bren Esports and their execution is just absolutely paramount to their success. This is what the new generation is all about. This is a new year, and this is finally time for the end of the Team Secret Dominion. Well, from the signs of this map, it's looking shaky. Yes, it's a best of 3, but right now, this is not the Team Secret that we saw contribute and conflict over in Berlin. Jesse Bass trying his mightiest, but he's all alone versus the world, and this is truly the next generation of talent. EJ in front of him, it's Bren with a flawless.
What a round from Bren Esports. That's like, what, 2 flawless eco rounds that we've seen from them. And Team Secret, I think the total amount of kills they've had in these eco rounds is maybe just 1 or 2 at most. So, Bren Esports, I mean, if you're Team Secret right now, you gotta be calling a timeout because Bren are really building up that momentum. Both the duelists here on Bren's side, Savvy and EJ, playing like a proper duo, really playing off of each other and making sure they've got each other covered. Josh S has been instrumental in this win as well, at least so far for the half. They've gotten to 8-4, which is the very least that you would kind of want. You'd be very happy with that, rather, but I'm sure they're going to try and go for more. Team Secret, though, they got to stop the bleeding. And right now, it's time to apply pressure.
Yeah, it's a little anemic here, honestly, for Team Secret. The hemorrhage is true, and it's so profuse right now on how they're losing out in this game. You can see here in the stats, they don't lie. 1-8 on Dubstep. No kills as of yet from Borkum even. And the only one who's gotten some frags truly here has been Wits. And we've seen him many times still fall a little earlier on in the fight. And just without Wits, it becomes even a bigger problem here for Team Secret right now. We all know that Wits was absolutely that glue to finalize the roster, to make it a main 5, especially at the end of their Bren Esports career coming into the international competition. But right now, it's only the Chamber who's showing some glimmers and some signs of life even from Team Secret, who may have been still jet lag after 2 months. Black Blue is like, are they still working on EU time? It's hard.
It's a long trip, Dax. It's a long flight, and you might be jet lagged for quite a while after that. But seriously, Team Secret, even during year 1, they were kind of individualistic sometimes in a lot of their plays, but they were just able to make it happen because, well, they were simply far better than everybody. They were kind of outskilling everybody, and that's just the real nature of things. But nowadays, those gaps have kind of closed. People take notes and people practice, and these young players, they gain experience as well, just as Team Secret just as these players once did when they were young. And Bren Esports, this is a young roster, so you know that they're going to be quick, they're going to be fast, and they're going to be hungry for this win, especially against their seniors. You ever see Luke fight better than when he was fighting Anakin? Of course not, right? So Bren Esports right now, they've got that showstopper, they got the res, they got everything in their hands. But Team Secret are looking to take it away like candy from a baby. Will that be easy, though? Just as the saying goes, I don't think so, because Bren Esports, they're not going to let go of the grip of this one too soon.
That's an app reference, because is this the episode of the return of Bren Esports? You see that?
I like that.
It's the time for the black and yellow to be at the very tippy top yet again. Well, the signs here are pointing out for a resounding yes as of yet. But we are in the Technical Pause podcast you guys did found yesterday, so it's just those talking points right now. But really, the reality is Team Secrets, everyone in the PH Nation loves them to bits. What they've done last year was just absolutely historic. I really don't feel like in a while on the tactical FPS genre. Yes, in Battle Royales and all, there has been international competition, but it's just so different seeing basically the successor to, I'll just be out with it, the CS scene, seeing like, okay, this is how we're gonna get international competition now. So for Team Secret, blessing and a curse, everyone's eye is on them. And as you mentioned, the fact that they were able to just outskill the competition, it becomes an even harder twofold because of, well, how much the Philippine scene has read their plays. I really feel like for so many teams in the PH ecosystem, last year already, there were signs of it, but truly this year, that the foundations of many successful PH teams are built of watching Team Secret, seeing what they do, how they play, and trying to first emulate and then make their own kind of playstyle happen. And let's not forget that Bren Esports itself, this is a very, very tactical roster. And what we're seeing is just the raw form of what EJ and Savvy can do. So just bear with me here. Let's go for a quick history lesson. Let's turn back time all the way to 2021. And let's not forget that matchup between the Den Bren Esports roster, which is Team Secret right now, versus SV Empire. And that was where truly EJ was able to shine bright, even though there were technical issues that prevented SV Empire from going the distance. Many has thought that Empire had that number, especially on that Pine Mountain. We saw EJ just be so instrumental in that success. And the other chapter there, Savvy 8K himself, leading the DLSU squadron 3 times to a collegiate championship. Time after time, he would play, he would be that monster. And now they're here, the official circuit, getting ready for regional, international competition. And truly, the shoes are being filled right now. But is it time for the leap? Well, for Bren Esports, they're trying to say yes to that question.
You touched on a player like EJ, and Team Secret themselves have picked up recently a new player that really reminds me of EJ in many ways. Comes on the Valorant scene, lots of hype, at least based on their performance of surprising everybody as a young talent. And they played the same role. They were like huge Jet Raises and Duelists mains at the start of the whole Valorant competitive scene, and everybody was impressed by these two players. Jeremy's been taking the backseat for a while from the I guess the limelight here, but he's now joined Secret. We have yet to see them here in VCTPH, but Savvy and EJ, two other young stars that you touched on, as you said, they've proven a lot already so far, especially internationally when they've been playing, in third-party community tournaments during the off-season here of the VCT. And they've really shown that they're not just hype. They're not just local ready. They're international ready. They're not just collegiate ready. They're ready for the pro scene, for the big guns. And this is the biggest gun we have in the scene, in the country. Hell, probably even in APAC, aside from Vision Strikers. So for them to be doing this, playing this well, this is really good for them. And unfortunately for Team Secret, well, when you are the team expected to win, when you are by far the favorites, the best team in not just the country, but maybe even the whole continent, then every single team playing against you is going to have every piece of the puzzle that they've unlocked put together just specifically for you. Everybody's going to be prepared for you. Everybody's going to be out for you. Everybody's going to want to get a piece of you. And that is what Bren are doing right now. That's why they've honestly struggled, Team Secret, more locally here as opposed to they have internationally. We know during November, they lost to SBE, and even before that, they lost to Hashira in VCT, and now Bren and yesterday Oasis. It is a lot more difficult when you're dealing with a more, I guess, enclosed bubble here in the local scene, because everybody knows you, knows what you think, knows how you play, and you can tell, Bren, they're in their heads.
Yeah, it's just a pretty serious technical podcast right now, but in truth, there's just so many factors right now to talk about Team Secret, and I'm gonna bring it out here. It's something that not many really want to touch on, but you can see the stark difference of when Bren Esports then became Team Secret, and they basically became an online team that did not perform up to stuff. We recall their pre-Valorant Champions run, losses versus South Built Esports in local tournaments, having difficulty in regional tournaments as well. And then they get the land buff, they get together, and that is where they truly shine in Berlin and Valorant Champions. But now they're back, And I'm gonna put out the question: does Team Secret actually have the facilities right now to put their best foot forward? Because it doesn't seem like, unless I am mistaken, that that's really the case. I'd love to hear more about that. I'd love to get that confirmation. But truth be told, this is not the Team Secret that was that very best, because they're not playing in their best conditions. And not only that, you remember that loss of them versus Hasher way back when. That was the only week in VCT that they did not play together. So that is absolutely a true factor here. It's not an excuse whatsoever why they're losing, but it's also them not playing to their best strengths. And I feel like that's a big factor for the old guard of Team Secret, because that's it. They are that old guard. They come from a time where it was pretty much those LANs, pretty much everyone having not the best internet at home whatsoever. So you'd go to a place together, and that's the foundation that they were able to build on. And you compare it to the new generation, especially after the years of COVID we've been stuck with. These guys are used to playing online. They will complain about what happens, yes, but beyond that, this is something they're accustomed to. And let's not forget, Bren Esports, I know they're not all in the bootcamp, if I'm correct with that, because of
3 out of 5 of them are in the bootcamp.
Exactly, but they have that facility. They are prepared, and sometimes maybe changing that label doesn't really work out as much. Who knows though? There's still so much more that can come here in VCTPH. But what we're getting here, the reality is setting in that this is not what many expected to happen to Team Secret as soon as they got back on the local shores.
Well, we've been having lots of surprises here in the VCT this entire weekend. And here we go back for another round. Bren Esports, you talked about, these guys are used to playing online, and Team Secret, they've known each other, played against and with each other for so long. But not being together, you can really see how that impacts them. Bren, they're ready. They got the R&D department. They got a coach now. They've got the mental coach as well. They've got so many, support staff to really help this team shine, and that is what they're delivering right now. B-side attack, and this is one that Secret have yet to be successful to repel at all so far. That nade is going to try and clear up the backside for the most part, not going to do too much. And Borkum, he is going to try and get in real close here, Dax, and the showstopper's going to catch him.
What a raid and what a launch. He knows he can get in cover and still shoot it anyway. And the fireworks fiesta from Savvy 8K will get the kill and make it even harder for Borkum to get back momentum. But he's given a second breath of life here by Dispenser. We're done with the pauses. We're back in the game. And there you go, Dubstep! He has awoken and he is there to try and fight. Good shot with the offering. To get value, but Savvy knows where the spike is. Winslow showing on up on the right-hand side. And there we have the happy fuse ready. Dubstep is back with another one. Here comes Jesse guys coming in close. EJ, Noah, and Joshes are still there. And it's all up to Dispenser now to try and finish the job off. But EJ is not done. And he will not be stopped. A 3K again. And it's 9-1. This time, Team Secret putting up a fight. But it's still Bren Esports slamming the door on them.
Jet diff right now. Bren Esports, these two duelists have been blazing it. And Team Secret burned their second timeout. Within 3 rounds, they've called their 2 timeouts, and by good reason. Even after that long technical pause, they want to talk things over. They want to really get firm in their seats, because right now, Bren, it's a really dominant half for them. Now, we've seen Wits on the chamber, which I guess is part of the reason why they, are trying to put something new, because you talked about it a while ago. Lots of teams know what they bring to the table. Lots of teams have seen their icebox with the Jet and Reyna, Wits being on the latter, Reyna and Dubstep obviously in the Jet. And so for a team here like Bren, they think, well, rather Team Secret, they think, okay, let's switch up Wits on the chamber, give us a new look. But honestly, I think when you put chamber here in icebox, it's a bigger adjustment for the team using it than the team going up against it, as you kind of play her the same way as Arena, but you yourself as a chamber are limited in more ways, but at the same time more, I guess, kind of free in other ways. So I think it's a bigger difference. It's a bigger adjustment for the team playing with a chamber as opposed to the team playing against it, especially here with this composition.
No, you know the biggest complaint about Icebox? it's solved basically. You have defaults, you have 1-2 compositions that you run, and we try to change it a little too much. You mentioned it. It's the team who makes that change has to adjust instead of the other team. The team who plays something a bit more standardized. Yes, you can change the rain and the raise. You can change to a killjoy if you want, that kind of thing. Those are pretty much the adjustments that you get on Icebox. But for Bren, it's same old, and it's Team Secret trying to throw in that wildcard factor. But I feel like for all the maps to do it, so it really is this one that you don't want to do it for the sake of psyching out your opposition. It's something that you really had to have practice and had to be ready. But at least Wit's proving what the power of the chamber is all about. He can peek those cubbies. He can immediately rendezvous on that with a TP. And we see him when he gets this kind of setup, that's where he can pop off. So Bren Esports now on notice and mobilizing towards that A site.
As soon as he got the kill, gave him enough for the tour de force, his sniper rifle Wits, and he drops on over the rifle to the dispenser for him to get that sniper and really use it. Hot Sauce gives the op over to Brain Freeze, since Brain Freeze will be in the back line anyways, and he's going to be pushing up forward for the plan. They will be able to go for it for the meantime. That Molly is not quick enough to deny him. It will tag him down quite a bit, but he has a heal to get himself back up online. They've got a res, but they can't go back to Savvy anymore. Coming from the back, Brain Freeze gets one. Dispenser quick on the trade, but can they find any more? They do not have the weapons advantage in their hands, so this is going to be very difficult for them to retake. EJ Hot Sauce finding one apiece. This is looking like a disaster for Team Secret once more, even after the opening great start from Wits. It's down to a 2v2. They're checking the hell this time. Jesse Vash knows he's there, and Dispenser is going to try and round out the corner on Josh S, who's able to fend him off and get the clutch 1v2. Josh S, what an absolute monster!
Last round in the half.
Coiled and ready. Striking at the right time. And ready, set, station. This is Josh S, full with the rituals and at the absolute ready. Unbelievable timing there from Josh S to deal with both. Hot Sauce, he was spotted. Team Secret learning their lesson, but just it all started with Wits on the firefight, forcing things out. The thing is, even though Bren Esports is required now to go towards the A site, as soon as they put that spike down, they just usually win that round. You can see it in the scoreline, 10-1. We remember that pistol where they were at a disadvantage, but you know, in that 4-5, they said, okay, thank you. Got the spike in position, and these are just the angles that work for us perfectly. But Brain Freeze now, Aldrone at the ready, on top of 410. Bren Esports already is stationed, and you can see how much of the site that they encompass with their positioning. Not done though. Savvy with the find onto Dispenser. They know that Team Secret is just right outside the A compound. And with EJ low on the HP, he has to disengage. Hot Sauce now replanting and trying to get a better station here. But Jesse Bash too early on the peak. And that's Savvy 8K with the takedown. Dub still fighting, finding Hot Sauce there. The walls of the Viper gonna be in station. And this is Borkum hugging the left-hand side, but right behind, Raiding gonna be danger close. And EJ is there getting prepared. Wits though from the side makes the garden count. And Team Secret tried to fight on back. But here we go again. 2v2 scenario. Looking dicey here as Brain Freeze catches out Wits. And all left now is Borkum. His time has not been in right zone. And there you go yet again as Brain Freeze will stop his momentum. 11-1. And Bren Esports only gives a single round in the first half.
A double-digit lead moving into the second, and Bren Esports look within reaching distance of closing this map on out. One-handed push-ups, too easy for them, too clean for Bren right now. Team Secret, they need an opening pistol or this game is done. But even after they win the pistol, it's still going to be a long run. If 11-1 curse was a thing, then maybe there's hope. But Team Secret, they know they don't give up in these situations, but they've yet to really show this weekend that they have what it takes to win an Icebox map and do it decisively. Oasis turned them down yesterday, and Bren are just completely shutting them out the door. Let's see if Team Secret can answer back here, Dax.
Yeah, their passports are looking revoked unless they can just get one more call and one more burst of momentum. They need this pistol desperately, and you have Wits at least ready with the Headhunter, and this time he's committing on the bullets for that chamber. So be prepared to fight even more so, but this is going to be high time now for Team Secrets to hug that west hand side. The The Viper wall still gonna be in the way. Josh S being such a bother yet again. And yes, we've been talking about the duelist, but really Josh S has been such a scary factor. Let's not forget Brain Freeze, and especially the newest edition of Hot Sauce. So many greats from so many old rivals of Team Secret. If you look at it, you know, from Oasis, Brain Freeze, Archangel, especially from Josh S and the like, and then, you know, Hot Sauce from that SB Empire roster, plus EJ, Savvy 8K. This is a squad built to try and really get past their forefathers here, but they're not done. The time of Team Secret is not yet nigh. They're still gonna be going for more, but Josh is
down B.
the absolute denial here, my friend. No way, no how, no planting for you.
This is so difficult right now, and they find Dubstep. This is crumbling at the seams. EJ gets a double. Bren Esports are on the path to making this quick and clean. They've taken match point at the opening pistol round of the second half.
The collapse is looking unfortunate, but true for Team Secret. Unless they can use their last bit of foundation to force their ways into a one round. This is not good for them at all here on Icebox. The great thing is, though, there's still more maps to go. Let's not forget that this is the Bren map pick, but for once, the map pick, it's actually working for the team that picked it here. Bren Esports, though, already trying to prove that the impossible is possible. The Titans can fall in quite dominating fashion. And this is just the sinking ship here for Team Secret, trying to stay afloat. But we remember the history. We know that they're not done. And while it has been a bit of doom and gloom for them, there is still a hope, a prayer, and a history that can prove that. But oh, Borkum, he's not he still is audacious enough tonight. They're losing this badly, but he still wants that confidence boost, and the stab to the back will net that kill. EJ though, with the retract Honda in the way, and Bren Esports now losing on the members, but Wits will fight with the classic and still stay on. All left now to Dispenser and Wits as EJ gets in the way yet again, and Bren Esports now holding off on the backside. Here we go with the flank though from Josh S. And if Borkum did it, Josh S wants to do it even better than last enemy remaining. That's a big bother, and Savvy shows on up. Here he comes, forcing the rotation, and EJ will find Wits and welcome him in open arms. You know what they say, only Bren is strong, and with a 13-1 victory, this is a show of force from Bren Esports.
They take map number one in the most commanding fashion we've seen anybody do to Bren Esports, do to a Team Secret, or to any single team here in the VCTPH. You can see they are ecstatic. Shout out to that girl in the lower right, by the way. Hello.
Black and Bubop, hello.
Shout out to her over there in the back camera. But yeah,
good day, manager.
What an amazing performance there coming in from Bren Esports, just completely making it a one-sided show. There was no second doubts about anything that they have got going into this game, at least when we actually were midway through those first few rounds. You knew Bren were in to play. They were in for this game, and Team Secret, they looked out of it.
And just no holds barred whatsoever. None of Team Secret able to get even KD. 9 kills for Wits, and honestly a bit of a pittance compared to their stats here for Bren Esports. And you know, it's hard to talk about Team Secret like this. This is a team that we were firsthand able to witness the rise, the ascension, and the greatness all throughout of Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 3. But that is just a distant memory when we look at the context of this game. And you know, these highlights, you're gonna say it's game highlights, but it's mostly just gonna be Bren Esports, Savvy 8K, and EJ going on in with the takedowns. Wits, this was an impressive show of force from him with the tour de force. Beyond that, not many moments whatsoever for Team Secret in itself. There was a round where Dubstep woke up. There was a round there Dispenser woke up, a round where Jesse Vash woke up. But it does feel like that it just wasn't the sync that we expect from Team Secret whatsoever. Yeah. And in all honesty, we talk about VCTPH so much, but this is one of the few times I have to say, this is just a go next for Team Secret. Recovery is necessary to get back in it.
And I'm sure they're very capable of doing that. I know by all means that Team Secret, they're going to let this one slide. They're going to try and reset. Let's think, hey, we're playing 2 best of 1s. Let's pretend that's what's really happening. Forget about that game. That was a warm-up. Let's heat things up on our own map pick when we do move on over it. I don't expect anything less from the veteran squad here from Team Secret. I do expect us to go to map number 3. So before we go there, we're going to go to a break. Before we come back, don't go anywhere. The show will be back in a hair.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam.
A new generation of Philippine talents are absolutely on the rise, and Bren Esports is looking to be one of those models. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and after a commanding presence and results by Bren Esports, they are up by 1 map versus Team Secret. My name is Zax, here with Black and Blue, and let's not all be doom and gloom. The funeral procession should be postponed because, you know, the demise of Team Secret, it's not there as of yet. There's still 2 more maps to go if they can win this next map, and let's not count out the team that was at the top of the APAC scene.
For sure. I know a lot of people are very, very ecstatic right now. A lot of fans are very happy for good reason. Bren fans, be happy. But as I said, I don't think we're ending right here. Come on, guys. This is not going to end on map 2. We know we're going to go the distance. It's only match number 2, but we're not ending on map 2. Dax, knowing Team Secret, I think we can all expect a big comeback from them, and they're going to need it after that performance. But I've said previously on some of the days, like yesterday, sometimes losing basically a stomp like that is a lot less painful than losing a close game. And for Team Secret, they can move past that.
You were mentioning about relationship, right?
Yeah.
It's just a fling rather than a long-term thing.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
You before you get to the altar, right? That's exactly what happens here. And I also want to bring up the fact that our second map is, to some people's surprise, especially the panel, it's not anyhow Haven, it's Bind. And I kind of want to talk about that Haven ban. It's because of the results of this Bren Esports roster. They gotten some success in the regional competition on Haven in itself. You have, again, Hot Sauce from that SBM roster. We know that can beat Team Secret on Haven. And overall, I personally think that Bren Esports' best map is Haven. So that's why we're talking about it, because it's not in the pool where many expect Team Secret to pick it instead. So we go into Bind, where Team Secret has shown their success overall on it. And on the flip side, this might be a weaker map actually for Bren Esports, because from what I know, and I think you've also been able to witness firsthand here, Black and Blue, they kind of change up what their initiator line especially is on this map.
Yeah, like Bind, it was initially when they first started out, the inception of this roster, you know, when Derek was the active player here over Hot Sauce, it was one of the better maps, to be fair, but that has kind of fallen off. They had EJ, you know, on KO at some moments. They've had him on Breach and others, and actually, you know, Savvy on Breach, where they kind of switch him around, but it's been kind of a mixed bag here for the side of Bren. But when you go to Team Secret, even since during, you know, C Challengers, they might not play the best on Bind necessarily, tactically and strategically, but there's always some magic. And remember that CBT game where we went like 6-7 overtimes and Borkham had like amazing clutches, wits that everybody did. There's just some sort of magic behind the Secret on Bind.
Yeah, and just, it also used to be one of their mainstays way back when. And I feel like if they're going to be picking Bind, it's just going to be another unique instance of something else here for Team Secret. Okay, sure, the Lost Gambit Esports on it, that's international competition, it's a different field. But at the same time, there's always this level of creativity that we see on the Team Secret side. And we see so many, I'd say, unique and meta-defining moves from Team Secret from last year that made an inspiration for all the other teams on how they played Bind in the first place. So again, it's just the forefather approach. They're the ones who carved the path for many of these teams. And right now, I'd love to see if there's another way to go around this map. For Bren Esports, though, pick your poison. You playing what? Breach Sky? You gonna be going for the Sova KO? Will be a mixture of those two. Do we get double duelists yet again because it already worked on Icebox? It's still that question of identity on certain maps, and it just might not be as fleshed out here for Bren Esports, giving a chance to Team Secret.
Yeah, you know, Bren Esports, they're such a valiant team. We've seen that, we've said that, and everybody has witnessed that. But can they replicate that success on Icebox here in Bind? With any sort of kind of view on this, I'd have to still say that Secret, they've got this, man. I mean, at least for map number 2. Map number 3, that's anybody's game when we go on over to Ascent. That's still a great map for both teams. But now you see the agent select, and once again, Savvy 8K on what makes him basically savvy, that Raze.
Yeah, and this is it. We're getting the double duelist from Bren Esports. They feel the success of Icebox will warrant Savvy being back on that Raze role, and the solo initiator with Josh S on the Sky. But on the flip side, we get the Wits Breach, and this is what I'm talking about. You want some uniqueness, you will get it here instead. Dubstep also moving over from that Jet role. And this is a far cry. I'm comparing right now to the previous rosters on Bind where they played something like the Jet Sky instead. This is what I'm talking about. This is another variant that Team Secret wants to bring to the table. And maybe, just maybe, they're already getting first out to bring out the new strats this early on in the group stage. But here we have it yet again. The two teams to clash. Team Secrets versus Bren Esports. And while the agents are just all mingling all together right now, it does feel like that I'm very, very excited to see what the Team Secret roster can do, especially with the amount of suppression they can bring with the Raze and the Breach.
Yeah, it's something that I wasn't necessarily expecting to see here come from Dubstep, but I do like the fact that he now flexes on over to that Raze. It's not like he's never played that before, it's just he's known for being that Jet. No matter what map, no matter where you put him on, he's going to be playing that really fast Tailwind up. But in this case, I think Raze is the right pick for them here on Bind. She gets so much value out of this map. Those boombots of hers and her nades especially are such a big thing, and just the fact that there's 4 lanes. You got A and B, short and long. That's all you really got. And that kind of pressure utility is so useful here on the map like Bind. And especially her showstopper, which can pretty much guarantee you free control of the site on the attacking side. That is a huge piece of utility that cannot go underestimated. That's why Raze is by far one of the best, duelists you can pick here. A Jet is fine, but Raze is even better. And I like that coming here from Dubstep. We'll be able to flex on over to that. But for the rest of this roster, they're only going that single duelist. They do have Wits this time on that bridge, which I think is still a very good pick as well on Bind. He has so much value here. On the other end of things, you touched upon it, Bren. Well, they're missing the 2 duelists, but you're going to see them on later. That Jet plus Raze combo from theirs on Icebox was super instrumental. I think that's going to be once again very important here as we go into Bind.
It's really hard to stand around like that. I mean, I can't do it for long whatsoever. I can't pay attention for that long. But
my knees.
Really, my knees. No, it's more of my attention span. Maybe that's why it lets me see all the things like, ooh, there's something there. Ooh, there's something there. Ooh, that's happening.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. But back to the point in hand, it's time for us to get into the game. Bind is the place to be. It does feel like with the music. Started the DJ!
Spike down
We
A.
just got back. We just got into it. And you're already getting a first frag. That is quick reflexes and quick kills to kick things off on the pistol.
I blinked and I missed it, not gonna lie. Vash goes down. As soon as I blink for a second or two, it's just suddenly gone. But anyways, Vash goes down. Not a good start from Team Secret, but this is one they can still come back from. They're on this attacking side of theirs, and it's unfortunately going to be their Sova. So that's you hate to lose that utility on the opening pistol round very early on. Hot Sauce, very smartly so, going to fall back, give up that site. Not going to have to fight for it. They know they have the man advantage. Don't give them an opportunity to equalize that man disadvantage. Dubstep's quite low, so Bren Esports, this is very winnable for them on the retake.
Yeah, just Bren already having to play all the angles yet again. Team Secret now given a chance though to set things up. It's happening to final dispenser. Here comes Torque from the jump from Hot Sauce, and the joy is there from Bren Esports as Brain Freeze will not melt under the pressure whatsoever. 3 still alive for Bren Esports, and it's the first pistol going in their favor. 1-0 right now. Before we talk about the pistol, I just want to mention a little bit fun fact. I think some of the last times Team Secret played that Raze on Dubstep on a map like this was all the way back in the VCT Challengers era. So really, it's a return to form in a way for Dubstep. Let's see if he can keep up with someone like Savvy.
I'm sure he can, but in this moment, in this specific game, on this day, that remains to be seen. A very cold game so far for most of these Team Secret members. As you said, they've had their individual moments on Icebox, but never together. And that's what you need to beat a team here like Bren, who are very good on their defaults, very good in their standard style of play. You really don't have much faults that you can capitalize on because they're so tightly glued together. You can see how compact they are no matter where you go. So Team Secret trying to initiate a bit here onto Hookah. We leave Dubstep cheekily in that TP.
Yeah, this low difficulty right now as it's on the inside. They just want to be snappy at the rotations if ever. Borkham though spotted by EJ. Happy on top of the APC, feeling like a king here. And he's gliding on in over onto the right-hand side, taking just such verticality, understanding how the glide mechanic works well on that A side. Team Secret though have the lesser guns, but they are getting ready truly here on the shorter side of the Hookah though. Not the place to relax whatsoever. There is just pressure being applied by Bren Esports. And just checking out their formation, look at the amount of, I'd say, stopping power they have on B side. You have the Raze, you have the Sage, 1 pain shells, and then 1 slow up on the other side. It will make the push here to a crawl black and blue.
They're walking up towards him. Savvy, he's ready to receive this. Hot Sauce will help him out on the fight. That's a triple. Not able to get the fourth. Almost did, but Josh is going to chime into the fight. So a great opening double round lead here for Bren Esports. And we wonder if they can get the bonus for a third, but they've done it already during Icebox. And they're replicated though here now that Secret potentially looked a bit more locked in.
Look at that flash though. That was beautiful from Josh S. Team Secret never saw it coming, and that was just the last surprise, basically, that Bren Esports was able to give them there to wrap up the round. So a very clean effort here from Bren Esports so far. First 2 rounds, though, was the momentum of the pistol, and this is where we can truly see if Team Secret is back on it. Or will Bren Esports be able to manhandle their way through another map so far? A little early on, yes, but such a defining round with the guns. Borkum EJ now getting a trade. Bren Esports invading into the showers even. But on the other side, Dubstep was not ready for EJ. Still sticking on around. He left his towel and he just went back to get another kill. It's already a win here, courtesy of Bren Esports. We're not done. EJ is still on it like a bullet, trying to go after Jesse Vash.
He's trying to challenge Vash here. He's gonna stick on his drone, find some information, and realizes that there's no real reason for me to continue peeking this, so I'll wait for the rest of the backup to come on in. Witz finds a great pick here to open things up. That triple player brain freeze to get him down is a crucial pick, and that forces Bren to kind of fall back. I like the discipline from Bren here. Less disciplined teams, less diligent teams would move forward as soon as they lose a teammate like that, but not EJ. He's grown a lot in the past few months, and you can see the full effects of that. He gets another kill because of that hesitation, but Witz is able to open up the lamps here. That gives them some guiding light to try and make their way towards the site.
30
EJ,
seconds
though,
left.
he's moved his way here to triple. That Molly's going to give him away. They know that he's here towards that triple back site, and Hot Sauce, he's right on the tail to try and take the lamps back from them. He's got a Spectre in hand, so this close range won't be too big of a problem, especially with the low HP Witz. He gets the kill, and EJ will clean up house. A 4K from him, and EJ just completely making a mess of any Team Secret remainders. They get another 3rd bonus round in the pocket.
This is just their house. This is EJ's house. And Bren Esports, they just do not welcome Team Secret in their bathroom, in their showers, and from that point on, over onto the common area of that A site, it's still Bren not as gracious as host that you expect, and EJ unkillable right now. 5 takedowns on the Jets, and just a heavy momentum with the pairing still absolutely on this trail. Still though, Team Secret at least getting a few frags along the way, getting a bit of space for themselves. You can see it here. Struggles right now for Dubstep, Dispenser, and Vash so far. Witz again being the top frag honors, but it's not really the best here in terms of the standings in itself. The best of the worst here. Unfortunate award for Team Secret, but it's worse for wear, and they can still fight. Early on right now in the game, you can see here the tactics on Team Secret to get that intel and to try to set things up. They do have a good station here, Black and Blue, to maybe make a play between the Breach and the Raze. They just need the right timing for it.
Certainly what they're searching for. All they've really got to work with is a Spectre, a bunch of Sheriffs, and the Marshal. They can be thrifty, but we've yet to see that in this matchup specifically. Looking a lot better versus Oasis yesterday than they are here right now. Makes me wonder if it could be other underlying issues, perhaps. Maybe it's too early in the day for them. Who knows? Sometimes it's a factor. You can't discredit it. But Witz is thinking if you should pop that Rolling Thunder. Maybe not just yet. They spot Hot Sauce out in the elbow. They're going to keep him there for the meantime.
Like time to go Team Secret, they were waiting for some of the breach utilities, but Witz now will go down first and foremost. He was the tip of the spear, and it is looking dull there. Borkum for the 5 Josh as Hot Sauce gonna be prepared, and over on the elbow, it's all about the connections here from Hot Sauce. Yet again, it's the Chili Pepper that does not stop whatsoever. Eyes watering on the Team Secret side as EJ even decides to get a piece of the action. 4-0 right now. Bren Esports win another one. Team Secret though. Gun by. Take 2. Let's see if they can redeem themselves.
4-0. Bren Esports. Another very commanding start from them. It seems like Team Secret are completely lost in how to deal with this young roster. They may have came from the same organization prior, but they're definitely looking like they're made of different cloth right now. Aggression to be shown by EJ. Flash out to try and get some space, and Savvy AK just blast backs his way on in, stops the show on Witz, and they're down another pick. They keep on finding these opening picks no matter what side they're on with that perfect showstopper time and time again.
I would be surprised if Witz celebrates Lunar New Year whatsoever, but that is not what one firework he would love. EJ with the operator, even Bren Esports now having Team Secret's number. In that last round, Borkum found some kills with the Sheriff, but can he find a way to go towards this A site. Guiding Light was the pressure. Josh S now keeping just all of those pipelines on, but Borgum able to get the transition, barely getting away with it. This much HP, and Dispenser now catching Savvy in response. So Retribution for the life of Wits. Josh S going to go for the flash, immediately popping it, but at the same time the Nano Swarm was the pressure. Goes heads up plays from the Killjoy and the Sky so far. Good trade utilities, but from up above, there's the pressure of the operator. Doesn't get the kill off Dispenser though. And Team Secret is barely clinging on, but here comes EJ yet again, ready to cook up a storm by the A side. Blades are still at the ready. He has a few here to throw on over, and you can see the fear of Team Secret. Great rotation, yes, but look who's waiting on the other side. Hot Sauce ready to catch, and it's just a barrel full of last year for Bren Esports as they get a 5-0 scoreline.
What a start from Bren Esports. And they are so good at timing when to use those ultimates, when to pop out the showstopper just to get them an early advantage. And EJ, time and time again, picking them off like, well, fish in a barrel. He has no problem in going that aggressive and converting those rounds. Another dominating performance, Dax. What's happening, Team Secret here? Are they just really bootcamp diffed right now, or is there something deeper underneath all the covers?
You know what might happen? You know, this Team Secret roster, they left their notebooks at Bren, and they never went back for it. No, I'm not. No way.
They've taken a look at their journal. They've seen their inner
like, hey,
mechanism.
Dear Diary, today we beat this team in SCA. It's like, no, it has been read like a book. But speaking of those books, right now Team Secret able to book themselves this 8-take. Josh S going down while we were having the laughs there. It's Team Secret now, all hyper-focused. This might be the round that can bring it back off the break. Borgum here on the right-hand side. Dispenser is there, and Shades of Greatness now from Team Secret. Everyone remembers who they are, but Brain Freeze using that gun as bait, and Dispenser was caught there. Hook, line, and sinker. Chesty Bash behind the triple. Dubstep though with the judge of all things. And it's all up to Brain Freeze right now. You know what's happened though? Brain Freeze all alone with the champion skin. But you know who went the champions? It's the ones who won this round. Thrifty win from Team Secret. That should bring them back.
Well, a round from Team Secret, one they so desperately needed. At the right moment, they get the eco going in their favor.
Oh, it's impressive, actually.
They were able to get one round, yes, but can they get another? They've only been able to get that one on Icebox, and I don't think they're going to fall to that same fate this time. They're probably going to be able to string a few more, but let's not speak too soon before all the cards are dealt on the table. It was a good hold for them in the end of things, and Brain Freeze did a very valiant job, but Team Secret, this could be their start, Dax.
Yeah, this is a very good vantage point they can build on, basically. The Thrifty win is able to give them a bit of parity on the economy. If they get this other dub, puts Bren Esports in an awkward buy situation with only Hot Sauce having the money, but EJ and Josh are on the money instead. He's pushing with the operator of all things, but the fault line will fend him off, and sometimes Ambition can bite you back hard. A great punish there from Team Secret. 3v3. That is now going to be a quad here for Bren as Hot Sauce brings Savvy back to life. No way to retrieve the corpse there of EJ. Team Secret though, with the relocations, and it's gonna be a bit cheeky here from Dispenser. It's still a chance to go for that B side. Are Team Secret trying to bait it? Yes, they are. There you go. The vantage point has been truly sprung. They have somewhere to work with on B side, and Josh has now caught out. Great play here from Team Secret so far. Can they capitalize though, Black and Blue?
The double back around. They're brought to a 3v3. Wits is far removed from the situation, though. He has to get back into the fight somehow, some way, and real soon. Savvy, he's able to get that kill on the Vash, which is a huge pick to find. Dispenser trying to hold on to that elbow. They know where he is. They can flush him out. Wits is here on the hookah. He catches Dispenser coming on the rotate. He's got some utility to work with. He does have an aftershock. Is it going to be able to connect and stop it from that plant? No, the defuse. It's going to get continued. He's going to get in the nick of time. And Wits, even though he gets the kill, the round goes to Bren.
Oh no, Wits. He's gonna be saying, hey Riot, can we get the one big damage back rather than the triple assist? Oh my god, Brain Freeze knew exactly what was coming! And he was a hero for Bren Esports. Statues will be made right outside the Bren Esports office. Here lies Brain Freeze to give us the 6 points. Rest in peace, my friend. But it was so close from Team Secret. I was so enthralled by that play already. You could see the foundations with the Spencer there, and Wix, if he only just went for the aftershock earlier on, that could have been their victory, because he still got the kills anyway. But this is the truth of the matter. It's Team Secret now, still with only a single point, mirroring their performance on Icebox so far. Bren, in the meantime, just running away with the scoreline, and at least Team Secret is putting up a better fight in these rounds, but they still need to make those into scorelines.
Yes. Split second, half a second earlier, that probably could have won him the round. Dubstep trying to make his way on, and Vash, great entry with that. We know he's super consistent with those Hunter's Furies. He gets Brain Freeze. No more smokes to be available here for the Bren Esports defense. Savage able to find one, but Gorkam's able to trade him out on Josh S. As EJ finds one, not for more. Everybody's only going good for one right now. 3 versus 2 on the retake here, coming from Bren. Team Secret, can they hold on to the round? Hot Sauce gonna make things spicy as Dubstep answers back. That's his second in the round. It's all on the young gun and Savvy AK, but Dubstep will show him no young Padawan. This one is won by Team Secret.
There you go, and 1 becomes 2. And Team Secret already doing better than the first map, and here we have it. At least the fight is in the Team Secret blood right now. It is pumping in their veins, and they're making sure that they can contend. The foundations, though, have been built. The confidence has been restructured, and this is what Dubstep is all about. The clash against those young guns. He is a household name on the TAC FPS scene for good reason. Whether you come from that same background or not, you will know what he has been able to accomplish in the first place, and you need to respect his firepower here so far. Pain Shells, though, gonna get avoided. He did get tagged on the round as Bren Esports, now they're offered by will bite them here, and they're stuck on the pistols. Dash on out, though. Team Secret piling on the pressure. It's good to see them having that confidence back on track, and Borkham with the first frag.
Borkham, very nicely done from him to try and bring things back as Vash gets a kill with a shock dart. That's 2 kills now in 2 rounds that he's gotten with utility alone. That's what we expect from the Master Sova himself, the Master Archer and Hunter of Team Secret. They're walking their way, playing the contact here. They know that if they can close the gap, they can easily make things difficult, as Savvy's able to find one with a classic. Borkham, quick on the trade, but still a 4v2. It should be around for Team Secret to try and have it in this lead, and that it shall be, as Dubstep brings it very much more favorable to Team Secret's post plan.
Yeah, Team Secret, their job now is to equalize the half, and this is the next step forward. 6-3, and they're getting back on track, and we know that for Team Secret, it ain't over till it's a resounding 13 on the other side. And right now, they're looking to put a stop to the momentum of Bren Esports. Now, there is a question that is simmering here on the Bren Esports side so far, but we don't need to ask it until it becomes a reality if Team Secrets can actually catch on up. The operator value, though, it's going to be instrumental here, Black and Blue. You have EJ with 11 takedowns, Bladestorm at the ready, so he has his full arsenal except the updrafts, looking to just do the damage that he's done. Dubstep, he just knows the walls. He can't do cheeky things too much against Team Secret. They pretty much know everything and anything that the PH scene can do. Great angle to stay safe, shatter that wall on down, and even prevent Hot Sauce from getting that free shower control that they expect with the Sage.
I have this bike.
Trying to apply pressure here. You talked about the operator. That's going to have to come in huge. Borkham, he has to be wiser about taking this dry. Otherwise, he could be caught off guard by EJ. They've got lots of ultimates to use here. And Savvy, he's got the showstopper, which has been such a huge problem for Team Secret ever since Icebox came on the board. They do have some ultimates of their own, though. These Rolling Thunders, they got the Cosmic Divide, which is a perfect piece of utility, the perfect ultimate tool to try and flush out this operator. Oh, I think he might have seen him. Dubstep, they have an idea. DJ's on this side. The flash will keep him at bay, keep him for the meantime. He's not able to land that shot. Almost thought was going to connect, and they do have ultimates to make things work here. He's taking that Hall's control, and they're now going to pop the Rolling Thunder. This should be easy pickings now, but no, he fends him back. EJ, even while stunned, he gets the kill on Dubstep. He knew he was coming. They're able to answer back here, Team Secret Dax, but what cost?
They able to at least shut down that hurricane, that force of nature, and it's all left to Brain Freeze now on the Bren Esports sides. The wonders never cease from EJ. But this time we're seeing force concrete foundation of these but Brain Freeze! What in the hell was that? My mind is being blown already, but can he finish the job off? Borkham versus Brain Freeze. battle of the Astros, the galaxies right now clashing here. Earth 1 versus Earth 2, old versus new, and it's all up to Borkum to try and win this. For Team Secret, he has a bit more HP to try to come to explosive position, but Brain Freeze, he is a mind freak and half waiting to happen, and Brain Freeze does it for Bren Esports 7-3. And what did we just witness from Bren?
A Portals moment. A multiverse of madness here right now. And the matchup of this multiverse, Bren versus Team Secret. And it's the Astra coming from Bren Esports on Brain Freeze to completely shut him down. Ice cold he is. He knew where he was even. Why would Borkum slow peek that when he's low HP? Getting caught off guard there. Rookie mistake for the veteran that he is.
The hurricane into the snowstorm, and well, seems like nature is not on the Team Secret side whatsoever. Bren Esports themselves, cataclysms waiting to happen. And EJ now, he's feeling it. And Dubstep refuses to lose. This is the top player of APAC for good reason. He is trying to prove to us that he is ready here with the power of Team Secret, not just friendship and anime. He's going for the shots though. Can't find anyone else, and this is perfect here from the Spencer. The D&D connection, they're getting back on it, and seems like Team Secret establishing a foothold on A site.
Very good opener here. Vash is able to get another kill with his utility, which he's been so confident with. Dubstep made his way to the back of the site. He knows he's going to get a really clean kill here in the hot sauce, and that's a flawless round. One Secret need at this moment. They need to build up that bank. And Bren, they've gotten 7 rounds, which is the minimum you'd want here on a defense on bind, as we're moving on over to the final round of this half. Can they extend that to 8, as we saw potentially on Icebox, where they went even more? Or can Secret really make this a closer game?
Yeah, just some of the micro missteps though from Team Secret. You mentioned it in that last round. Sometimes when the timings of the peaks, the timings of the utilities, this should be even closer than it is. I wouldn't be surprised if things went to pan for, remember, what we saw from Wits, what we saw from Borkum. They could have had the lead here actually, but Bren Esports, their will to victory and their hunger to prove themselves is just amplifying their talents even more so. But we're not done with this first half. Up to these two squads to throw everything they can against the opposition. And while Team Secret has the whole kitchen sink and more, it seems like Bren Esports, they only have that little knob, you know, over on one of the hot or cold ones, because there are still not the best here, my friend.
Well, they got the freeze on, they got the hot sauce on, very two-tone, very contrasting kind of side to this Bren roster, but that is exactly why they're so formidable. That's exactly why teams struggle with them. And that's why Secret's in this position. Here comes out all the ultimates. That Bucky's not going to do anything. What are you doing, Josh S? Dubstep just deletes him. He walks into the smoke, barely gets away with it. Savvy almost had his number, but he comes out on top. But look how many players from Team Secret are at low HP. 3 of them. You sneeze at them, you could find the triple kill.
EJ has the rifle. EJ has the rifle. Anyone can spray. He can do it, and we saw already the winds of change over onto that safe side many a time thanks to the Jet. And now he's on that retake duty. First target here, low on the HP as you mentioned, the Wits with only a sliver left, 20 on his hit points. And Braid Feast with a find on Dispenser. Here comes EJ though, seeing Jesse back. That's one more down on side Team Secret. EJ again doing it one more time. The Cyclone that is this player, this Jet. Getting close now to touch that spike 2v1 situation, but you can feel the breath of Team Secret absolutely at the knife's edge. But there is no fear whatsoever for Wits. Cool, calm, and absolutely collected there at the end. 7-5. The fight is still on, courtesy of Team Secret.
Wits, he is one of the best clutchers you are going to find. At the end there, it was a 2v1, yes, but the tension was high with just how low each of them was. One could argue that, hell, maybe EJ, if he had known, could have gone into the Classic and made it happen. But at the very least, Secret, who gets the round after one, way too close for comfort, coming in there on that round. Bren Esports, another pistol round. They have yet to lose a single pistol this entire series, and we know there's a curse between Secret and when it comes to their pistols. Not their best moments, but ones they are readily capable of coming back from.
Maybe they left it in the name. Maybe they'll transfer it to the Bren. It's like, hey, you guys want this curse? Let's see. But pistol round, if Team Secret can get this, they can actually tie things up, and that'll just be a sign and a sigh of relief, honestly, for Team Secret, if they can get that reality to happen. But right now, all the portals that we peer in, all the possibilities, especially the one where Bren Esports can try and get that incredible 2-0, it's still on the table as we get now into more of the rounds. Slow play here, though, from Bren Esports, and the incredible part again is just how quickly they can shift through, well, their gears. Slow play, fast play, all a possibility on one or two sides of the competition. But Borkham, Frenzy at the ready, gets the first kill. Reloads right now. Dispenser with a save even, and he is the hero that Borkham needed alongside with the teleportation relocation. But Dubstep is prepared here. Grabbing well.
30 seconds left.
How from Hot Sauce? That is just the hops, the skips, the jumps, and the heat on. Bren now was hit by the triple. 3v4, make a 3v3 as Josh does it again. And what wonders we see from the Bren roster.
They're so good at recovering these round stacks, and Josh gets away with it too, and Wits had his number. It's all on the Borkham, who can't make this time happen. Bren Esports, their 4th consecutive pistol round 1. I almost thought that should have been Team Secret's round. They brought to a 3v5, but Bren never give up. They never falter. I saw them the other day with their mental coach, and that is exactly why this R&D staff behind the whole Bren Esports team is so important, because of moments like that when they know the going gets tough. Bren get tougher.
Nico, what is this game? Why does the guy who hops on around like a bunny get the kill?
Why?
How? Why? Just amazing from Bren Esports. I can't believe what they're getting away with here. But we're not done. And we said it a while ago, Team Secret's having a better fight, but that is now EJ falling from the sky. But look who shows up! Where did Savvy AK come from? Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they wear caps. And Savvy no cap just showing up out of nowhere to get that takedown, the speed and the flights from the blast pack, and Borkham hitting his head thanks to the wall there. Dubstep in the meantime with the takedown onto Josh S. But we're not done for Bren Esports. Hot Sauce getting the position and the takedown onto Borkham. We have Bash and Dubstep, the only ones left trying to set up Crossfire, and Dubstep does have this Bulldog, but Frame Freeze at the ready yet again. There we go, the pain shells, and there is no escape for you, good sir. Dubstep, you are idolized, but this time you're only gonna be a statue here rather than a player. Good die to you.
One they admire, but will not conform to nor kneel in front of Bren Esports. 9-5, another gun round from Team Secret. They have yet to be able to win these gun rounds versus the bonuses of Bren Esports so far. This will be the 4th time if they lose this once more. Can Team Secret finally break that curse? They have been playing from behind this entire series. Can they get a lead for the first time, or at least some momentum, because that is what they've been sorely lacking this entire game. EJ, the rest of Bren Esports taking their sights towards that Bravo site. Hookah to be the first point of contact as Boombot has expired. Wits is right around the corner. He better not dry peek this, because EJ, you do not want to duel him. He's got the flash in hand. He goes for the peek. He's able to find one in the brain freeze, and that gives him an advantage now.
Yeah, that's something that Team Secret has been able to actually basically get away with. We saw it on the attacking side with heavy control with B along with the fault lines punishing players like AJ who peek with the operator. And this time it's even simpler on the defense. Flashpoint into the hello, and you said it a while ago, don't dry peek this, Wits. And he heard you, he said, okay, I'm gonna flash peek it. And it's like, okay. B&B, very good. Very great analyst. I don't know for what team, but very great analyst.
One of those.
Very great
teams.
One of those things. There you go. But Bren Esports, they do want to still make this work happen. They have the utilities for the backside pressure. Here comes Savvy though, and Borkham caught in the slow orb and will take it on down. But swiftly as they come, Dispenser and Wins will beat them back. Here comes Dispenser yet again. Turn around and he does it! Just emotions from Dispenser! Left, right, up, down! No matter the direction! Dispenser's got this!
The Sentinel Serendipity, just really a brightening experience there to watch him perform. We've seen him do this on Bind, on the B side, time and time again. And Wits gets them the opening lead that they needed. He gets a second of that round, so Dispenser and Wits making everything happen that round. The former getting 3 and Wits getting a double kill too as well. Dispenser, he's got his lockdown. And oh, I like this timeout. I like this timeout, Dax. Commonly, you know, teams will... Oh, it's a technical pause. Never mind. I was going to say it's cool. But in this case, welcome back to the Technical Pause Podcast.
Yeah, Technical Pause Podcast back at the ready. But honestly, you know, you guys had so much to talk about a lot last time. I just kind of want to hyper focus on this game.
Yeah.
This is just incredible sights to behold. Yes, it is looking to be the folly of Team Secret so far from the scoreline. But here on Bind, they brought out the uniqueness yet again. They are bringing back the fights. And it does feel like that Icebox map was just an absolute whimper that is waiting to be forgotten. Here they are, ready to roar. And just the clutch, you know, the clutch potential in Team Secret, it can never be counted out. Everyone and anyone there can pop off. Everyone and anyone there can contribute. And this is a squad that has been built on greatness, not just through their history before Valorant, but they themselves have truly defined what Valorant PH is all about. Bren Esports, though, such ambition, such ferocity in them. And as we're going to be shooing on the way, technical pause, we're going to be back in the game here. Spike, though, left behind. Does seem to be that Bren right now is trying to at least try and seize the means of a small opening. Scatter around the map. Dubstep, don't play too much with his boom bot. And EJ will clean up nicely to get that takedown.
Good kill here. He gets caught off guard, Dubstep. That's not a good opening sign for Team Secret, who rely on his firepower to find their way. They still have this lockdown to try and even up the odds, but they're still against it by all means. Bren Esports, they've taken the rifle, they've taken a few actually. The only guy on the Spectre will be EJ, but we know that he can bring a lot with that small thing in his hands. They're coming their way from the showers. Josh S has no idea as Wits crawls up on him, playing that contact, and they equalize things up. I like the play here. They know they're at man disadvantage. Let's go on the aggression and try and equalize things up. Now the lockdown comes here towards that B site. Bren are trying to make their attack happen.
30 seconds left.
Esports at least making an attempt, but Dispenser, after all those kills, he dispenses the lockdown, slow things down and force the rotation over to that A side. Teleportation is the key, but Dispenser still has an inkling of what's gonna happen. He's the one who made this kind of play happen a while ago, Black and Blue. So he and look at Dispenser, he's not done, but finally he's gonna get shut down there by Savvy. Stay in your own lane, Mr. Dispenser, says Savvy 8K. But with his efforts alone and with just the holds here from Team Secret, it's another round 1 on the defense.
Team Secret slowly crawling back into this one, Dax. And this is the momentum they need to make this happen. They're on the defensive side here, the favored side on Bind. And we know that they are going to keep us bound to a third map. But how will they do it? In which way? I only expect the most spectacular ones upon us. No ultimates on the side of Team Secret here, Dax, but Bren, while they are maybe in a similar situation, it's vastly different because 3 of their players are 1 ultimate orb away from those ultimates, and they are big, high-impact ultimates as well. Josh S here, trying to make that contact first and foremost. Dubstep's gonna get one, but Hot Sauce quick on the trade. They got some rifles in their hands, Bren Esports, but will they be enough to make this thrifty round really convert in their favor?
Yeah, just all the power of belief here and the power of them stacking towards the short angle. Guiding light now, at least to be a bother. There's the regrowth even from Josh S to top up the rest of the roster. Problem is though, he's the one who needs the heals, and Hot Sauce is not ready with the band-aids on his side. Witstone isn't waiting for these healers to get everyone topped up. He's ready to execute. There we have Jesse Bash keeping cover even. And while Brain Freeze, we'll get 1, we'll get 2, and oh man, already we can see the powerhouse of Bren Esports on the Astra, just dividing and conquering, but it's not enough there. A great effort though, and great damage done by Brain Freeze. But I love the call from Team Secret. Remember, this is something we haven't really talked about, but Bren Esports technically has a double healer composition, so just get in their face and don't let them sustain.
I like that you pointed it out because that was literally the point I was about to make too.
Great minds think alike, my friend.
Ah, yes,
we're connected.
You know it. I love being here with you. But man, I love being here to witness this too, especially almost a the range moment there coming from Brain Freeze. Could have chained a third, But hey, he's feeling spicy right now, especially for a man as cold as he is. He has no qualms about taking every head, every scalp that comes across his way. In Wits, he's got that rolling thunder to make things happen as well. But if you want to talk about ultimates, we got to talk about Bren 4 online.
That's true. We have everything except the Blade Storm, basically. And with that being said, the lesser the members teams of Team Secret are, the better the chances here for Bren Esports. I mean, it's an obvious fact. You get the numbers advantage, you're good, right? But in terms of the ultimates that they have, especially I'm looking forward to something like the Seekers and that Resurrection. If Bren Esports can make a round 3v3, they should have a very distinct advantage coming into it with the potential 4v3 thanks to the Sage, and then of course the Seekers catching out everyone else that's left. So a bit of a timeout right there from Bren Esports, just getting their tactics back, knowing that Team Secret is already breathing right beside them and getting closer and closer to the scoreline. But this is the performance that we expect from Team Secret, and then getting back to their standard. It's all up to them right now if they can continue on and finish the job on fine. But we're not done. It's still Bren with the lead. And also, they have the assault. One thing though to note here, Black and Blue, is yes, Team Secret is flanking, but there is one potential pinch this plan.
I've got your trail.
If he turns around at the right time, he could catch him off guard. There are no traps, no sentinels to lay those traps as well for Bren, so I don't think they have any idea just how far behind him Dubstep is. He's close. Oh no, but he's popped the Seekers at the right opportune moment. That alerts Brain Freeze to check their back, check their rear, and cover that flank. Savvy's pushed his way into the site via that showstopper of his that gives him a free entry into the site, but the retake from Secret is ready. They pull out the Rolling Thunder, the only ultimate they've got to try and make this happen. But here on the close angle, he's not able to shut them down. Bren Esports, an almost flawless round. Can they cap it off? Yes, they do. I love the play there from Team Secret to try and go on the aggression, to try and take all that map control. But ultimately, Bren Esports, they went the other way, and it was the right one to choose.
The tunnel of death. The lamps were basically shaded, and that was the bait and switch right there, right then. The peak, did you see just how Bren Esports was peaking just a little bit to tempt everyone on the Team Secret side to push on forward and try and navigate through the other side of lamps? And who's waiting there? Savvy 8K with the judge. It was exposed, yes, but it was little too late to do anything about it. And really, I'd call it the antics, just the mischievous plays here from Bren Esports, the creativity after their timeout to make something like that work gives them the round to stay away from Team Secret. It was costly for them though. You mentioned the Seekers so well timed by Josh S. We also got the Cosmic Divide, so that's 3 ultimates used, but it doesn't matter. That's a round win to break the momentum of Team Secret, and if they get one more here for Bren Esports, they know that Team Secret will be at the cusp of defeats and basically where their bank's broken.
You know that Dubstep, when he was crawling up there in the market, about to peek short, and then he hears the Seekers pop, you know that there was a cog in his head thinking, damn it. I was right there. Like, I was one corner away from making this amazing play. Then the Seekers come out and just put a halt to all of that. It's a 2-round lead, though, here from Bren Dax. One they can continue to pound on, but I don't think Secret are going to let that come out goodbye. One ult orb away from Dubstep here from his ultimate, and they do try and support him to make that B-long push, but ultimately don't find anything as Bren have committed themselves towards taking the hookah instead. A very smoky position they're going to try and retake, but Wits is going to try and front this. He's taking lots of damage, but so is Savvy in return. Although, Bren, as you said, they've got lots of sustain on their side.
I like the fact that that was a 2-step play from Team Secret. They want to go for an early peek into Fountain, yes, with Dubstep, but at the same time, we're talking about the ultimates, and the ultimate orb that they immediately covered gives them the showstopper for the round. But that's the thing, you know, these trades, they're never gonna go in favor of Team Secret unless they get the demise on the other side. Quick heals, quick push, and we're ready to go yet again with Josh S controlling that little birdie and confirming that Dispenser is just watching. Now then, the rotation is true. They want to go for that B side. And will they catch Team Secret off guard? Dash on in already. Dubstep though, going over to the Octagon. Here comes Patience and Witch walking into his own demise. Move on yet again. After ready for Dubstep, but he finds the shot this time versus EJ. And here comes the showstopper even. But Hot Sauce is there to catch him even. So a trade for trade. Cutthroat to hell. And it's 3v2 now as we put that spike down. Back-to-back action though here for Borkum and Dispenser. Gonna be splitting up the approach. He's on top of the hookah and gets a few shots against his opponent. Oh, sorry, Borkum though coming close. One, the guiding light yet again from Josh S, but he peeks a little too early, gets taken on down. Here comes the gospel guy being set up, but Savvy will peek him instead as he's meditating, and there's no room for error whatsoever. There is no room to stop as Bren Esports keeps on chugging.
A bit of a misplay there for Borkum to go into his astral form so out in the open. I understand, right? The intent there to pull that wall over the eyes of Bren Esports to make sure that hookah is denied, is disabled. Take that angle away from the Bren Esports post plan, but it's the wrong time to do it and the wrong place to even go to that option. Could have pulled back maybe to elbow, pop it real quick and maybe even safer, but I get the play, Borkum. Wrong time, though, and this isn't your moment. Team Secret trailing here with an eco, and Bren are at the cusp of match point once more.
Yeah, like I said a while ago, there are a handful of these rounds that if Team Secret just didn't make that micro misstep, they would actually be the ones leading this game instead. Here we go, though, with the Hunter's Fury. Team Secret right now demanding a respect over onto that B side. But that's all Jesse Vash gets. Finds no one on the other side. The economy of Team Secret absolutely shattered. The confidence has to be high here for Bren Esports. And if they get this round against the lesser buy, then that will beat them on series point. Who the thunk that this was the possibility. The first 2 days have already been incredible here for VCT. Dispenser though, the ambition and the belief with the flash gets that takedown, but that's the problem. The sustain is through with the resurrection, even with the final on the Savvy 8K. But now after everything's said and done, it's a 4-man push from Bren Esports. Awkward push again. Dubstep right now making the judge cut as Josh just gets 3. But out of the open now, things will be broken. Here comes EJ, reinforcement on the judge. Can we get the beacon time from Raid Priest? Yes, it is. And Bren Esports, they just keep on moving forward. And the next generation looking to make the future now, as this is match points.
Team Secret, they need to stop. If there's some secret sauce, a secret recipe to their game, now is the time to lay that on the table. This is only the group stages, Dax, but it's feeling like a playoff game. It's so hot, so tense in here right now. Dubstep, maybe if he had a few more rounds in the mag, a few more shells in that judge of his, could have made a turnaround happen, but right now, it's time to take a breather. Timer is paused. I'm not sure if a tech is in place or a tactical was called, but here we're going to go back again into the game. Potentially the final round of Bren Esports versus Team Secret, but I'm going to believe the latter here, Team Secret. I've got a few more rounds to give us, to show us why they are the kings of the local scene. But they're going to have to prove it, not with words, but by their actions.
Exactly, they're not going down tough fights. Thing is, Bren Esports has been so quick on the jabs and so quick on the pushes when they decide to give the green light on. A little bit of slow play yet again. Just dynamic shifts, Black and Blue. I think that's one thing that we can really, I'd say, enjoy about the Bren Esports roster is the slow to fast gameplay is just so sudden that can even catch the opponent off guard.
Anybody would be surprised with just how Bren are playing right now. It's been a complete, flash in their face in many ways. Bren, signs of brilliance here behind this roster. And here comes a lockdown. They feel it looming in the air. They feel that breeze coming towards them. And reactionarily, Secret, they're going to put their lockdown down. Bren to bring the spike towards the A site, and EJ opens things up. Borkham's only good for one, but EJ's able to get the trade immediately. That's a double kill for him in the round already, and they're down to a 4v3. Dubstep, he's lurking here in the showers. He's able to deny the plant. Great timing here from Dubstep. There goes the Boombot to try and keep him safe for the meantime. They do not have any ultimates on Secret side. They take the spike and run the other way towards the B side, but the Spencer is going to be the first one to make contact there. Will he actually try and front this? He goes for the peek. He gets the kill on EJ, dropping him dead. Savvy somehow able to get the kill. It's down to a 2v2 here next. 1v2.
Oh man. Behind Savvy versus Dubstep, old versus new, and is it time for the changing of the guard? Truly it is! Bren Esports time! 2-0 versus Team Secret, and this is the next wave of PH talent right in front of you. Bren Esports has swept the top team of the APAC scene, and against all odds, against all expectations, it's Team Secret tumbling down to the bottom, my friend.
Oh.
What?
Oh my goodness. Old Kings out. New faces in. Oasis did yesterday. Bren Esports did today. Everybody put Team Secret at the top of their bracket, at the top of their group. But there are new sheriffs in town. Bren, Oasis, they got their number. Now looking to see if other teams can replicate that.
See how apt that ending was. Savvy 8K, the collegiate prodigy, has finally graduated here to the pro scene and went above and beyond expectations. 22 kills, beating out Dubstep on the Raze counter. And just that last kill, is it a sign that 2022 is absolutely an open book for the Team Secret faithful? We are many of that, yes. It's still not done, you know. The week is not over. The group stage is not concluded as of yet. But you have to ask the hard questions. Are they even given the chance to play to their best level? Is this all they got? Or do we have something more ready here for the local scene? Because right now, everyone is gunning for them, and they're just hitting the mark time after time. And one more to add to the notch, it's Bren Esports.
I have to believe there's some magic there in that office of theirs, that Bren Esports office, that facility they've got in, because when we did see, you know, this secret roster play in that office, they played their minds out, their hearts out. But maybe, who knows, no excuses, but it is a factor for that, you know, kind of boot camp diff that people like to talk about. Here are the highlights to see exactly how that map went, and this was at least much closer, much better from Secret compared to their icebox, but still not nearly enough. Not against Bren.
You know, highlights here, and this time we saw so many incredible plays from both sides. We saw the fanfare of what Team Secret is all about, but against all odds and against all momentum, and sometimes even against the laws of physics, it was Bren Esports finding the clutch in them between Brain Freeze, Hot Sauce, just everyone, truly. Josh S, EJ, especially the A-holds, and just Savvy 8K with those B pushes even. Let's not count out. We would see the Shines of Brilliance, D&D Connection making it happen, Dispenser having quite a heyday too. The Bash Darts, as per usual, Wits with the lethality. And at the very end, there were signal seconds of Borkun time along the way. But truly, this is a defining factor here and a defining moment to the PH scene. It is now absolutely wide open, no flukes. It is a real possibility that someone can be at the very top. But you know, I still believe, man. I still believe.
That's the only thing we settled on agreeing upon this weekend, is the fact that upsets are to be expected. What an upset we've had day 1, day 2, and now day 3. What an amazing day and what amazing cast was with you. But we're going to have another game coming up right after the break. We're going to go to the panel though after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with VCT.
Testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl.
Team Secret taking their second loss in a row here in VCT Philippines, and this time it's in a 0-2 up against Bren Esports. Now, I was taking a little bit of a look at the history and, my memory banks. Team Secret has lost to like 3 local teams in the entirety of their inception. Ever since they've been a team, they've only lost to 3 Filipino teams. 2 of those teams have been in the past 2 days, and this is a very different show of form here for the favorite Filipino squad. Asarai, what is going on? I know you wanted to talk a little bit about this, so help me make sense of whatever this is.
All right, hear me out first. Usually when Filipino teams go for scrims to practice whatever they want to improve on, it's usually up against other countries, not really with local teams, and that makes it so that they don't really have experience against the teams that are available here locally. Team Secret does that, everybody does that. And here's another thing, right? Team Secret has not have, I believe, any tournament experience in the Philippines for the past couple of months compared to any other team that we have right now in Stage 1. So with that being said, maybe they're struggling because they haven't adapted back to the Filipino meta. Maybe it's all about the international right now for them. But with that being said, they've already taken the 2 series loss, and that is a definite wake-up call for the TS roster.
Yeah, definitely. Raf, anything you have to say about this? I know you wanted to touch on that previous match. A lot of strange things that we saw. That 13-1, unprecedented. I don't think I've ever seen a team wreck Team Secret like that in their history.
I have to agree with you. And considering the most iconic performance we've seen from them in champs, you'd think that the Icebox would translate so well in our local scene. But again, I just like to touch on the fact that the incompatibility is so real. The question is, are we going to see Team Secret go back to form? I guess we'll just have to find out.
Now let's take a look at the highlights. Whatever we just saw, we take another look at it. Honestly, Icebox, very, very questionable play here from Team Secret. There wasn't a lot of bright spots. Wits did well, sure. But there still was a lot of questions to be asked. What happened to Haven? Why is it the first ban of Team Secret? What happened to the map selection? And suddenly everything just started falling apart here. Asarai, break it down for us a little bit. Everything just seeming to go Bren Esports' way. Were they just playing on another level today, or did Team Secret start dropping the ball?
I have like a lot of points here, but I'll try to compress it as much as I can. First and foremost, stat-wise, at least for one of the Team Secret players, Dubstep, yesterday, out of the 45 kills that he had in the series that they played, he only got 11 kills out of an op shot, but primarily in a lot of the rounds there, he was actually playing with the op. That is incredibly low, so he's been underperforming. Next up here as well, you were talking about the maps, right? Haven, honestly, I was weirded out as well. We already know that Bren has a really sick Haven map, but it was kind of interesting that they didn't really fight for that because, again, we've seen in the local scene that Team Secret play a mean Haven as well, so I was wondering why they didn't want to challenge Bren in that regard. And last of all, for the Bren side, Savvy has just been so on point. He just synergizes well with the rest of the team.
Yeah, you mentioned Savvy, and I think we're going to get a look at whether he is going to be the MVP or not, because honestly, I really think that was one of his true standout performances, the collegiate superstar, and he is going to be our game MVP, brought to you, of course, by ROG. Savvy 8K with a 314.6 ACS. I'm going to bring it right back to you here, but feel free to pick up Raf. I know, Asaray, you wanted to talk about Savvy a little bit, so go right on ahead.
Yeah, again, this particular player, incredibly aggressive, coming in from that collegiate scene from Virtus Arcus, if I'm not mistaken. He has done so many things. Honestly, I thought, when we were starting with the panel, I was thinking that he was going to play maybe more of his Breach, but totally forgot again how clutch a Raze player this guy was. There was one iteration, I believe, instance, on Bind where he just got hella baited by Joshua. Joshua was making so much noise that Savvy had gotten a extremely important 2 kills on Hookah, and that secured them the round. So really good synergy with all of the team. It's not just the other player that meshes well with Savvy. I forgot the name already because Savvy. But yeah, he just meshes well with the rest of the Bren boys.
And Raf, you wanted to talk a little bit about Brain Freeze as well. Another player who did really work out along with Savvy in this one, was absolutely lights out in this series.
Oh yeah, Brain Freeze is typically a fairly quiet player. He is a very, if I could compare him to basketball player, he's like Tim Duncan. You probably won't notice, but he's gonna drop 20 and 10 on you, and that's just how it is. But one thing to touch on Savvy is that although he is such a I would say, star fragger, the thing that I have to highlight is that he never overextends from his backline. Even if he doesn't get the kill, even if the tension is all on him, he sets everybody up for success. And that is definitely something that every aspiring duelist, and even the duelists we have, or just the fraggers we have on the scene, to take note of. Set up your team, create the space, let your team capitalize on it.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of a chance to speak to Brain Freeze himself. We got the interview coming up with Donut. So, Donut, take it away.
Next Gen Bren is on fire. We have here the IGL, the big brain. Brain Freeze. So, hi, Brain Freeze.
Hello.
How are you? Because you beat your forefathers in Bren Team Secret. So, how was the game for you?
It was a good game, for sure. I mean, they're Team Secret. They're a good team, so we expected a good fight.
So, was the outcome of the matches something that you guys expected? A 2-0 at least when you were analyzing first as a team?
Well, I guess I could say that we just wanted to come into the series as confident as we can be. But beating them 2-0 is surely a bonus. Something probably no one else would have expected. So we're very grateful.
Gee, something that wasn't expected as well was how Bren has reformed the team after the seniors have left. So can you tell us more about the thought process? Of course, firstly, it was Josh S. and then as well as Savvy 8K. Who else in the roster do you think, and what was the process in really getting you as the big brain behind it?
Initially, it started with the both of them, and then they got Derek and EJ. And they were just looking for a sentinel main, but they ended up not finding one. So what they did was they just ended up looking for a Sova main instead and shifted Derek onto the sentinel. And I guess I got lucky that they chose me out of all the other players up there.
Well, I guess what you did wasn't really luck. I want to tell, I want to tell the viewers more about the games earlier on, or maybe about the players, because I want to talk about Savvy because he is the collegiate MVP. But I want to ask you, as the IGL and as his teammate, how do you think he fits now in the pro scene of Valorant?
Everyone can tell that he's a very skilled player. Everyone on this team is very skilled, and for sure that everyone has been showing that they deserve to be here. Savvy, EJ, Josh, Hot Sauce, everyone. So I guess everyone deserves their spot.
Definitely agree. Even with you, when it comes to the clutch, I knew it wasn't luck. So when you got that 3K ROG clutch, what was happening behind the scenes? Were there whispers as to where Borkum was?
No, I just assumed he was there because he took too long to. If he just stayed where I was watching, initially U-Haul, I assumed he would peek like within the first few seconds. But since he took too long, I already knew he was coming from behind.
Well, pure game sense. But I would want to ask you as well, how did you guys prepare for this game against Team Secret? Because I think you did so well in getting a 2-0 against them.
Well, I guess we just did our homework, and also most importantly, we just stuck to our game plan. That's the most important thing, I guess, for every team. As long as you stick to your game plan and be confident, you'll go out there and win games.
Well, confidence is the name of the game, and that's it from Brain Freeze and I. Thank you so much for joining us again. So, back to the panel with Illustrado, Raf, and Asarai for their thoughts on the next match.
Thank you.
Dude, bro, Parra, that was a really good interview. I'm like totally amazed at so why are you laughing at me? It was a dare. They totally dared me to do that.
No, we did not.
No, we did not.
Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. Okay, I'm blaming you guys. But yeah, what an amazing play here from not Team Secret, from Bren, as they take down Team Secret. And man, Brain Freeze is like the coolest guy. Like, you were talking about it, Raf, in the interview. Is like, man, this guy's like Tim Duncan, just no emotion.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm Brain Freeze. I'm so happy right now over my win over Team Secret. That's just like, it's so fitting for the controller, bro.
Cool,
again, yeah.
calm, and collected.
Absolutely. But all right, enough banter from us for now. For now, we are going to take a little bit of a break to wrap our heads around what just happened. Because when we do return, we have the last series of the day here in VCT Philippines. Ilustrado, Raf, and Asrai will be back in just a second.
Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep low. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, put him in place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's every from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hit list. Generations cope up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to.
Wow, Bren Esports continuing to impress. They said that they would come back stronger, and they most certainly did in the dominating 2-0 up against Team Secret. And one of those games was a 13-1. But let's go ahead and move on to the future. Joining us on the panel, it's going to be me, Illustrato, and of course, Nomad and still Asurai. Welcome to the panel, gents. Nomad, the first time I'm having you on here today. Any initial thoughts about that previous game we just witnessed?
Well, Bren is the new Bren roster is really picking up from where the old Bren roster was, and I'm looking forward to see how well they can perform here in the VCT, because I'm pretty much convinced that Team Secret is no longer the top dog that we have in this country.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of getting really ridiculously close. All these games, like who knows who's gonna beat who in the next series, right? Because at this point, your guess is as good as anybody's, and my guess is as good as anyone's. Because we have been thrown surprise after surprise, day after day, and I think this just goes to show how close the current situation here is in the Philippines, where all the teams are pretty much stepping up.
Sorry, I was muted there for a bit. Sorry. Anyways, I totally agree with you on that one. I really just feel like every other team was inspired by Team Secret's run back in Champions, and they just want to prove themselves that it's not just, you know, Dubstep, Vash, Dispenser, Wits, Borkum, all the Team Secret guys that can make other teams run for their money. It's also all of these other teams that we have right now, and it's really good. It's really amazing. I think what this just does, you know, from a level up standpoint, is that it'll just make everybody want to get better and want to improve more and more. So it's good for all of us.
Yeah, well, once again, we're going to be seeing Zeal step up to the plate. So let us go ahead and introduce them. Check out for Zeal Esports. Zeal Esports are currently 2-2 in the standings, and Nomad, these guys are pretty much hit and miss. They're either 100% or dead in the water. What is going on with these guys? It seems like after their first loss here today, it's going to be a tough one. Do you think they can recover mentally from that first loss here?
I mean, they pretty much have it within themselves to recover from a loss, because it's not the first time that we've seen them really struggle. Like in the past, we've seen them show up, and then in the next tournament they don't show up. This is kind of the same scenario that Zeals is currently at. They did suffer a loss earlier on from NAOS, and that was a heartbreaking loss because it was as close as it can get. Now the question that you ask is if they can recover from that. I'm pretty sure that they should and they will, going up against this matchup, because they should on paper look pretty good against Looking for Org, their upcoming opponents.
Absolutely. Looking for Org, Asarai. They're kind of in the middle of the scoreboard right now, not necessarily so in a very comfortable spot, but they are definitely still in the running, especially if they can win up against these guys in Zeal here. How do you think they're looking right now?
I think that's actually true for both of these teams. Like if we're looking at Zeals, they're actually 1-2 right now in the standings. And I think looking for Org is about the same. But with that being said, quick mention about looking for Org. It really will depend on how well, again, they integrate the new players in the form of Chowdy and Exotic.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hit the nail on the head. Speaking of looking for Org, let's go ahead and take a look at their roster cards. Nomad, any expectations for looking for Org? Because right now, I think that we are in this kind of phase in VCT Philippines where everybody is just like trying to grasp, trying to get the footing in the, not just each series, but the tournament in itself. And especially with the newly formed teams as well. So it's very much Lewis and Clark territory that we're seeing. Nobody really knows who is the true front runner or the forerunner in this tournament. Everybody's just trying to find their place within it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. It's may just be a chance of looking for Org in an off day per se, since we started the tournament. But we've seen teams just out of nowhere just shine and just wake up from all the momentum. They are like diesel engines that just need a couple more hours or a couple more days to heat up. And I feel like looking for Org is one of those teams. I could say that both for Zeals and looking for Org, they are those teams that really require a little bit of octane in their fuel to get going.
And speaking of octane to the fuel, I think that's a really good analogy for this, because Zeal's primarily Fire Sage, and again, not to kind of coax on Fire Sage, and he is a really good player, but if you saw the stats that they had against NAOS just earlier today, he actually had on their first game, I believe, about 14, maybe 10-ish kills, and then second game, third game, that's when he really amped up. So there really has to be a fuel injected into the veins of these players right now, because some of them are feeling sluggish at times, and that really kind of hampers the power level, I'd say, for either side, because I think looking for Org as well as Zeals play a very similar style, or at least have players that play a very similar style. You have Fire Sage and Singer Carl, as well as Exotic and Chowdy, that if you look head to head are actually primarily aggressive players, even in different roles and different agents.
Let's take a look at the map, Vito, guys. We are going to take a look and see where our battlefield will be for the day here. As we take a look, it's going to be Ascent, I think, Split. Going to be the first 3 maps, in Bind. So pretty much territory for everybody to be comfortable in. Icebox, Fracture, Haven, and Breeze have been taken out. So a lot of the bigger maps have been removed. Actually, all of the big maps have been removed. In fact, we are going to be in close quarter combat. How are you feeling about this, Nomad?
Well, if we're starting off on Bind, and for Zeal Esports, they're kind of 50-50 on that aspect. So, it's just going to depend if they are awake. But on the flip side, the LFO roster, they haven't really shined in Bind, for just judging from their current map history. But if we do go into Split, if we do go to Split, that's where the tides will definitely turn to the favors of Zeal Esports here.
Ooh, that's a big tell. Fun fact, or not really a fun fact, but just a fact. Split is the map that I believe both Looking for Org and Zeals beat Southville Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. I believe both of the scores are actually 13-11, right? So this is like a coup de grace. It's like a transitive property showcase. Who is actually the team that will triumph over SBE and the other team on Split, which is kind of hilarious to think about. In any case, all of these maps, I would say a fair point for either side. It really would depend, I believe, now on how the agent selection would be. I think Bind, it's going to be a mirror match, and then Ascent, it's going to be boiling down to maybe a double initiator here for, I'd say, LFO.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time for predictions, gents. Nomad, I'm putting you in the hot seat right now. Who's going to take this series?
I'm going to have to give it 2-1 to Zeals, just because of the fact that because of the heartbreaking loss that they've had today, they should have that fire ignited with them. Even more so for Fire Saiyajin, who has the fire in his name. He should be able to carry the team on his back and help his team get that victory. 2-1 for Zeals.
Oh, for me, I will have to go the other way. I feel like Looking for Orc is looking pretty damn good right about now. I believe in whoever is managing this team. They're looking much sharper day after day. And Nexi, I gotta say, has just been as consistent as possible. He is the glue, I would say, that holds this entire LFO roster together.
I'm going to agree with you. I have to side with Asurai on this yet again for the second time, I think, today. Because LFO, I'm looking at Symbol. I'm looking at Draxi. Dude, honestly, they're hitting all their shots. How many times are we going to see these guys clutch? I think that if there's any team that can pretty much successfully stop Zeal's playstyle, in terms of playstyle, I think it's a great matchup for LFO, considering how condensed and how disciplined they can be when it comes to it, and there's always that individual star power there. So my prediction, again, going to be LFO, but I think it's going to be a 2-0 this time. So yeah, you heard it in our production, from our production and from us. And it's going to be time to go into the very last series of the day. So we're going to be passing it off to the casters. Guys, floor is yours.
We will see who will rise above in the murky waters of losses, Zeal or Looking for Org. Both teams looking at somewhat similar standings as we hit this third day and the last series of the day. My name is Astra, and with me now is Nomad. We'll be your casters for the rest of the tournament, or for this particular day tournament. I would love that. I haven't casted, actually, if you think about it, but totally fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, it's I'm the only person that went against the grain here. You guys voted for Looking for Org, but I got faith in Zeal's Esports here as we have a look at what agents are going to be playing on in Bind. I have faith in Zeal's that they should be able to, at least like what Dax and I talked about earlier on, was that they were trying to overthink, on at least how we see it, is that they're overthinking their strategies up against NAOS Esports earlier on. But now I feel that, especially when they went back to that, I would say, vintage Pirates era performance, they got rounds up against NAOS Esports and even went to overtime. And I feel like that's the secret recipe here up against LFO.
Well, secret recipe or not, I was mentioning how I'm looking at supposedly a mirror matchup. I was almost correct. The only difference probably is that Sova and Sage on either side. I really like this. The Chamber is a really, really good agent for a lot of maps, and it really deceives a lot of people as well, because he kind of plays that's 6 agents, but no, that's not what it is. But what it is it really is, Chamber just allows for, again, an agent that allows for very aggressive forward peeking, right? It's kind of like a jet, but you have traps, so that when you actually leave a spot, you can leave in a trap, his trademark, and allow that to cover the rest of the map here. Whether you're in attack or defense, it's really incredibly strong. And of course, once you hit, 7 charges, you get that tour de force, and you have literally an operator in your hands that you can use to blast away opponents. So you're not looking at only the raise to be aggressive, it also can be the Chamber as well, whether it's defending or attacking.
Yeah, but we'll find out how effective the compositions is as we go into the game. Zeal's going to be on the attacking side, LFO on the defense. And the tensions are high here for both of these teams, all things considered, right?
Oh yeah,
they're not too hot, not too cold too, and Symbol is not looking too hot as far as Saiyajin. will take him down early in the round.
Fire Sergeant feels like he's angry right now. He's already gotten that first initial pick. Doesn't have any satchels, but the nade and his teammates' utility will allow him to just get the site uncontested. Exotic, I believe, has already repositioned with his TP, so he couldn't really back away from Cubby there, allowing Zeals here to get a nice little take on the B site. It's all about that retake, 3 versus 5, but all of the defenders coming in from spawn here, it's going to be very difficult because they've kind of been plugged in, just come out from Murder Hole and Fire Station holding the close, but Shouty is here. Gets a pop shot, and here we go, retake.
Yeah, the retake now is just down to Draximov. He's low on HP. It's a 1v3. He has a ghost in his hand, but he's properly surrounded, properly spotted out by 2 members. That's the first round on the board for Zeals. They should be comfortable in this round. LFO, not really much to work on the economy, but I loved that entry by Zeals. Just came into B side, overpowered, held the angles. That's it.
Yeah, losing Nexi was a big loss there as well. And I was wondering why he kind of overpeaked that. Or maybe it wasn't an overpeak, rather just an initial peak, and Fire Sage's reaction time just got the better of Nexi there. In any case, Zeals already with a powerful purchase. We do see Exotic at close distance. This is kind of filthy if you think about it. Any other agent would not be able to get away with a risky positioning with this shorty, but he can, because he can just, again, boop, on out of there just in case. Symbol holding the far angle so that maybe Exotic can sneak one in, as he is very close distance, but the rest, the brunt of the Zeal squad is already rushing through on Octa here. Not really much can be said. Nice little Astro Wall so that anybody on Hookah will not have their just desserts, and Zeal's pretty clean on the start.
Yeah, and Exotic has nowhere to go. His teammate's going to be there to assist him. That shorty's really not going to help. And they're just going to go ahead and chase him down. Senior Carl's going to go down, but they have to go for the retake here. It's a 3v4. No weapons on them, as the beat secures a 2K off of Draximov there. There's nothing much that they can do here in this round. It should be Zeal's round.
Yeah, it's nothing. Exotic's just hiding in the corner there. I wonder if they're going to peek this or something, and Exotic still has the shorty. Hasn't had any value whatsoever. And Simple, okay. Just give a hi, hello. Maybe he can get another one.
He does.
Okay, that's not supposed to happen. He got one right click already, and this is turning into a very expensive round for Zeal. 3 franc though, Zeal shouldn't lose that much money as well, because if you saw, they only had like 3 players buy up. I believe there was 2 that only had pistols, so they should have, yeah, a good chunk of money coming into this round, but that was some pretty hefty kills there from Symbol's right click.
Pretty much, yeah. Not much of an economic damage for I had to do it. Somebody dared me in chat.
You had to. It's totally
Somebody
fine.
dared me. Well, yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Well, yeah, not a lot of damage there on the economy. They can pretty much be able to buy up full guns next round.
On the off chance, because again, Riot, quote unquote, has changed the right click so that it spreads a lot more when you spam it, but it seems like all the 3 bullets actually just donk the target there of Symbol on the second alt. That was pretty crazy. But speaking of craziness, this is going to be a head scratcher, head turner, so to speak, because this is the first buy round for LFO. There's a lot riding on the line to stop the momentum here. He does not know that Fire Station is very near, but Shouty just immediately backs away. This is a very uncharacteristic from the man himself, but it could work. Still, Craigie stuck with the pride. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Zeals really wants to commit to this fight. No one is holding the lurk. They're all coming here, and the wall just to hide out on Triple. This could allow for a safer punt, and it does. Shouty could come in from a crossfire, which is going to be too brutal, but Zeal still handle through, and Symbol going to have to clutch.
Man, just a raw aggression as they make their way inside the side and got free upgrades off of that. This is just vintage Zeals here. Vintage Pirates, if I do say so myself. That was just Symbol. You mentioned that he has to clutch this, but I don't think there's a way for him to come out on top of this. Already, Zeals has weapons in their hands. They have Vandals, they have Phantoms. Their economy is pretty stable for at least a couple more rounds, and then LFO, they're back into pistols. I mean, if you're going to be going up against Zeals, I feel like you should just fight fire and fire, go with aggressive peaks here. I don't know about you.
That's actually a real fair point, right? Because I was mentioning how Chowdy seems to, play the safer route, so to speak. But to be honest, Zeals just did a really fantastic job at funneling where LFO had their options to actually peek out because of the utility that they dropped at, especially that wall and triple. And they just had their eyes set. It seems kind of weird, right? That Zeals always needs that one series wake up. Right, that first series that they play, they're feeling a little bit cold again. Fire Sage, as I mentioned when we were on the panel, seems to be cold at the very start. But since it is a little later on in the day, he's on fire right now. He has just been charging right in. He's getting all these nice little, I won't say frags, but at least aggressive angles that is allowing Zeals for more opportunities to push in to the site now. With that being said, though, as you mentioned, LFO are going to be on this weaker buy. Seems like Exotic is having some a bit of hiccups here and there, but I wonder how this is going to work, because as of the moment, Zeals has been doing a fantastic job at just plugging up all of the angles where their pushes would be hindered. That one where they smoked on Hookah, the other one where they smoked the cross on A. They've been starting this off very fundamental heavy in terms of the strats, and that's not what we saw in the start of the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, because if you think about it, Zeals was kind of trying to, I don't know, I would say that they were trying to experiment on their strats, trying to get a little bit of pointers from the other teams and how slow they play, on how methodical they play. But in my honest opinion, like if you're looking at Zeals right now, a slow methodical play going into the side and then exploding as soon as they make their way inside with Fire Sage and taking the lead. I feel like that is the most effective strategy that they can wrap their heads around,
Without a
They
blocking
can
vision.
utilize, so to speak. Flash will give away the position here for Draximov. Zeals don't know how many that is, but already you can see Craig is just waiting on top of the box. Draxi don't know about that angle, and he's going to get shut. Shouty in a very close corner here alongside his teammate. They put a lot of bodies on Hookah. He says about the peak. Oh, he could have actually gotten the clutch, but he actually went back. Gets spotted by the Thought. The ASUS is coming in. So many utilities just to force out Shouty, but nobody from Zeal's actually committing. You're waiting for an opportunity, but Shouty is a crack shot. Got beat down. That's going to be the defenders forcing away the attackers to go on to the A side.
Yeah, that's definitely going to stop the push here from Zeals at the very least. They're making their way on over towards A. You see Exotic, he's the sole person here, and he does get a kill on the Fire Saiyajin. Oh, the retake, the rotate is now for LFO. They're already in position, but Senior Carl, faster on the trigger, takes down Nexi. Got down to a 3v3. Symbol, and that Cosmic Divide is going to buy a little bit more time. Zeals, as Chowdy takes down Tuge. Has an idea where Senior Carl is. We'll go peek, but Chowdy gets a 3K off of that. He's not going to be getting the 4K here. They're going to go for the defuse. That's crazy. That's simple, though. And gets a kill off the Chowdy, makes it a 3K. Now it's down to a 1v1. Exotic has to work the angle, but he has to just buy time here. And he does. Through the wall. Barely has enough time for this.
I don't think he has.
No, he doesn't.
Boosh! Oh, 20.20! Oh, that is unfortunate. But what isn't is that it is an ROG clutch. Wow, Craigies, I gotta say, 4 bullets in the chamber, and he knew exactly that that the chamber of the opponent will have to actually challenge him, because that position just cannot be pro zone fake. Right? Look at this. Hits another shot. Wasn't expecting, actually, I believe, the Shouty to be the one to actually challenge him there. But Exotic, man. Exotic just... I mean, he could have probably wall-banged and gotten the kill, but he just did not know where Craigies was hiding.
Lessons learned there, right? But moving forward, that's still Zeal securing that round and securing more money for themselves, all things considered. They almost lost that, but hey, still pretty much in the game. Beats. Has the operator, and he does not connect the shot. He gets tagged himself off of Chowdy's initial push over at A main. Oh, B main, I'm sorry. And it's a slower play style here now for Zeals. They're playing around market. trying to get information. We are already seeing Fire Engine already inside hookah. Chowdy just lying in wait on this corner, and he hears them. And they don't look at the corner. Gets the one. Dismisses just in time with 30 HP in his name. Here comes the Trailblazer as well. Fire Engine takes down Chowdy as he repositioned there. Opens up the B side completely for them, and they can completely crash here. As Fire Engine waiting for the satchels to come up. Oh, yes. Concussed Symbol has to defend.
It's going to be a bit ugly, but he does have Nexi alongside him. It doesn't matter. Fire Sage blasts through the opposition and the defense and just shatters what was supposed to be a guard on the B side. That's going to be defined on the spike. Braxton Exotic going to have to pick. No, never mind. It's Exotic. Going to have to pick this up. Well, Chamber's probably the worst agent you would want to try to retake, right? Like, utility-wise, it's just not going to work for him. And there's like 4-player look in his angle. Beats on the operator. Let's see if who's better shot. That's going to be Beats. Seeing the teeny tiny barrel of his Reaver Vandal against that operator on attack. It works. Also, I was wondering how Fire Sajan got through hookah, but that was because I believe Chowdy pushed through that secret spot by pushing through B long. That's how he did not expect Fire Sajan to be there, because I think Exotic was supposed to be looking at it, but since he was probably jiggle picking in and out, Fire Sajan got through and held for as long as possible and got the value kill on Chowdy.
Yeah, just I wouldn't say it was a patience play, but it was more of a Metal Gear Solid move there for Fire Agent.
Hiding on the boxes.
This is Snake. They can't see me. I've made my way inside hookah. Commencing Zeal's mission now. Or something like that. Snake would say something like that. But there's nothing much that LFO can say here on this round. They only have Sheriffs and the classic onto Exotic.
Oh, sorry. No.
Recovering it.
Yes, Norwell.
Yeah, Jiro. How many times has LFO been pushed back to play on an eco? I think this is like the third time. Yeah, third round, right? So Zeals has done a fantastic job at building economy on their side and blasting apart the money banks of LFO. And you're absolutely right. Look at that. He doesn't even put his teleporter on just because he just knows he's gonna clear the rest of this and spot nobody. Yeah, LFO made the play since this is a weak buy for them, to just full commit on the A side.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, Zeals just played it so well. I'm not sure if they read it, but now they know that everybody is just going to be coming through the A side.
One enemy remaining.
Carl's just holding the line of Red CG to get a 2 gig. They get the blind onto Fire Agent as well. But what? Draximov was running behind, flicks behind him. Still gets 2 gig, but he still gets taken out by Fire Agent. 6-0 for Zeals. And another gun round for them again.
I probably have to add this as well, right? Since they did pick up the who was this? The Sova.
That's a good spot.
Compared to the Sage that Zeals have picked up, right? Nexi's playing the Sova right now. There technically isn't any stopping power for LFO. Even if you would call the trademark something, that is only a tool that allows you to know where the opponents are. It's not really going to stop everything. So the adjustment for LFO right now is they have to take some aggressive, very aggressive angles on defense, because if they don't, they lose a lot more. The post plants, the pushes, much better for Zeals because of the utility that they have specifically. You want to try to hold on hookah? Well, a slow orb plus a pain shells could be already in your face. You're forced to back away, and already what's coming there is Fire Sage and blast packing through the rest of the site, and nothing LFO can really do. And you saw that happen in one of the rounds where Nexi and Symbol were just holding in the back of B, where Fire Sage went past. Nexi could do absolutely nothing but just actually look at him, maybe shoot him out of the sky, but he did not. And again, utility-wise, LFO's composition does not allow for a slow passive play. They gotta be aggressive.
Yeah, with Chowdy being aggressive on that kill on the Fire Sage, and as the showstopper comes up, they're forced to back off a little bit. Zeal slowing down. Symbol might just find the kill, and he does. Takes down Beats for a trade. Postmortem. Chowdy still going to be the defender here over at A, and there's only about 30 seconds left for Zeal to
30
commit
seconds left.
to this side. Slowly but surely, they're going to be running out of time to rotate over. As Sexy takes down Senor Carl.
One enemy remaining.
Just 2 on his own, and he's down. That's the first round for LFO.
That is what they need, right? To catch them before they bleed into the site, before they start to basically infect or lay claim to the site itself. Okay, this is the aftermath of that initial bout. I really wanted to see the one where Fire Sage was trying to bounce in with the satchels, as I mentioned, and just Shouty just shuts him down. You know, he's the anti-aerial turret of LFO here. In any case, there's still a bunch of money for Zeal, so they got time, they got rounds to burn. We'll see how they adjust to LFO's seemingly adjusting aggressive peaks, aggressive angles.
I have them.
Gets the info on Tuge. Gonna be porting out of there. He doesn't want any of it because Zeal's already poised to take down B side. Spot out Fire Saiyajin, at the very least. As Chowdy takes down Senor Carl, as they were backing off. Not looking good for Zeals for now. Advantage on the side of LFO. Here comes the Hunter's Fury by Nexi. Not actually, will be finding its mark. Here comes the showstopper. He's just going to find its mark. That's the main question. It doesn't. The res is going to come for Craigies. Makes it an even fight.
Spike planted.
Fortunate that the showstopper doesn't find its mark. Beats will find his mark onto Nexi. Down to a 3v4. Going to be a split retake here, potentially on elbow for Exotic. Just waiting for the explosive entry. LFO might do here. Symbol's going to be starting it off of that costume device. They spot out where Fire Saiyajin is. The spray down is real. But Tuge actually takes down Symbol. It's a 2v3 still as Raximov takes down Fire Saiyajin. Time is ticking. Beats is aiming. Exotic has nowhere to go. Just going to save this operator for himself. But he needs to be worried about Tuge. A 3K for him, another round for Zeals.
That is... Zeals is playing such a disciplined style on that post plan. You saw how Fire Saiyajin looked at the second guy, the second target, I believe that was Symbol, and just... Or not Symbol, but Exotic, and just backed away. He knew that he could wait for his team. Nobody would screw them over on elbow because Beats has already got an op kill there. He's put up the wall. If anybody pushes through, they would just be covered over by, I believe that was Craigies that was hovered over somewhere on Hookah here. And FO looking, well, for just a term, lost in this particular fight. Fire Station holding a more passive angle, and Zeals, they're smelling the buys now. And they're waiting for LFO to make something happen because they've done this in one of the previous rounds. Shouty's backing away. He's already afraid, and they've heard the footsteps. So maybe Zeal's going to move just about now.
Man, looking for Org is looking for answers right now to their questions in their minds. How can we stop Zeals? The pushes aren't even... The pushes from Zeals are just way too much. As the Tour de Force finds its mark on the Fire Saiyajin.
You want to play? Let's play.
But all things considered, though, it's still pretty much an even matchup, if I do say so myself. Like, Zeals could still take the side. They could still get the plant and get the proper hold.
They're double offing. But that doesn't matter. Exotic still hits a shot, sees the outfit of Sage there, and actually just waits for it. It's a big outfit, you know. It's like kind of wavy, so, and it's white in all of these browns. Tukamonsta only finds Draxi, but doesn't even look to his right where Nexi was waiting for. That's a beautiful crossfire here for the LFO roster. Stinger Claw's gonna have to push through. I thought it was already wrapping up, but it's shut down before anything happens or anything endangering for the LFO round happens there. So they got the 2. It's not too bad. They should be able to buy up fully here still. But as I mentioned, Zeals is rolling in the moolah, Nomad. So they're going to be able to buy up once again, and even an operator once again for Beats' Sage.
You don't typically see the operator on the hands of Sage as well. It just goes to show how confident Beats is when he's playing that Sage. a battle stage for that matter, because he's high up in the leaderboards, tied with Craigies and Tugay with 8 kills to their name. Price Agent is still looking to warm up. That guiding light is going to be forcing them to back off. No peeking whatsoever, as Zeals are looking into taking A for themselves.
I really like this because you mentioned you don't see this every day, that, well, Beast is going to play that operator, but I'd like to put the fact that it actually works because he has such explosive entry fraggers on the Zeal side, that he can just use this op as like a follow-up op rather is an entry frag op that we've seen other like jet players do. Exactly. This wall is huge, allows you to go on top of the wall, and on top of the hut there on you. Quite a lot of top angles for Beats here. They might not know that he actually pushed through, and he could get a sneak by, but get spotted immediately, and he is trapped. He's got to break this before he can actually stop the defuse, and they know he can't really do too much. Probably just try to save the weapon, mayhaps, but he's gonna die regardless. Does get the kill on the exit. That's about it. And LFO slowly creeping up the rounds on against Zeal's onslaught.
To be honest, if I were to play that as a Sage main myself, I would just play on top of huts and just wall that off. But at least I could have maneuverability to just get that off angle onto U-Haul, and then still I could jump onto the hut, get a vision on Heaven, get a vision on anybody that's behind the APC. That should have been how 39 Beats could have played it, and he could have had the advantage. And he should have backed off quite easily as well. But you know, we're just the casters. They're the players. They know the situation better than us. But that was still a very commendable feat, all things considered. And they still... Oh, how? No tags to the Fire Sage and all of that, too.
Yeah. LFO knows they have to actually fight for this and can't just back away. Their retakes have been struggling, have been taking too much brunt of force. And what? Did he just go over him and not actually commit to the site?
Yeah, that's what happened. And Senor Carl will take down Shouty. He tracked him the way he should be flying, but he wasn't there.
Playing a bit of Quake Live as at the moment. Using that air mobility just to go above the heads of opponents. He's just whooshing over. It works a lot because, well, he could not get tracked. LFO's Symbol now gonna have to do the 1v4 here. Nomad and oops, goes the dynamite, but that has given the crucial information. Fire Sage and FSJ 3K on the dot. He's building up steam. He's building up frags, kills, and looky here. Where is he? Wait, he only has 8 kills? I thought he was more, but it feels like he's been doing a lot for Zeals, which he is.
He's been doing a lot of high impact kills. That's why it feels like he's doing a lot more than he could have. He just dropped down straight.
Enemy remaining.
But yeah, I mean, for Fire Sage, he's just getting the high impact kills for the most part, right? That's why you feel like he's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But no, it's Zeals, the entirety of the team. If you look at the scoreboard, everybody's carrying their own weight. It's only really Tugay that's on top of the leaderboards, but earlier on it was Beats that was on top. So this just goes to show how Zeals has been very active all across the map.
And again, I think as soon as they know that Nexi's on the side, they can just keep bullying it. Because again, most of the utility that Chamber does is against agents that can't really dash through his utility, right? It works the best when that's the case. And even now, it's not working as well as they would want to, because I believe Exotic has been putting it in positions where rather than stopping opponents, it just gets information on where opponents are. And because of that, they have nothing to stop the onslaught of Zeals once they actually rush into the side. So it's all about that shooty bang bang for the most part. As you see here again, LFO's still struggling to get these aggressive takes. There is that 1-for-1 trade, but Beats can secure an orb here, and I believe, yeah, just revive Fire Sage in. Easy 5 versus 4 for the rest of the round. Shouty, oh, they know he's there. He jumps up. Shouty, how quick of a shot are you? Not quick enough. Beats shuts it down. Huge pick again with the operator.
And it's down to a 3v5 now. And here comes the party from Fire Sage, and he's gonna get that kill, no question. Gets on top of the crates, no info, but will get taken out by Draximov with that ghost. Picks up the Phantom, he's gonna go for a fight here.
Last player standing.
No,
Spike
Senior Carl
planted.
just at the right timing was this clouds dissipate.
Ooh.
Exotic gets the 1, makes it a 1v3, but he has an operator. Not really the best weapon you can use to clutch. One of the slowest weapons, but beats, spots, just the leg. And that's more than enough.
Switching sides.
You know how Beats is getting all of these operator picks on attack? For a player's standpoint, right? When you're gonna try to entry frag, let's just say you're gonna try to entry frag as an operator, you're a jet and everything, right? You're gonna have to peek all of these angles, but Beats, all he really has to do is peek angles that his teammates are not already peeking. And that makes it easier for him to focus more on the reactionary shooting of the operator rather than just the absolute flicking. Like that. He just has to look at certain angles where his teammates are not looking, and he's guaranteed a kill if someone actually peeks there. It's ridiculous. It's a really good setup for Zeals right now, and look at how far they've come. It's 9-3 as we go into the second half.
And we're gonna have to check if the defense would translate for Zeals here. I mean, if their offense would translate into a good defense, as LFO is eyeing out the B area. Nobody's guarding Hookah. Everybody's playing it guarded. 2K gets a tag onto Chowdy initially. Hookah players are finally making their way inside. Symbol not going to be diving in, but he gets taken down by 2K. Exotic takes out the head of Monster and Kriegs. Now it's down to a 2v3. Kind manageable here by LFO. You have to worry about the lurk that's incoming from Senor.
One enemy remaining.
And says Fire
Spike
Saiyajin
down B.
takes down Draximov, making it a 3K for himself. And that's that for Senor Carl. Double digits for Zeals, 2 more for match point.
Can really feel that pressure from Zeals here, just peeking out of these nooks and crannies. And was that like about a 3-stack on the B side, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, it was. They put all of their sentinels on the A so that the wall plus the traps would just be enough for Zeals to feel okay. If they push A, it's gonna take some time, right? So the rest of Zeals, the other 3 players, let's just rock and roll on the B site. Hope that it works. See if our shots are cracked enough. And boy, was it a fisher on that B site. Chowdy's gonna have to force to make something happen with this Sheriff in hand, but he looks too much at the crush gear that he was not looking at the crusher. Senor Carl just battering his head with that headhunter.
And that's already going to be putting LFO at a disadvantage just because of the fact that they're on pistols. Symbol died. Didn't really had much to go for there. But as I was saying, a man disadvantage on eco is not something you want to happen, because you want to have as much guns aiming at your opponents as much as possible. As Beats rocking the buggy, getting a decent tag onto Draximov, but it's not going to be converted into a kill. It's still a 3v3, but the weapon advantage is still inside of Zeal, so you just have to worry about the crispy headshots that may just come their way as Draximov takes out the head of Senor Carl. Fire Saiyajin tagged very heavily here.
Last player remaining.
Go for the spray, then we'll get traded by Draximov. It's a 1v2 as Fire Saiyajin is low. This should be LFO's round to win. And they do. 4-10, first round in a while.
Very, very good post plant there for LFO. The question that needed to be answered in that specific specific scenario, was how quickly can they refrag with the setup that they have? Because they were very tight and close together. They could have maybe pushed up a little bit more, but I love this double U-Haul plus pocket. They got one person that will be able to track if somebody's going to be coming through triple as well as short. And it was left to, I believe, Exotic and Draxi to see how quickly they can refrag. And boy, did they get that quick refrag that was much needed for LFO here. Forcing Zeal on a weaker buy. The Smokes is super aggressive. You might not know that there is one still holding the angle. That was Craigy's, but Draxi quick on the anticipation of that. Gets it. Simple rushes into the site and bit of same medicine here from LFO. You did it to us last half. We're going to do it this time as they get the B side for themselves pretty cleanly in a 5 versus 3 retake.
Man, that was kind of an impatient play, if I do say so myself. I get the concept, right? Like Craigies and Tugay, they were trying to catch them off guard, but with weapons that they have, they couldn't really capitalize on that. And Beats is just gonna have to make do with whatever he can, just get that little bit more of damage on the economy of LFO. Does manage to get a kill, makes it a 1v3, but in all honesty, I don't think he'll be able to survive this. And Exotic wraps it up, and that's a 5-10 scoreline. And LFO slowly catching up. Economy's not good here.
It is on the struggling side for at least that round, but they saved up, you know. Singer Carl, he's bought himself the operator. What's the setup here? Okay, they're not gonna just double stack the Sentinels on A by themselves. They're gonna enforce it with Fire Saiyajin, who actually, if you think about it, is a really good mindset because he has all of his boom boom pows right as arrays. And if the opponents push through hookah, he's got Showstopper, he's got Pain Shells, he's got the whole kit and caboodle, if ever. And if the opponents go through A, the same thing. So it's a really good setup right now for Zeals. I'm kind of interested in why he's over-rotating right now through the site itself, but maybe he wants to enforce us alongside Craigies here if he does fall. The Asher falls, there's no more smokes for the rest of the roster, and Simple just decapitates him through the wall. Headshot. Unfortunate, but this is going to enforce LFO to maybe look harder on the B side.
I think Zeals has to, like, if they still have a timeout on their side, I think this is a proper time to get that timeout after this round. They need to stop LFO's momentum here. Just starting it off with that kill onto Craigies is just, that's an impactful kill. That's your smokes out of the equation. Retake is going to be definitely harder for themselves. LFO, they're slowly reading the defense here from Zeals. I mean, Zeals is decent on the defensive side, but all things considered, it's still going to be tough for Zeals to handle the LFO aggression as Symbol decapitates Beats. They make it a 2v3. Monster, Tugay will clear things up and make it a 2v3. Exotic is low on HP, so he can capitalize on that. Guiding Light is available in right about now as he takes down Exotic. Secret's coming out. Gets the stuff as well. Here comes the Showstopper. It's just him all alone. That's the 11th round for Zeals. Utilities used at the right exact amount of time.
Exactly that. I was about to comment already about the fact that why LFO got that A side easy. They lost the Astra, no smokes, no gravity well, no concuss. So basically not really a lot of utility that's going to stop them. And because Fire Saiyajin was still at the B side, if you saw where his position was just a few seconds ago, he was able to enforce his teammates with that nade of them so that it could stop potentially LFO to claiming that U-Haul. Regardless of what happened, Senior Carl and Fire Saiyajin always up to the task at retaking as this dynamic duo, this terrifying terrorizing tandem, so to speak, and it works so well. I did not expect them to get that. And Fire Saiyajin, his beaver as to where opponents are. Always good knowing that one was on pocket, but this is going to be hard. Next, he's already capitalized, or rather already committing his ultimate, but doesn't really find anything other than just a flesh wound on Tugay.
Spike down
I thought that Beats went for the off-angle boost. The off-angle on that stage. That would be pretty cheeky, though. Like, I would love to see that in a competitive setting. As LFO, they make their entry into the side, but they get stopped on their tracks. As it's quickly down to a 3v3. Shouty is low and dead by the hands of Craigies. 3v2 side is open onto B. They could get inside, but they have to worry about Craigies here, who's still playing around back, waiting on the spike to arrive. But the tour de force is going to deter any pushes here. For now, good read.
30 seconds left.
Going to be forced to look behind him, though. No, not even. No, they're not going to go to hookah. That's where the Sage is going. That's where Beats is going to be coming from. Going to be repositioning himself out in the open. Just in time. He's waiting for the angle. He's going to get overwhelmed And that's just down to Symbol to try to clutch this for LFO. But they find his head, and that's the match point.
He was also vulnerable there too because of the gravity well. So even if he got body tagged, right, he would still take more damage because of it. So that was a lose-lose situation for him, but he had to, just because he was already getting challenged by the rest of the remaining Zeal squadron. As you mentioned, it is the match point, and LFO is strapped for cash. Look at that. They only got about 3 rifles in their hands, a Guardian on Nexi and a Spectre on Draximov. Might be Draxi the rifle here. He's been top fragging for a lot of these games for LFO. Maybe he's the secret sauce, so to speak. Far too off there. At 5 to 12 is going to put Zeals in high gear as they start pushing in.
Instant TP there. Bison or Carl to just reposition and TP out. TP back into the site. That's nice. As it's quickly down to a 5v4. The fighting chance is still pretty much real here. Here comes the showstopper, gets a kill on the Crane. He's not able to get the kill on the 2-gate. Beach falls down by the hands of Chowdy. 2-gate has to play around the slow field here.
Player remaining.
But will get shot in the back. Style. Nexi takes him down. It's just down to Senior Carl, and I don't think he'll be able to clutch this. And the deficit is now down to half, but the pressure is still on the shoulders of LFO.
Keeping the dream alive for LFO here. So many things can go right or wrong with either of this roster, but looking at this first game, Zeal's seemingly perfect on how they wanted to execute on any of whatever they want to do. LFO, they're but they are shooting to the beat of Zeal, so not dancing properly to the tempo. Senior Carl gets spotted, but he still holds his angle. He knows he's got that TP. He still challenges, backs away. Does have a teammate that is going to replant for him. It's all about that stopping power from the Astra. Craigies is using everything that he has to stop LFO from coming in, but the Astra wall from LFO in turn allows him to get in close and personal, but they do have to deal with beats. And Senior Carl is coming right in. They were all focused for A short that they forgot to look right behind him, and boy, were they stabbed right in the back. So Chowdy gotta have to clutch this. He does have the Empress. If he can get that first kill, maybe he can wrap up, but he is trapped dead in the water.
That's a lot of utilities being thrown at him.
Oh no.
Everything being thrown. He's gonna get knifed. No, he's not. He's gonna get shot in the face. But still, Zeal's ending it up in a fashion. 13-6 is the score line, and they are already on series point here at Sarai. My faith on Zeals is too real.
Wow. Just wow. Look at that. Look at that. I want to see their happy faces. Yeah, they're pretty happy about it. I thought they were being maybe unhappy. Yeah, they were. Oh yeah, that's actually a good term. I thought it was unhappy. No, stoic, right? They would be just like brain freeze, super calm and chill, but they got smiles on their faces. A really solidified victory there for Zeal's. Incredible performance output from Fire Sage and the rest of the squad, and for lack of better term, it's a dominant performance for them. So let's see those stats. Boom.
Fire Sage already on top. 19 kills to his name, 2.0 KDA. He is the MVP of this game, but we don't have to just give the MVP to Fire Sage. I feel like we have to give it to Beats on that Operator Sage, on that Combat Sage, that Battle Sage that made the dream alive when they were on the attacking side for the most part. Now, for LFO, though, the question is how will they be able to come back from this? Because it was a tough fight in the first half for LFO. They struggled in trying to string the rounds up. As soon as the second half came, they kind of had a good inkling on how to play against the defense of Zeals, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. They couldn't handle Fire Sage for the most part.
Fire Sage, Beats, and Senior Carl all proving to be threats that you need to deal with as soon as they pop up on that screen of yours, but it just did not work out in the end, unfortunately for them, 11-5. And that was or rather than but 13-5 was the final score that we had there. Such a dominant force for Zeals here, and they did such a good job at just being structured. That's literally it. Like all of the positions that they've had, all of the calls that they've done was all because they knew exactly what LFO was doing, and nothing was left to the imagination. And that was all done without a Sova like Nexi was for LFO. That's the case. We're going to see how game 2 goes, if Zeals will close out 2-0, or will we go to game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Well, Zeal might just Zeal the deal here. Yes, I had to do that because they are a team that loves to thrive off of the momentum that they have, and they already have that momentum against LFO. It's currently 1-0 in the series. Welcome back to the VCT. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Asarai, or Tanjirorai, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to be moving on to the next map of the series. LFO not really looking too good on Bind. How are things going to be different here?
Well, it's a different map, so it's obvious, right? But it is gonna provide a different layout of land for both sides to play. And I'll be damn well, giving my something just to say that LFO is a good team on Ascent. They really are. But Zeals has been popping off in these times where they really need to, right? And it has get them out of clutch moments, especially tournament-wise. And then they are looking so good coming into this particular series. But that being said, I feel like LFO is going to be able to bounce back on this one, provided that they stop Fire Saiyajin from just being Fire Saiyajin, if they can.
I mean, that's a hard ask, right? Because Fire Saiyajin is being supported by such good teammates as well. He's being enabled to be just who he is, just as aggressive he is. But if we're going to be talking about the stats here real quick, we're going to talk about the map statistics. Zeal Esports have won on Ascent 67% of the time, 18 wins, 9 losses, compared to LFO's current standing, which is at 50%, 6-6. Now that's not really the best numbers that you have to go for, but you're fairly confident that Ascent is the map that Looking for Org may just bounce back from. Can you care to expound upon that?
Well, okay. So at
we
least
just got word.
Yeah, we got word that we are gonna go for a quick little break there. I was actually already thinking about what I was gonna say, because I just wanted to mention as well that Fire Saiyajin actually at the end of that game top frag with like 19 kills on Vine. Anyways, quick little break, breather. I think the teams might be experiencing some issues, but we'll be back as soon as they're done.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole truth, just realized 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
All right, we're finally back, and we're going to be continuing on with the thought process here of Aserai. I was asking earlier on
Yeah, lay it on me.
what it takes for LFO to bounce back in here, considering the fact that this isn't really the map for looking for ore. You're pretty adamant about them being able to take this away from Zeal. I kind of want to know your thoughts on that.
Again, I felt like Bind should have been a toss-up, but I guess my assumptions were somewhat correct. It started with the champion, the agent selection for the first game, where I felt like it really did show that on defense, there just wasn't enough stopping power for when Zeals was just attacking the sites, right? They would have, they would have some of the trademark traps from the chamber, but other than that, nothing really stopped Fire Sage and Senior Carl from just wreaking havoc from wherever they really wanted to. Coupled with how Zeals has been, how well Zeals has been reading the movements of LFO around the map, or just doing their own thing and working, it has really put LFO in the backseat for this one. At least for Ascent, regardless of composition, I feel like it is a more forgiving map than Bind, because that's what I feel Bind to be. It feels like it should be a balanced map, but it's not really. You have to have a particular composition to make that work, and if not, you're really gonna get the how do you say this? The whiplash from not providing yourself with a proper composition.
Well, speaking of composition, we'll see what the composition is going to be. Over here at the Ascent, Zeal is going to be on the defending side. I got corrected multiple times there by Ilustrado. Sorry, there's an S on that under tricode there.
Yeah, Zeal's like apostrophe S, right?
Yeah. Zeal's this is composition. Well, we're gonna be seeing Chowdy on that KO. Not much of a difference here, except for the KO. Actually, KO is the big difference here in the Jet. Oh no, not the Jet, the Sky. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's pretty much the same.
They do have the Jet over the Raze now, so that is a big difference, because this will allow LFO for a lot more aggressive angles, because they do have that dash now compared to before. You can always argue about the satchels, but Jet dash is just much safer, to be honest. But looking at this, LFO, there's a lot riding on the line. Not only the win-loss that this series entails, but their overall, I guess, trajectory in this entire tournament. Zeals has been looking upward and upward, right? But LFO, I think, is still on that shakier side. Granted, they have shown to perform, but that was against SBE, and SBE's iteration right now in VCT Stage 1 is pretty damn shaky. So up against a team that Zeals, that is again on that upward trajectory, if they can win against Zeals, that is such a huge thing for them. So Ascent, they gotta win this one, obviously, because they need that map 3. They need the points for the entire tournament again to, I believe, qualify for APAC Challengers. So with that being said, Ascent is one of their stomping grounds here.
Yeah, I mean, if ever LFO still gets Ascent, I'm still gonna say this, that we might just get split still in favor of Zeal Esports. But with that being said, let's dive straight into Ascent to find out if the conclusion to this series is going to be nigh, as Zeal will be starting off on the defending side, and LFO opting to push out towards B. They got the Sova and the Killjoy there on the side of Zeal. So they're going to be the bulwarks of the defense here. Immediately making his way inside is Exotic. The turret is still going to be a problem here. It's now taken care of. Exotic's already making his way inside the site. Backed up against the wall is Beats and Craigies, but they still manage to make it work. Craigies gets 2 before being taken down. The ghost shot's not going to happen for our stage in. With that, Sheriff will take down Chowdy down to a 3v2. Spike is nowhere to be found, still has yet to be planted. Exotic is just managing the angle against Senior Carl, getting the wall bang tags there, but they will still try and hold this for themselves.
Blinded.
Do as they may. Senior Carl's flash making it so difficult for these attackers to play safely and calmly and confidently in the B site. Dude, they did not. Did they even close the door on market? Because Exotic was already running through the spawn, right? They smoked it off, sure, but they did not close it. That's like jet play numero uno when you're playing on the B site. You have to always close that door. The defenders are gonna come out and challenge you if you don't. And here's the thing, LFO seems like they were just rushing, all of them, particularly rushing for the B site, wanting to trample who was it, Craigies and Beats on the back of it, and it might have worked, but I think they put themselves in a really precarious spot that they kind of opened themselves up for flanks again on that market and even spawn side.
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't for Craigies getting that initial 2K before being taken down, it could have been a different story for LFO, because at least for LFO, they did almost getting that shot off. Yeah, as I was saying, like even before the entries there, LFO has the numbers advantage going into that site, and he's trying to get a weapon off of that.
I think this is the body, right?
I think he was looking for... Yeah, he was looking for a pickup, but Fire Agent picks up Draximov, gives him a little head shave there. 3v4, and they're trapped. There's nowhere that LFO can go.
This is really a new head for Zeal. And speaking of heads, well, Fire Agents just got blasted apart. They're still gonna push this one though. Exotic does not have a dash, so he can set things up, but they're gonna rush into a crossfire here, and
30 seconds
well, that's not
left.
gonna work out.
One enemy remaining.
Can it? Nah, it's
Spike
not. Symbol
down A.
already running away. He does have time, but the spike way out into the open. So he's gonna have to repeat this. Challenges once up again, but Tuke is the monster hiding in the A site. That's gonna be 2 rounds already for Zeals. And LFO, it's beginning, it's starting, but they do have the buy round. We'll see how that goes.
I just noticed they had a Phantom round too.
They got the money.
The bankroll is too real for Zeal.
They're swimming in it, son.
Man, I wish I was swimming in money as well.
Who doesn't, right?
I mean, people who already have money wouldn't want to swim in more money, right? Because they drown in all the money that they have. But Ilustrado in the back of our heads is asking what it smells like. The smell of being awake. That is exactly what Zeal knows. They know exactly what it smells like, because they're pretty much comfortable even after this round. They can manage their economy there. As the spike gets planted, LFO is in the sights, and your Carl takes down Symbol to make it easier for Zeal.
Let's see how easy it is for Zeal to retake this. That's a lot of pop shots. And they got heard hard. Information Exotic's already there, but are stopping them in their tracks. And because Draximov is still here alive and taking the stars, making the defenders actually second guess, but they do not. Remaining. Here they come in, and we are... I was just about to say we are left with Shouty, but he just got shot as Tuge comes out from door. Ooh. Where did... What? That was so fast. I didn't even have time to anticipate or even understand what just happened.
Man, they played like a SWAT team, right? Like, all entries are covered. They just went in all at the same time. And even LMO, they got completely overwhelmed there. Yeah, it was Shouty left alone in a 1v3, but what can you do if all 3 of them have an angle on you, right?
True.
Zeal, they have their timings on lock in terms of just making the retake. And I feel like I made a point earlier on how if we have a vote on the most defensive team that we have, I had the candidate on NAOS. I feel like it may be a Zeal that may just pick it up as Fire Sayajin. This says goodbye to Exotic. His back up against the wall quite literally there. He gets deleted.
Well, you've heard about ankle breakers. That was an elbow breaker. They're trying to flash out Fire Sayajin, but he can see it coming, and he has those tight little angles with the operator that it's not really going to phase him whatsoever. Craigies is already battered away or hammered away at the HP of Symbol here. And this leaves LFO with not really a lot of choices moving forward into this round. Nomad, 50 seconds left on that clock. Nexi's trying to clear close angles here. If he can hit the headshot of Fire Sage, that's going to be huge.
He does. He got it. That's an operator that's free if they can get it, because Beats is still guarding that angle. Gonna be forced out though. Nexi finally has the operator in his hand, and Senior Carl should have
30 seconds
time on the timing. He could have had that.
Oh, they got the big rats.
He finally does. He finally does. Well, Nexi though has the operator. This should be
last player standing. Spike down mid.
It is. But he gets taken down. Not a lot of time. 1 HP in a dream. Managing to survive. No, that's gonna happen.
That was almost a sick shot. He had him in his sights too, with that flick around on the on Senior Carl peeking at mid. But yeah, as you mentioned, too many angles to deal with. Only has the operator. Maybe if he had a rifle or something, that could have been more manageable for Nexi. But look at this, bang, shut down at the elbow, and he flashes. Doesn't even phase Fire Sage because he has such a small corner to peek that it keeps him safe from the flash of that drive of the KO. It's really, really damn strong. I like this. Fire Sage playing through his teammates' blast through the wall, or wall bang, excuse me.
Yeah, he should be able to catch Nexi off of this too. But no, he just takes care of the turret. Makes Nexi look at him. So that gives him a little bit of coverage in terms of just being in mid. Craigie's low on HP. Forced out, can't be healed up by Senior Carl. They're too far away, they're too distant. So close yet so far. But this site will be taken by LFO. But Craigie's can't help it. We'll take down Chowdy, but Exotic and Symbol will take down members as well as Draximov. It's a 2v4 and it's looking good for LFO to get this round for themselves. It's just Fire Sage in on his own. 1v4 with an operator. He's known to clutch. Will he clutch? That's the question. Gets tagged. Pops out the head. Gonna get tagged, but he's not phased. Just waiting. Never mind. No, just spray through the wall. Yeah. Because it's wall bangable. Just like what you said. Every wall is bangable.
On a scent. On a scent.
On a scent.
Provided you have the proper tools, right? You gotta practice safe sets. Yeah, you do. When you do something, right? Anything that needs exercise, you need proper sets, right? So you gotta practice that. It's a gym thing. Yeah.
It's in the gym
Bible. Right.
I know. Practice safe and proper sets.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like this, as far as Sajin.
Wayman.
Very aggressive on his set.
I love it. Yeah, just because.
No tags.
They do have a Sova. They got Symbol. They need to use some of that reconnaissance, with the drone, the DJI or something like that, or the dart. But still, it works out because they do got that double push onto short, because they do get the double kill with
this gonna be
Shouting,
huge.
and he activates his null command, but the
Spike
command
down,
gets
mid.
nulled as Fire Saiyan shuts down Draximov. He was also carrying that spike. So they got to go for Black Hawk down as they try to save what was the most important thing out in the open against all of these defenders.
Fire Agent is just holding the angle as soon as he peeks. That's that. Gets flashed.
One
nice
enemy
assist there
remaining.
for Chowdy.
Spike
But
down
Spike
mid.
is still out in the open. And Chowdy all alone against Tugay. And is
30
Spike
seconds
even
left.
going to continue on further? It's a peekaboo type of fight. And Fire
One
Agent
enemy
repositioning.
remaining.
That's a Blade Storm. He saw the blade just go right past him. And he's not going to get it. Fire Agent is going to do the anime battle. There's not a lot of time for him to push into a side 2. Good around by Zeal. Oh, wait. No,
10
he has
seconds
time to go to
left.
A.
He does.
Just in time to get the plant.
Plenty of time. About a second to spare, to be honest.
Spike plant.
Is that window open? Well, it doesn't matter because he's already pushed up, and Shouty is not going to expect this. Oh my goodness.
PM.
Yeah, you better look at me, fool. Gosh. I actually thought Fire Sage was gonna push through Heaven, but that was way smarter because, again, if he knew that his opponent has already planted on the side, regardless of what happens, there is no time for Chowdy to actually push through Heaven itself. He can only go back to short or A main, and by that point, when Fire Sage was there already at tree, he would have seen Chowdy go through there or stay on the side. So really smart decision there for Fire Sage to push where he did.
Fire Sage, if I do say so myself, is on fire and he is feeling himself this game. I mean, man, he's currently 9-4, lighting up the leaderboard here, lighting up the entirety of the server. Yeah. Pretty much, I would say that there is a jet diff here onto Fire Sage and Exotic. But it's still quite early. LFO can still wake up from this, as they're switching up their playstyles here. They're not bringing the spike with them. They're trying to get a good read on where Zeal is currently. And that's in your Carl having that guiding light. If he pops it at just the right amount of time,
revealing area.
Oh, that's a strong
should
dart.
be able to catch. And that is a strong dart. Catches one. Catches Exotic in the process. That's going to be forcing them to back off. And they are backing off completely. Going to be repositioning themselves.
Look at all these off angles for Zeal. They got one super close in A main. They got Fire Sage at this weird boost spot because of his updraft. It works so well. Look at this. Senior Carl, all he has to do is wait for that turret to get a nice little toot toot, and then brings out the flash. Should get about a kill or two. But how fast can he go? Not fast enough. Okay, he just decides to back away. He knows there's more people than he can handle, and he just would want to stop him in there. Drax is a huge dog, but there's still time for LFO to come into the side. Symbol is opening up with the ultimate. This is good. And LFO, they're bringing in Chowdy to plant the spike now. Fire Sage gonna challenge. Exotic stops him before he can even make anything happen.
And that Cosmic Divide is definitely going to be a detriment here, but the Shock Bolts find their way onto Chowdy. So it's an even 3v3 matchup. Not much on the shenanigans here in terms of utilities. Not much to go for as Zeal. We're going to go for the defuse. Beast is going to be covering the angles. Already down a half. Clutch there for Draximov. Getting that second score on the board for LFO.
Ready for close quarters. Oh, man, that was so dangerous, but they had time to manage. Oh, so close. I was breathless there. I'm just sitting down here. That was such an intense round for them. Really necessary round for LFO, because if I'm not mistaken, they would have had another broken bye coming into this round if they haven't gotten the previous. And it was that as well. Zeal's actually back to scraps right now, as they don't have the money in the world. They are aggressively pushing, getting that mid control. Nobody from the daggers is there. And LFO not missing a beat. They're not messing around here, Nomad. They're going to use everything, even the lockdown on a weak buy of Zeal's, because they want to make sure that they can force that 5v5 fight as we go into that post buy once again.
Spike planted.
Yep. Beautiful execution there for LFO. Kind of wish I could see a little bit more of this aggressive playstyle happening in Challengers. Guiding Light is going to be catching two at the very least. Gravity Wall is going to be preventing them from pushing out. They are on a gun disadvantage here. Zeal will find their first casualty on the Craigies, but 2 games go for the trade, dropping down. Fire Sage is not going to find the mark.
One enemy remaining.
Pieces, Senior Carl, the only one that's alive. So they make that Senior Carl. He gets tagged in the head, and he's definitely going to be running for his life. 6 HP and a dream. Not much you can do here. This should be a round for LFO.
That was more expensive than I was expecting it to be for LFO there. And they got the insta-kill on Fire Sage, and he had the operator. So all of the kills that Zeal's had on that encounter were all pistol kills, mind you. So LFO's gotta have to figure out how they're gonna cleanly execute, but if not, at least they can manage a roughhouse win, so to speak. So it still works, you know. In the end, it's all about those rounds. But they're gonna have to go against Zeal's here, who is amped up again on the rifle. We'll see how that goes. As far as Sage clicks through on short, doesn't matter. Exotic is here on this site. Yo, no way. He got actually the shot through the smoke, a headshot through spawn. That's huge for LFO.
and that definitely opens up the site. Now Zeal gonna have to play for retake here, considering the fact that they are on a bit of a shaky economy going into this round. It's gonna be tough. Takes out Exotic. Nice swing by Senior Carl. Takes down the Jet player on the side of LFO. Steven's gonna come out. They make it manageable. It's a 3v4. Make it a 2v4 as Jackson takes down Carl. Now it's down to Farsajin, but Jackson shuts him down. And LFO are just one round away from tying the game.
LFO loving the ferocity that they have now, and Exotic is popping off. If it's not Shouty, it's Exotic that opens up opportunities for this. I believe we talked about this, or one of the panels that we have talked about how Exotic, primarily a player that hasn't even played too many matches in official tournaments, but seemingly is a force to be reckoned with. One of the stronger Jets we've probably seen as of the moment. He's done a lot for this team, and whether that's on a good day or a bad day, it really has helped out LFO here. And that being said, Zeals figured out that they can't mess around anymore. They're losing momentum. They've lost, how many is it? Like 4 in a row, 3 in a row against LFO here. They gotta stop the bleeding.
You gotta apply pressure to the wound, apply bandages, and seek medical attention. That is what Zeal needs. That's some first aid for you guys too. If ever you have an open wound, just apply pressure. If you get stabbed, just don't pull out the knife or whatever stabbed you.
That is true, especially if knife's serrated, right? Because like,
even more so.
Yeah.
Like if you get impaled, let's just say you get impaled by a barbecue stick. Just don't pull out the barbecue stick. The splinters are gonna make it worse, and even more. That's the barbecue stick that's stopping the bleeding, and that is what Zeal is looking for. They're looking for something to stop the bleeding that LFO has given to them. The hemorrhagic shock that's happening on Zeal Esports here is just way too much, and they cannot handle the pressure. Well, I mean, they could handle the pressure, but they can't handle it as effectively as they want to because of the fact that they are running on a shaky economy. Draximov takes down Farsajin, and that's a big opening for LFO.
LFO's taking a breath here. You know, they're calming themselves. They're meditating. They're just holding, waiting, knowing that Zeals is all about the aggressive pushes in Ascent. We've seen Farsajin do it for about 2 to 3 rounds now. So LFO, with the time that they have, making sure that nothing like that will happen. But Senior Carl is still here, a viable threat for this LFO roster. He's got 5 in the chamber. He's not going to be spotted onto the side, but here they come. LFO's wanting to charge out. This flash drive, it's not blind Senior Carl, but it doesn't stop the fact that he's not going to get any of those kills. That being said, though, Beats and teammate still get kills in transition. And he even has the ultimate to stop them from planting. This would allow Tuge as well as Craigies to maybe start charging in. One is planting. They could isolate Nexi as of the moment, but they do not. So we're back to the 3 versus 2.
That's the turret versus the turret right now. And the turret of Craigies is going to be taken down. I mean, who cares about economy if you're Zeal? They're just going to fight. They don't mind if you have all the rifles in the world. Gonna try to find the heads, and they're trying to look for Nexi Draximov. As Nexi winds up in the game, they didn't notice that there's another Heaven player there, but Draximov fast on the reaction, takes down Craigies. We're on a tied game here, but that was still a very, I mean, all things considered, that's still an expensive round for LFO.
They do have money to manage, so it's not too bad. Draximov's like sitting at 6,500, even if he bought a teammate or 2, or a teammate. Because I don't think you can buy a teammate or 2 and still have like 6,500. Anyways, that was a very messy round again for LFO, and even I'd say a very scary one to say at the Senior Carl. Got no dash, but he got that flash, so he's gonna be good to at least hold the angle for the moment, stifle the attack as soon as it comes, but he is just right beside him, and he reacts in the nick of time alongside Tuge. They get themselves themselves crossfire after crossfire. They got themselves 3. Chowdy can get revived, but he is out in no man's land, and the gravity well stops Draximov from even touching his teammates' reds. Close the door. Matuga is knocking hard on that switch. They cannot plant the spike with everybody from Zeal's coming in to the challenge, and the shock dart from Beats just electrifies Draximov from where he stands and die.
Last round before the switch.
Does he go? And that's 6-5. Yeah. Last round into the first half, we go.
Shock dart. Exactly what Beats said earlier on that round. We're on the last round right now for the half. Just judging by the momentum here, LFO may seem like they should be able to tag this as a 6-6 half, but man, Zeal, completely different level. We have a Guardian on the hands of Fire Sage though, so that may just change the dynamic completely. He does have the Blade Storm, but he doesn't find its mark. He gets taken down immediately by Chowdy, shot in the air. And he's to blame. All lockdowns in the world gonna be used up as well as the Cosmic Divide. They get the tag onto Beats, and he's gonna be running back. Retake definitely gonna be in the plans of Zeal here.
Oh, they're all committed to the site, Nomad. So yeah, the LFO is just here. You know, they're camping out. They want to just chill with their boys on the back of this whatever this is, this boathouse. I have no idea what this is actually, like a pier or an ascent. I have no idea what the lore is about this one, but it is gonna be that 3 versus 5. They do get that Killjoy ultimate on B main. So that's gonna force out a lot of these people to just challenge. Chowdy's already down. There's no time left. They gotta start pushing in. Two gets the final one to remain. There will be one detained. He knows that Nexi's right there on spawn. If he can get him, maybe he can get the free kill at the symbol, but Nexi denies him the entry onto the side itself, and that's going to be the 6-6. We are neck and neck in this second game.
It's kind of like that one game earlier on against NAOS. A close fight. Zeal kind of don't like being in a close fight because they kind of falter under the pressure, so to speak. Looking for Org, looking for a fresher start on the second half, potentially to push it onto map 3. We may find ourselves getting back into split.
Yeah.
But Zeal on the attacking side should be a formidable opponent here. I mean, if you're going to be looking at LFO's aggression earlier on, that's something that Zeal can replicate from themselves. And as I say that, Fire Sage already inside the site, no contestation on him, and he hears the footsteps from Exotic, spraying blinding through that. Senior Carl takes down Chowdy. Fire Sage takes down Exotic, Symbol and Nexi. Back against the wall, they take down Fire Sage, and in the process, Kragen takes down Symbol, jumping around, going for the right click. There's nothing much they can do, and that's the round without even Spike being planted, and that is an extra 300 in their bank accounts, and that's well, I wouldn't say well executed, but that was a very methodical entry there by Zeal.
Our boy Fire Sage is literally doing a prod in this round. Just running in as a jet. No regard for human existence, and then he just comes back to his senses like, okay, I've pushed far enough, I've given my team all the information, I've activated as many traps as I can, just gotta wait, even gets a kill. Cherry on top, works incredibly well for Zeals here. Nice little fake, or I like to call this the budget smoke, because it's not the full smoke. You don't get that full purchase, it's just a demo version. But again, really strong start for Zeals there. They get the money by. LFO playing the safer route. It's not the end of the world for them. Again, this is still 7-6. Fire Sage in, standard start. Draximov waiting for him to drop down. How quick on the trigger is Draxi? Hello. Oh my god! No! You don't go for the headshots with a shotgun. It's all about the pellets, and he whipped about 60% of those. And Fire Sage survives. Symbol. Well, the Symbol is gonna get defiled, at least on tree. for this particular round. LFO lose 2 in the second half, but now they get themselves another gun round.
I mean, it's... I don't know, I'm at a loss for words here. I mean, these guys are just fighting tooth and nail. Like, they don't want to give up. Zeal's getting the 2 rounds. Yeah, LFO. They get the gun round off of this, but it's still up in the air if they could get this away from Zeal, though, right? Because, like, despite the fact that they're on their Spectres, they could still come out with a victory.
Wow, no one was holding mid. No, man. Look at that fire stage.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
It's been this is what happened in the pistol round in the second half, and they didn't learn from that.
Bomb grenade out.
They're so passive, LFO here. But
bomb grenade out.
Silver lining, they get 2 before getting taken out by Craigies. That's swarm grenade. Nano swarm, I mean, as next he takes down Craigies as well. Down to 2v4 now. 1v3. Beats on his own. Has the Phantom. Has a spike too, but he has to manage the angles.
Yeah, I guess the difference there was they just had better weapons, right? So a while ago it was just pistols, as you mentioned, but now the rifles prove a bit more of a bite that they can handle. Beats, he can't plant the spike here for the life
30
of him.
seconds
If he
left.
does, everybody from LFO is just going to start pushing in. He's going to get a bit compressed. So as you mentioned, he's got to find some wiggle. But first pick is going to be good. Oh, he just barely misses Chowdy's shoulder as well. So he's working with 18 seconds on that clock. That recon dart is going to be so close. It should tag 1. Does he know? Exotic's right on the side of him, but he doesn't care anymore. He has to try to at least get some money in for his team before he gets knocked off his britches. And that is going to be Chowdy and Exotic working in tandem to finish out the round and give LFO some signs of life in their first buy round here in the second half.
Should be a pretty even matchup now going into the next round. Rifles are going to be available for Zeal. Pretty shaky here for LFO as we see a Spectre on the hands of Nexi, a Guardian on Symbol, and a Bulldog on Draximov. I mean, all things considered, they still won that round, but in terms of bank, they can't keep up with the firepower that Zeal currently has in this round. Half armors as well. Well, full armor now. Draximov opted to switch it up to a Spectre.
That's Jay. He really loves to do that peek of his. I think he's just mastered the distance of where he needs to flick to get from mid to that short look. If you've seen the other, I think, games of Zeal's, he just does that on random rounds on attack, and it looks pretty fancy, but no one has, I believe, peaked him that much in that position. In any case, LFO, they've been incredibly passive on that mid side. So with this being a gun round for Zeal's again, look at how much more commitment they have there. And with that, well, Zeal's actually just go for the A side. But Chowdy and Draximov, they've shut them down first. Tuge holding the lurk here. The smoke will last a few more seconds before he needs to peek out. And he's gonna just re-smoke it before anything else because he's got to cover his teammates from this angle. They do not know, they might not know that Draximov himself is actually positioned on
30 seconds
wine.
left.
So this could be a really good spot. He could catch the spike as it comes in, but he got a bit too antsy. That's unfortunate, and Symbol drops down alongside him.
It's a 9-7. Zeal winning out on that. The bank is not good for LFO. On the defensive side, on the set, you really want to make sure that you have money to work with, because you can get quickly overpowered there. But let's have a look at the replay here about Craigies and Tuge just wiped up house in that previous round. Then again, Zeal, one more round to double digits, and that's a territory that they're quite familiar with. Not much for LFO in recent history, but this might be big if they spot out Nexi. Trailblazer is going to come out. They spot out too, though, from that Trailblazer.
Are they still gonna push in? That's the question. Because again, LFO want these close angled fights. Yeah, that's a huge one. True that. Exotic, he does not go for the short. He's got a frenzy. So if he can even have a close enough angle, it's gonna be more potent than what a sawed-off shotgun can give you. Mm-hmm. 2K.
And sometimes the shorty is not a melody that you have in their head, but that's what Draximov has, and he takes down Fire Sage.
Obscuring vision.
That's the refrag nonetheless, so it's still fine. They only got the one pick. You'd be okay with that, but what you would not be okay is Shouty. How did he get that second kill? Just tell me how. This is a 4 versus 2 now. Tugan beats. Gonna have to fight at a deficit, and they've given Shouty and Nexi, probably Exotic, yeah, they're rifles. So they're caught right in the hard place, literally an island. And we are left for the Beats clutch, but, well, this Beats will not be the rhythm that I dance to.
Thrifty.
That is going to be a thrifty retake for LFO.
Free upgrades.
The upgrades.
Free upgrades. Operator on the hand of Exotic on the defensive side. Oh, man. I want to see the... I hope we get the Chowdy perspective. There we go. Pop flash. Swings. Swings. Okay. That's what happened. See, sometimes you have to be slow and deliberate. You don't have to flick all the time. You know that they're fully flashed. Just take your time and aim for their heads. Exactly what Chowdy did.
Is that already considered the hospital flick? Because that just put them in the nursing bed.
It did, yeah. And the next C, taking down 2 before being traded out by Fire Agent. Big opening here for themselves, but Fire Agent still with the Blade Storm, able to make things count.
Taking that back.
And again, even if Zeal is on an eco, you don't want to count them out because they can still make an impact on the map.
Fire Sage and one of those ranked demons on Jet that can make or break these kind of rounds when he has the blades. Exotic, he already feels it in his bones. He's got to have a bit more oomph in his arsenal. So aside from the operator, he's preemptively used his own Blade Storm just because. Senior Carl providing a bit of noise on that A side. This could work because even if they could just get one person in this situation too to go for that A site, they've already secured B, to be honest.
30 seconds
That
left.
is huge. All right, they're going to be able to at least cover the rest of this B site. It's all going to be about that retake. Senior Carl does have the spike in hand. So that means that nobody is going to be playing flank. It's all about contact play here, Nomad. And we'll see how good either side is good at that contact.
Depending on LFO, though. They're all coming from CT. Nobody's really hard looking at that angle. The Secret's going to be coming out, though. It's going to give Zeal a little bit more information on where they're coming from. And the 2K will take down Draximov. Exotic takes down Senior Carl. Exotic is still in the air, pretty much.
Last player.
It's an anime battle with Fire Sage and one blade remaining. Not going to be finding his mark. Has a share.
One enemy remaining.
Shot's going to connect. Time is ticking. And they don't know. They're not going to find out. He just has to play for them. He has to operate. You need to get there. He does. Split second. Clutches it. 10-8. That's a ROG clutch. Oh my goodness. Fire Sage and feeling himself there.
Ooh, he's reached it, man. He's achieved Super Saiyan levels. He's been doing, you know, a really damn well job for the past couple of rounds, but this is above and beyond for Zeals. Holy heck.
Blinded.
This is massive.
Very massive. And then you remember the analogy I made for Zeal, where they're a team that really rides off momentum, and as soon as their diesel engines start rolling, they really do start rolling.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah. And you know, once you see them rolling, you're gonna be hating. You don't want to catch you right and dirty.
Yeah. Trailblazer spots out not saying you're called exotic, and I'm not gonna. He doesn't want any of that. Any of that shotgun shenanigans at that angle.
Nothing? Okay, fine.
Taking that back.
It's alright. I know that Fire Sage, he lives his life 1/4 mile at a time. Family, all that.
I was supposed to say something I don't want to say it.
Spike
I might
down,
lose my
B.
job. But as I say, that's a 4v3. It's a 4v3. Symbol, Draximum, Exotic. They make it a 3v3 as far as Sajin trades it off for Symbol. Still demand advantage on the side of Zeal. They got the pinch moving in, but kind of slow here for Draximov. Be waiting for him to at least get in position, but all eyes are on the entries onto the side.
Creeping up. Yeah, go for it.
Creeping like a creeper. Totally different game, by the way. Beats. Yeah, it's a shot bolt. Oh, it might be big to catch Draximov, but no, it's not going to happen. Recon bolt's going to be thrown out to gain info. Now it's just Draximov on his own, not going to be able to clear it out. 3K for Farsage, 11 and 8. One more to match point, and just two more to secure the game.
Farsage, man, just he's activated. He's on fire. How much more do you want, right? This is LFO getting deleted, yeeted, just so that Fire Sajan can get activated.
Boom! But that works. Exotic made the Guardian work. Not for long, though, too. Trades him off. But still. The taps on that Guardian. That's why sometimes the Guardian is a weapon that I would go to. Because of how satisfying the taps would be.
It's a weapon that proves that you're a crack shot, right? It's a...
Oh, so I'm a crack shot?
Yeah, exactly. It's a no shenanigans weapon, right? Because if you don't hit your shot, you lose. But with the rifles, you can always spray. You can not spray at party. You can maybe tap it wildly, but it has lower success chance than you would get.
I mean, you can tap it fast enough as far as Agent finds the head fast enough here for Symbol and Chowdy. Gets a 3K off of Draximov over in Hell. Now just down to Pixie. And Pow takes down Fire Seiji. And I don't think he'll be able to clutch this. He gets tagged heavily. 2 HP is what he has. This has to be match point for Zeal now. LFO has to come up with 4 rounds of strategies.
That was, okay, sorry. That was a really cool art on that combo.
Yeah, like half a left click. It's barely there.
Match point.
Did that nice little, you know, curved angle. That was pretty sick. Here's the thing as well that I know was a discussion in like forums and stuff that Ascent has. I do tend to mention it again. You know, with all the every wall is bangable, but that goes a step further. There's actually some new angles where you can just pop shots with rifles, and it goes through some of the walls here because those walls are deceptively just shallow. So I think they found out one of those ones.
I think we saw it because I think there was no way that they could have possibly got that heavy of a tag if it weren't for that.
True.
And we're just seeing a little bit of a slowdown here as Exotic takes out Craigies. Spike has been spotted out. He rises up to the occasion. He's still alive.
He a ninja, dude. He just got the movement. Yeah. And Exotic still finds his stock. Survives, does damage, works out, and as the dust settles, Tuge as well as Senior Carl, the only players to remain. Senior does have his operator. He actually might want to throw this. Because if they get him and they lose, right? Exotic's probably going to pick this up. So they probably don't want to give that that boomstick.
Oh,
no. The hands of Exotic.
30 seconds left.
We still have time. Kuge! Always the anchor, never the carry, but this time maybe. Senior Call finds another opening, and all things have shattered for LFO. What is happening, Nomad? Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartbreak here for Zeal. They get 2 off of that, make it even.
10
Rears
seconds
the drop,
left.
spots the head,
One
has to
enemy
reposition. But Chowdy wins out that duel. Spike will not be planted. Has to play for time here. Senior Carl has no time. That's another round on the board for LFO. They still hang on barely.
Oh, super expensive round. They still save the operator. They still clutch it out. So when all is said and done,
Spike still on base.
still good for LFO. But that, what was that flick? We're seeing a lot of hospital flicks. This particular game. There we go. Okay. We got this one clutch from Chowdy. Solid shots there, and he carries the round for LFO. Again, gotta give a lot of credits to the new additions to this LFO XSB Empire roster. Chowdy and Exotic have done a fantastic job, again, of doing what is needed to be done in such a short amount of integration, short amount of time of integration with this team. Putting Zeals, who has played for a long time. I think Raph has mentioned it, that they've been struggling, but there's still a team that knows how it works, right? LFO, you can't really see the same thing, but they still make it function. It's amazing. In any case, though, Zeals, they've lost Craigies, but that's not really the end of things. They still do have a good 4-man agent that can, or agents that can push aggressively into a side.
Yeah, we're seeing them slowly make Gonna go for the blind spray down there. Hopefully to find the head of Chowdy. Already using the Cosmic Divide to make a little bit of space for them. And Senior Carl takes down Chowdy. They make it a 4v4. Door's gonna close down. Pop B before it even
30 seconds
through.
left.
They had to open.
But as just waiting for the Cosmic Divide to come down, the retake is definitely gonna pop up. Nice timing on that. Price Agent pings out the possible location of Exotic. He floats up like a butterfly, but will he sting like a bee? That is the main question. That's the Hunter's Fury, though. That's going to be thrown up by 39 beats. Not going to be spotting anybody there.
One enemy
down
remaining.
to a 2v3, 1v3 evens, just 2 games on his own. Gets the one head. Trying to punch this. Time is ticking. He's going to go for it, but it's not enough. Exotic picks up the slack and saves the life of his teammate there. 12-10. LFO catching up, and Zeal, they can't close out the game.
LFO is an acrobatic. There's like a line that they're crossing with the trapeze, or they're trying to cross it to go to the other end, that overtime, and they are barely making it through. Left and right, left and right. Are they gonna fall down to the ground? Splat? No, not yet. Maybe not even. They're looking, holding, feeling strong right now, Nomad. They've broken somewhat the economy of Zeals, but their economy is not looking too hot as well. So we need to manage through these. Again, to play Fire Sage and just coming through mid without really any care in the world. He's already tagged Chowdy down to 66, so Chowdy's gonna have to play this safe, but well, that is happening. He's left the B side wide open. So this is just pure trust from LFO that Symbol and Nexi can hold the fort if they go into that 5 versus 2.
I mean, all things considered, every time that Symbol and Nexi are in this exact same predicament, they will hold off a bunch of the members of Zeal before falling down themselves.
Got your trail.
So if anything, this is a pseudo injury, if I do say so myself, like pseudo. The rest of LFO collapses in, that's that. And Nexi takes care of Senior Carl, and Craigie takes down Symbol. That's a problem there with not having anybody over at mid, because Fire Sage is just running into the side without any problems in the world. And Draxo and Exotic, they have to go big. And Exotic does. He takes down 2 game. Here comes the lockdown.
One enemy remaining.
Now quickly down to Exotic in a 1v3. and he doesn't have a lot of time to work with here. He only has the operator. He can pick up a Vandal off of this. Just has to wait for the lockdown. But the patience play has to be real. Potentially spots him out, but Farsage and wraps it up. 13-10 for a 2-0. Zeal Esports looking really good compared to how they were versus NAOS.
Okay, that particular play, Farsage swung out the contact of his Killjoy, saw it on the minimap, knew that he can get a kill there, and just went for it. What an absolute animal Farsage has been this entire game. And again, Nomad, no mid control for LFO there. I mentioned it already. You mentioned it as well. It looked good for them. It looked good for LFO, but that was a rifle buy with Nexi and Symbol against no proper weapons for Zeals. It's sort of no proper weapons there, but they still were overwhelmed by the 5-man of Zeals, and it just worked fantabulously. So 13-10, Zeals, the 2-0 that they were looking for in this series. A strong game as the dust settles.
Yeah, Farsage definitely going to be the MVP there. I feel like he is going to be the MVP of the entire series, but we'll find that out later on as we get ready for the highlights to just get a recap on how Zeal just properly and methodically dismantled looking for Org. I mean, all things considered, looking for Org was doing a decent job. They caught up to the lead that Zeal initially established, and they held on to it. They had a hard time in keeping up. I mean, Zeal, they had a hard time in keeping up in the latter part once they reach match point. But man, this is going to be a completely different look on Zeal Esports moving forward. In LFO, there are a lot of things to be improved upon here, Asarai.
Zeal the deal. Well, they definitely did. Time after time, this team just keeps surprising me. They may be cold at certain intervals of their competitive career, but boy, oh boy, when they're hot, you know that they're on fire. It's amazing to see. LFO, on the other hand, they almost went the distance. They almost had it. They almost got the overtime, the much needed overtime for a chance at that game number 3. But it just seems like everything just did not fall into place. They were stretched way too thin in terms of their defense. When they needed to start pushing out, they became incredibly passive. When they needed to be passive, they started pushing out and got caught by Zeals. Whether it's timing or them just misreading Zeals, it just did not work out. With that being said, that's going to be the end of the day, and we're just going to look for what Zeals has to say in the interview. We'll be back for that after the break, guys.
in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The ranks before the fall, the glide.
We're ending the day with another 2-0 here, and much to our surprise, at least to Asarai and I, we're seeing LFO take a loss on this one, and Zeal going ahead and being very, very clean, swinging out and making that comeback that Nomad did expect. Before we go and talk about that, let's go ahead and break things down on the LFO side. What went wrong here, Asarai? Because for a minute, especially in map number 2, you thought that they were going to make a comeback and actually take map number 2.
Sorry. Again, I don't know what actually happened there with LFO. It just felt like they were disjointed in terms of their positioning. Much of the things that I have mentioned during the cast with me and Nomad was they kind of left middle very much exposed to Fire Sage and just running it down. And he does not shy away from taking these open these open avenues to get into the site. He's not afraid. He is fearless today, by the way, and that's only one of the factors for that as well. I think for the most part, they have just not been able to find a way to shut down Fire Sage, and in turn, it kind of pressured the rest of LFO to start moving. Especially on Bind, you really saw how different it was for them. And coming into Ascent, I did say how it looks like their composition was looking better. It's a different map. It could be possible for them coming in when they go into that defending side, but it just did not kind of mesh well here for LFO. They really look like they're lost in the trenches, so to speak.
Yeah, you mentioned Fire Cyanogen here. As we take a look at the highlights, let's go through them, and certainly there will be quite a few. Nomad, let's talk a little bit about Fire Cyanogen. How many highlights is he going to be giving us here? You know, he very much lived by the sword, die by the sword, and in this match, he chose to live.
And he lived quite a boastful life, because not boastful in the wrong sense, but he can be proud of his achievements here on this game, because I've been bringing the analogy of how Zeal Esports is a team that really loves to thrive off of momentum, and even more so for Fire Cyjin, it is even more important for him to just get the momentum going before he just starts being the unstoppable train that's pushing through the train tracks. We've seen multiple time and again that Fire Cyjin hits those crazy shots, clutches where he needs to be, and just opens up the site whenever they're on the attacking side. And with the help from Tuge as well as Beats, they're just able to make their way inside the site. And I feel like Fire Cyjin is such an important piece in the chessboard that Zeal already has, and they have all the proper assistance to enable Fire Cyjin in just achieving more than he could go for. And this kid will reach a far better outcome as the days progresses. I can tell you that right now, and there seems to be no signs of stopping these guys for now.
Oh, well, we did say the biggest enemy of Zeal has always historically been Zeal. This time they seem to manage to take everything in stride and weather the first loss and sort of shed the first loss. They're able to recover from that. So let's take a little bit of a look at our MVP here today, brought to you, of course, by ROG. Fire Cyjin, we talked about the man himself, 236.8 ACS, an average of 19.7 kills, and a 1.5 KDA. A stellar performance from him. An absolute treat to watch. And you said this, man, Nomad. The support system behind him, he was really able to pull everything off because of how much his team supported him and allowed him to make those plays. Now I'll go ahead and bring it back here, Asarai. What's next for Zeal going forward? They were a little bit wonky, but what do you think it's going to take for them to keep that consistency, keep playing on this winning level?
Well, I guess something would be just to keep Fire Cyjin on a roll. One of the things that I think we have mentioned previously, actually earlier today, is that when Fire Cyjin is cold, Zeal tends to kind of follow him, right? Some of the players can perform, but they really need their point man to start shooting into the sides and getting them those openings that Zeal would really want from a high caliber player, like Fire Cyjin. So without that, Zeal tends to crumble at the seams. So I think everything starts by Fire Cyjin and everything ends with Fire Cyjin.
Yeah, indeed. But we will be going in a second to have an interview with one of our players here from Zeal. We're actually ready for it, and we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. Donut's got us covered for that one, so Donut, it's all yours.
We have here the team who sealed the deal. Let's all welcome Beats, the battle stage of the team, to lead the interview. But I guess he's also joined by the rest of his teammates. They're so happy for the win that they really cared to join us today. Hello, Beats.
Hello. Good afternoon.
So you've defied all expectations, proving that you're top tier, especially in the map of Ascent. So what did you think about your performance in your home map?
Ascent for us right now is it's good, but it's not the best. We're still working on it, and at the same time, we're still trying to look for strats that's unique compared to everyone else. But so far, we managed to still get the dub.
Yes, the dub indeed. I mean, high win rate and high performance from the rest of your team members. Well, the panel talked about Fire Cyjin earlier on, and we've touched on Senior Carl previously in your performance. But I want to talk about the heroes in the backlines, because there were some of the impact kills that were brought about by the rest of your team members, like Tuge and also Kraigis, and as well as yourself. So can you tell us more about them being the support player to enable the rest of your teammates?
Well, I'd like to say that I feel like for me, like without our supporting players, I feel like our duelists wouldn't also be able to perform to the best of their abilities. And to me, Tuge, it was no surprise that he performed well, because he is a top 1 APAC player. And as for Craigie, he's our IGL, so without him, we wouldn't be winning our rounds.
And as for yourself?
As for myself, I feel like as what past interviews, like my morale or like my impact to the team would also help them, and basically my experience as well.
Well, that's great. The in-game calls of your IGL and as well as the impact kills that bring the 2v4s to a winnable situation, those will be celebrated. I want to just go back to map number 1 because that was interesting. You switched up your roles. And what I noticed is, well, Kragis was on the Astra instead of the Sentinel. What was the thought process behind selecting that agent?
Well, basically, the reason as to why Craigie was our Astra player is because he isn't that comfortable with Sky, because the roles that switched were Tuge and Craigie, and Craigie wasn't really that comfortable with Sky, so he was willing to go Astra, and Tuge was comfortable playing Sky.
Well, you've shown so much prowess in map number 1. I won't ask any more questions. Well, that actually concludes our interview. Thank you so much, Beast, and the rest of the gang for joining us. So that's the end of the interview for Zeal, but we're going back to the panel to end the story of day 3. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it from the team Zeal themselves, feeling confident not just in the star players, but also in the individual members of their squad. You're joining us here on the panel at the very end of the day. Again, this is Illustrato alongside me, Nomad and Asurai. It's been a fun day, but definitely let's take a look at where we stand at the current landscape of it all. Let's take a look at the current, I'd say, brackets, and sorry, not brackets, just standings overall. At the very top, I still am in shock and in disbelief here. NAOS Esports with 4-0. And at the bottom two here, Asarai, I'm going to go to you on this one. You're reacting. Got Team Secret tied for bottom place with Southville Esports.
Yeah, again, for these two teams that are struggling right now, TS and SBE, it just seems like they're not their former selves, right? Southville, up until VCT started, they were a dominant force, taking all of the local tournaments that they actually join in, either first place or very high. Team Secret, I mentioned this already, might not be too used fighting against other PH teams as they were really submerged into the international scene. And as for the top boys right now, 4-0 NAOS, I mentioned it day one, man. They were my dark horse, and boy, did they cash it in for me pretty hard here.
Yeah, and did they ever? But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about tomorrow's matches. We have quite another good set, and I think one of the most anticipated matches of this season will be coming up. And there you have it, Team Secret versus Action PH. Definitely going to be a good one. And then tomorrow, Bren Esports versus Oasis. Wow, so the first match is going to be top of the leaderboard versus the bottom, and then it's Bren versus Oasis, and then NAOS Esports versus Southfield. It's literally the top versus the bottom in the first and the last matches of the day. Nomad, your impressions?
Well, I'm pretty sure that what we're going to be looking out for here is the Bren Oasis matchup, because I feel like the middle pack is where the interesting matches are going to be. I'm not really expecting a lot much from the NAOS SBE matchup, not much on the Team Secret and the APH matchup, but it's that Bren Oasis matchup that everybody has to look forward to.
Okay, well, I just want to say you're wrong because, first of all, we have just been wrong for the entirety of the tournament, and Action PH at the very top versus the maybe crumbling bottom of the half. Dude, it's really going to be anyone's game, I think. So I'm just going to say that's your opinion, but I think you're way off the mark there on that one. Of course, we do have to go and talk about a little bit the... Wait, hold on. Let me just load this up right here. We do have to talk about our amazing sponsors. So very much a big thank you to ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the most powerful ROG Strix Scar series, powered up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240 Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esport titles. Find out more in the pinned comment for more information. But yeah, there we have it, guys. Any last thoughts before we send it home to all of our viewers here today? Nomad, I'll start with you. Ask where I follow up.
Oh, well, Challengers won. What a treat. For now, it's just the start. It's just the opening weekend. We're not even at the playoffs yet. I'm definitely going to be preparing myself to be surprised for the rest of the split.
2021, we said the future is radiant. 2022 is even more so now. So again, just waiting to see what happens. Tomorrow literally is going to be a finale of sorts for a lot of the hopes and dreams of these teams, at least for this week one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's very much do or die at this point for a lot of these teams. Team Secret and South Built this early on struggling so much. We'll find out what fate has in store for them tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna let you guys go. It has been an amazing day number 3, and on behalf of the panel and all the rest of the crew and production squad here at VCT and PPGL, we bid you adieu, goodbye, and good night. We'll see you all tomorrow.
The rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift. Water quench thirst, there's a shift. set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.